Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of October 4th, 2023 to order. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Here. Ms. Parker?
Here.
Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley?
Here.
Dr. Varda?
Here.
Great. I would also like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us as they do for almost all of our meetings. And you can find a link to our live stream from the district's website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda as presented in board docs.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for today's meeting of October 4th, 2023 is presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Savada.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
Yes.
The agenda is approved. All right, the first portion of our study session is reserved to discuss an independent reconciliation of the district's capital improvement program that is being conducted by the professional services firm Moss Adams. As a reminder to the board and to our listening public, we were provided a presentation on the Moss Adams scope of work and timeline at our September 6th study session. In May of 2023, the board charged Superintendent Dorland with initiating an independent reconciliation of the district's capital improvement program, or CIP, revenues, commitments, expenditures, and reporting. The purpose of this engagement is to verify the financial state of the CIP through April of 2023. Today's update serves to provide additional information on the reconciliation work that has been completed to date, as well as the final steps in the process. Moss Adams will provide their preliminary impressions regarding items that have been reconciled, in addition to what deliverables can be expected by the end of October. Before I hand this over to Ms. Copeland, Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I'm just excited for us to have a continuing conversation as Moss Adams completes this project. And we have Ms. Copeland here tonight, who has been working diligently with our facilities and construction team, Jeff Gatlin, our COO, Tim Reed, Executive Director of Facilities. And I am pleased to introduce who you met last time, Mr. Steve Buchetti, our partner at Moss Adams, who's been doing this work.
Great.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Great to see everyone. I'm joined here with Isabella and Jordan, who are senior managers and managers on the project. We're very excited for the upcoming delivery of all the products within this project. We've had a really good collaborative working relationship with the district. We've had really good results, and I believe the latest figure today is we're 99.5% complete with the reconciliation, and we're just waiting for final inputs from the district before we are able to complete both the reconciliation and provide a really cool reporting of the total program. And with that, I will pass it over to Isabel and Jordan to go over the PowerPoint status update.
Great. Thanks, Steve. Before I share my screen, I just wanted to check in. Brenna, is there anything that you wanted to say?
Nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. Give me one moment. Okay, great. Can everyone confirm they can see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks. I appreciate the visuals. Okay, great. So really great intro to what we're doing here today. Again, just going over our preliminary briefing. Get this going. This sort of was already stated, but just want to restate. We're looking at the reconciliation period from the inception of the capital improvement program and mini programs through April 15th of this year. What are we trying to do? We're validating the actual commitments per project, and how we're going to do that is we are looking at all source documents available. That's contracts, POs, general ledger activity, and additional funding sources compared to current CAC reporting. And what we're doing then is producing a final report. Jordan's going to dive into what our 3 final deliverables will be in a couple of weeks. Before I pass over to him, we just want to share our commendations to the Jeffco team. sometimes I wish that I could track how many emails and phone calls and minutes are spent working with our clients to reach these final project pieces. We started working with the Jeffco team on this project in April. It has been quite the undertaking, and we would not be able to be where we are today or where I know we're going to be in a couple of weeks. The final product is super exciting, and we just want to say thank you to them because we would not have been able to do our job without them. And so without further ado, I'll pass it over to my colleague, Jordan. And let's talk about some preliminary results and status.
Perfect. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. All right. So we reviewed contracts and change orders, the population's contract and change orders, and we reviewed approximately 5,066 documents. At the time of this PowerPoint being put together, we had 164 documents outstanding with 97% complete. However, since the submission of this to the board to be included in the presentation, we've been able to meet with the district a couple of additional times, and we are pleased to say we have just 3 documents to go. So we went from 164 to 3 in less than 5 days. So that's a great lift and very appreciated, and the Jeffco team did great to get us down to just 3 documents left. Of the contracts and change orders evaluated, we can confirm they reconciled to provided system and financial reporting, and we'll be providing a final reconciliation report as part of our deliverables in a couple of weeks. We are on track to deliver the final report and to the district, with ongoing conversations with the district about the various pieces of documentation. And the final product will include a vendor level reconciliation report, a supplemental memo that outlines our assumptions and limitations, and a total program and bond capital improvement plan CIP report. Next slide. All right, some of the assumptions that were included in this reconciliation process was 1, exclude contracts under $50,000. Per the district's guidance, only contracts and POs $50,000 and over were reviewed. Number 2, exclude master contracts. Per the district's guidance, individual contracts were not available for certain equipment, utilities, material purchases due to the use of master contracts. In other words, a single contract that covers all district purchases with that vendor. And number 3, 2018 Capital Improvement Program funding distinctions. Funding source CP010 includes both 2018 Capital Improvement Program and annual capital funding. Per the district's guidance, we understand that project IDs starting with F, G, H, and MP correlate to the 2018 Capital Improvement Program funding, while all other project IDs correlate to annual capital funding. And then the timeline should seem relatively familiar. You've probably seen this in the past when we've discussed it with everyone. But we are on track for the final report and final presentation in the end of October. So we're looking forward to that. We are on track. And once again, very appreciative of the Jeffco team and the time and effort they put in to help us get to this point and get through all the documentation. And back over to you, Isabella.
Yes, thank you. There it is. Okay, my mouse was messing up. We're here to our questions. So we want to open the floor. Please let us know if there are any questions. I'm sure that some of the assumptions that Jordan went through will maybe make a little bit more sense once the final report comes in a couple of weeks. But we're here for any initial questions.
Great. Thank you all very much. We appreciate your ongoing work, and that is a big lift. And so we appreciate additionally your work and the work of district staff to make this process as smooth as possible. Board members, opportunity for questions, clarification as we review what they've provided and moving into when we'll receive some of these very exciting deliverables that I can't wait to see. Yeah, Director Reed.
Actually, this is for you, Brenna. And I just thought of it, or I would have sent it to you earlier, so I don't expect an answer right away. But I am sort of interested to know at least a ballpark of the cumulative amounts for contracts under 50,000, just to sort of see what that added up to overall.
Thank you. We will work on that figure for you. Our purchasing policies are such that any purchase under 3,500 can be made with a P card, right? And so in a program this large for this amount of time, an example of that might be someone has to buy something very small, or maybe even just travel sometimes. There's mileage charges. There's all kinds of things like that. But we are more than happy to total for you in terms of, more standard everything above 3,500, where we did a purchase order, which for us is actually a legally binding contract, right? But it is such a small amount, it didn't quite fit for what we were trying to accomplish in this project, but I will get you that cumulative number.
If I may follow up on Director Reed's question, so is it fair to say then that in the total reconciliation, those the items listed, especially the under 50,000 assumptions, they'll be included in the reconciliation, just not itemized out? That's a fair way to put it?
Correct. The expenditure amounts are still reflected. So when Moss Adams provides a report that says 888 million, or made up that number, is spent, that's in there. It's just that they didn't then also go look at a contract and the full GL and the purchase order for things that are really kind of below that level of documentation, if that makes sense.
I just wanted to know, clarify, because I think that was, the root of the question I was hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, the dollar will be represented. Oh, okay. Super duper.
Great. You can now check something off your list. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Other questions, clarifications, either for our friends at Moss Adams or for Ms. Copeland, who is also our friend. Director Parker.
I have two questions. The first one is the master contracts that were excluded. Can I get an idea of how big a portion of these programs they are, and does that have any implications for missed opportunities to reconcile something?
So Jordan, if you don't mind, since I know you are in that massive data file, would you provide an example of a master contract real quick for Director Parker?
Let me see if I can pull up an example. Typically, what this would entail is something like furniture. So the school district might have a contract with someone that provides chairs, and instead of finding a contract for every single school to provide chairs, they'll just have a single contract at a master level, district-wide, for chairs and making up a number, $100 a chair. So instead of having to go to each school and negotiate a new contract, they just have this general contract for $100 a chair, and then the school district taps into that contract at every school built, or every time they're doing a reno, or every time they have to replace a chair, they just get the chairs for $100 a piece. I can go look. We have a list of the master contracts, and that is included within the assumptions, so you'll be able to see a list of all of those. I can't just currently, with the data set and kind of the way we're presenting here, I can't just pull up a single number right now, but that is something we can work on to provide within that assumptions memo for those that are included within that.
Thank you. And I think I understand the concept of a master contract. And so your example was a good one. I guess I'm just trying to figure out, when it is in relationship to the bond program and the CIP, how much money of the total 880 million that you mentioned
Sure.
Would be in those programs.
So an important distinction might be that even if they aren't reconciled. So like what's reconciliation? Reconciliation is look at a purchase order, make sure it has all the proper approvals, look at every single change order, make sure it has the proper approvals, then look at a contract document, compare it to what showed up in the GL, right? Like we're triangulating across those types of sources of information. And then down to the site level, right? Because that's the way in which we're reporting it. They're trying to confirm, does our CAC report accurately reflect? So when we say they're not reconciling, it's just because you kind of don't have that same level. You don't have change orders on a master contract for chairs, et cetera, and you don't have the site level attribution details. And it doesn't function quite in the same way as a normal project, a project in which you allocate overhead to, et cetera. And so, however, the total spend, because they have our total general ledger, it would be impossible for someone to buy a chair without actually getting the chair and invoicing it and us paying it. So that money is in our general ledger and they have the total general ledger. So the dollars spent on those will be reflected in the totals they provide. So if part of your question is, are we missing an opportunity to identify misreporting? I kind of think the chances of that are very, 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 very slim, because for everything else they have done, those 5,000 things, what we're generally seeing, and I don't want to speak for them, is that what we have reported is accurate.
Okay, thanks. And my second question is about the reconciliation, as you just explained how it would go. And I appreciate that. With my own bank reconciliation, it doesn't always come out perfect the first time. What I can expect from the report is that these are instances where the expectation of, what we saw in my bank number didn't match the general ledger or something else, and it was because some transfer didn't get made or some posting was missed. We would see those things in the report.
Steve, do you want to just confirm there?
Correct. And so far, I think we're near complete, and we're still wrapping up the final quality control procedures. But we were able to get documents for all the numbers stated within the GL reporting. And the GL reporting is how we're going to present the total program to you all.
Okay, and just to wrap it up then, from what I hear then, we will have the total number of the programs, yep. And it will include the total dollars, even though they're not reconciled for things under 50,000. But we could also be able to see, this is the total program dollars, and these are the total dollars that we actually went in and we reconciled. And we'll get an idea of how much of the program didn't go down to that level of investigation.
Yep. The reporting we'll provide you is very comprehensive between the vendor reconciliation report, which will have all that data. And we can provide the figures you're looking for, but you can recalculate it very easily. And the CIP report is kind of at the project level, in funding level. So you'll be able to slice and dice the data in a lot of different ways. So I think you'll be able to answer a lot of the questions you're asking between kind of the files we're generating right now.
Other questions? Director Miller?
Thank you for the work, and thank you for your team, Brenna, for making all of this happen. A real quick question for the final product that you're going to be able to provide to us. You have total program and bond capital improvement plan, and we talked about, I think, last time in September that it by school, so we would be able to see what we had envisioned. We thought that we were going to be investing in, and what we ended up spending by school. Is that part of that? What you were talking, the files that we would be able to look at and slice and dice accordingly?
We're reporting the current budget and forecast numbers. We're not reconciling it to previous budget amounts.
So if a high school had a $5 million capital plan back in 2018, you might say that high school spent $4.5 million, not $5. You would show us $4.5 million for high school A, but it would not be reconciled back to what we had initially budgeted of a $5 million price tag, correct? But you will be
correct.
breaking it out by school. Okay. Awesome.
Correct.
Thank
Correct.
you.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I think you could perform that analysis with the information available, but that's not what we're generating on our procedures.
Right. You're showing us exactly what oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. It's only been 4 years. So you're basically showing us what was the spend on the schools accordingly. So we'll have that
Yep.
broken out. Perfect. And then,
Yep, correct.
All right. And then the other question I have for the funding, the CPO 10 code 110, and we understand the project ID starting with F, G, H, and MP. Could you just clarify what those are for our listening 500 people at home so they understand what that means, please? It's on page 5 of the presentation.
We're happy to. Brenna, do you want to explain that?
Sure. Those are just letters that we put in front of a project number. And so we have a convention that we've used over time in Jeffco in our project management system so that approximately when we plan to do something, we then provided a project ID, and he's just citing which project initial letters really corresponded to the time period of the CIP and were part of the scope of the CIP. And as we've talked a little bit about, a project code in a project management system, ideally flows through always to the general ledger, and it does a lot of the time, but there are also costs you incur that aren't to a single project that then get allocated out to projects, and there's district-wide. And so, and this is all happening over the course of several years, and so a certain project can go across multiple years. So it's that crosswalk of data sources where a lot of it, we can see this project in the GL, this project in project management, and it's those letters. But then there's some additional expenses and really trying to sort through, okay, what were all these and what do they reconcile to, and have they been reported, captured correctly too, that when you want a total picture, you need everything. So, it's not that they only looked at those projects. They actually looked at the full activity.
Right.
And just are noting that those are the project letters that correspond generally to the CIP.
Okay, perfect. Great. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions, Director Miller? I didn't want to cut you off. Okay. Any other questions, comments, clarifications from board members? Okay, great. Thank you all. We'll look forward to the next round. And we appreciate everyone's hard work.
Thanks, everyone. We look forward to seeing you all soon in person.
Yes, for sure. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, I do not see Mr. Bowditch. So, with the board's permission, we'll move to the next agenda item and then come back once he is here. So, surprise for the staff that needs to present for the next one. You're going first. So, we'll move on to agenda item 2.03. And this afternoon, the board will engage in studying several interconnected monitoring reports. The first report is Executive Limitations, or EL 11, School Safety. As a reminder, this presentation is in accordance with the monitoring reports calendar aligned with board ends and Jeffco Thrive's 2025 goals to really guide board updates and meeting agendas. The goal of the monitoring reports is to present the board with data and information reflecting the work aligned to its ends and Jeffco Thrive's, present the board with information which it has requested through its executive limitations, and reflect a cycle of necessary board actions. The narrative within the report contains an interpretation of what compliance in this particular EL means. The monitoring report is a compilation of multiple sources of data that inform compliance. So I want to acknowledge that school safety is a topic of great interest to the Board of Education and to our community members. Following this agenda item, we will continue to discuss aspects of student safety and well-being as we study another monitoring report, other monitoring reports, 3.1 and 3.3. So there's a lot of interconnected information. But before we turn it over to district staff, Superintendent Dolan, is there anything you would like to add?
No, I'm excited to get started on this topic. It's really important, and I know of critical interest to our board. So let's get going. I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Weiss.
All right, good evening. Thank you, board, for the opportunity to present tonight regarding EL 11, the monitoring report, which you received at the end of last week. It's a pretty hefty document. There's quite a bit of information. We're going to go over just some of the highlights tonight for you, and then take any questions you may have. School safety is an area we're actually very proud of. The work that we do in Jeffco, it's been a work in progress for a long time here in Jeffco, and something that we have not only invested money into, but also a lot of time and work across all the departments in our district to make sure that our kids are safe every day at school. We are often sought out by, thanks, Drew. We're often sought out by other districts, other states, or even other countries to come and visit Jeffco to see the work that we're doing around school safety because of the time and investment that we've made in that area. This work happens really through strong partnerships between our school safety team, our schools team, and other departments in the district to ensure that we're always communicating about what's going on every day in our schools, as well as what's the work happening behind the scenes to make sure that we're following up on any safety concerns that we have, as well as proactively addressing things like safe to tell reports and student needs that we have in buildings. The purpose of the monitoring report is to give you an overview of how Jeffco has developed a safe school plan to provide a safe learning environment conducive to the learning process, free from unnecessary interruptions for our students. It covers physical safety, internal safety, crisis prevention, response and recovery, as well as training necessary across all divisions in Jeffco.
Good evening, board. Thank you for allowing us to be here. I want to first say thank you. I think being in this district for 16 years, as an employee, now as the director of safety, but also now as a parent, I brought my daughter over here to be a high school student in Jeffco. So I just want to say how thankful I am to know that you're committed to safety being the number one priority in Jeffco schools. And that means a whole lot to not just me, but I think a number of us that sit at this table that are parents also, and we work for Jeffco. When we talk about content, I want to talk about school buildings and grounds. When we think about supervision and security, the operations plan, which you had a chance to see in the report itself, gives a big, broad scope and a robust, I think, understanding of why we're the gold standard. But I think it's important to point out a few things. Number one, the SROs and the law enforcement agencies that provide SROs to all of our buildings to provide that physical security, along with our security that we provide, which is our campus security, along with training and other options that we provide for all of our staff. When I think about our building administrators and the safety and supervision of students, they go through mandatory trainings. This is the first year we were able to not only train our administrators, but train a number of other of our sites. At our sites, our FMs, we trained our secretaries, along with a number of transportation and others. And it's the first time we've been able to train even more than a mandatory training for our administrators. So I think that consistent messaging and training that's going across the board has been really advantageous for us. Cabinet, we'd love to bring aboard. And when we think about our incident command system, we've trained Cabinet. We've taken them through 2 tabletop scenarios and exercises should there ever be an event. And I think in the past, we've established that Cabinet and structures should be in place for incident command, but we've never gotten to the level to sit down and actually train and allow them to sit in an actual event and play a role and see exactly what would ICS command structure look like. Should there be an event, who's responsible for what, and how would we work through that? Our plan is to continue doing that quarterly with that group. The mental health and safety personnel appropriately trained and deployed is so important. I think in 2018, as you all know, the bond and mill provided so many opportunities to add additional staffing around mental health supports for us, but we also added some vestibules and some other physical security. But our campus supervisor team, and I say this every single year, is probably the most highly trained individuals in our schools when it comes to first aid mental health, supporting students, and being that initial intel for any information that comes across. So when I think about the protection and the crisis prevention and management of our kids, a lot of that lies on the shoulders of our campus security. Yes, our mental health personnel, but man, those campus security guards do such an amazing job of intervening, of grabbing intel, and then providing students with a way to get that information out to where it needs to go next. When I talk about engagement with families or outside agencies, I had a chance today at chief of police luncheon, and we do that monthly to sit and just talk with the chiefs and talk about what are you seeing, what's happening in your cities, here's what's happening in the school districts. How can we calibrate thinking so that the investment that you provide to schools is an investment that's well worth it, and that we're on the same page when it comes to that, not the physical, only the physical security, but the advantages that they have around the community partnerships. Parent organizations are another big deal. I know, Director Parker, we've talked a lot about connecting with those groups. We had a chance to meet with Be Smart recently. They were a part of our summit. They had a table at the summit, and we reached out to them to potentially provide an opportunity for them to train and provide our community with some additional gun safety and other options to make sure our community is well aware of what our expectations are when it comes to safety around not the entire, just the scope of guns, but all of school safety, which we were able to present at the summit as well, and we had a great attendance at that. Training programs for emergency response procedures. I think this is a hot topic when it comes to the SRP. Oftentimes we hear, why are we training so much? Lockdown drills are causing trauma, this and that. And what we will tell you is that there's many instances where the SRP and the training has not only provided skills for students in schools, but they're able to take the skills that they learned through the SRP and bring them to real life, bring them to church, bring them to the supermarket, bring them to the mall, wherever. Those skills that they develop in that nature of muscle memory is so important. We have an individual on staff with us today that can attest to the things that she learned through Jeffco schools helped save her in a shooting that she was a survivor of. So we know firsthand how important those SRP drills and the training is for emergency procedures. When I think about recognizing and responding to behaviors, our judicial services team does an amazing job early in the year when we train our administrators. They talk about what are some things you should look for, what are some of those red flags. Principals then take that out to schools and train their staff and others around what are the writings we should see, what are some things that come up. I think it's important, very important, and I go out and when I present to other districts and individuals, we talk about in Jeffco, if you say it, you tweet it, you write it, you put it somewhere, we believe you. And our job then is to provide resources or supports and make sure that we can support students to find out, was that real? Was it not? Were you joking? And then we have to take that down the road to say, what's next? And how do we navigate those waters with students, parents, and the school so that we know that whatever was said does move forward in some capacity, whether it's something that was vital for us to move forward or it really was a joke and then we just pocket and put that away. I think it's very important that we understand that. Training for reporting behavior. This was a big deal many, many years ago. I think we can all attest that students often found that when they reported about their friends, they didn't want it to get back that they were the ones reporting. I think oftentimes kids were fearful that I have a good friend that's talking about suicide, but if I say it, they're not going to be my friend anymore. How do I mitigate that issue? And I think Safe to Tell has been a big, big lift for us in Jeffco. As a matter of fact, we're the #1 use of Safe to Tell across the state, and I can attest in a number of occasions it has mitigated potential devastating outcomes in a number of ways, and so Safe to Tell is a big deal. We continue to offer up Safe to Tell options for our schools to provide in their newsletters. We train on it as much as we can. It's in all of our mandatory trainings. We believe it's imperative that our schools, our students, and our parents understand and know about Safe to Tell, how to report, and where to report on that information. Regular assessments by schools and security professionals. This is an area that we believe we have to continue to grow at, and I think we do a great job. But our emergency management team, when they go out and do their drills, they do safety audits. And so every time we go out and do an emergency management lockdown drill, we're able to walk the building, find out what worked, how it worked, and if there's any life safety issues, we can elevate those to our facilities team and get those worked on and taken care of. But it's so important that audit includes our law enforcement partners, our facility managers, and our team so that we can all calibrate our thinking and make sure that as things pop up, because with 135 plus schools, right, know that things always come up. And so our job is to make sure as we audit, we provide that information up to Mr. Gatlin and his team so that we can get those things fixed. A part of that is life safety, but then a next level might be best practices, things that they can work on or they can add in addition to make their schools a little bit safer. And we provide that to them every time we do one of those lockdown drills. Things that we feel that we are on track that are going very well for us. Campus safety. I think They're deployed throughout all of our high schools, a number of our middle schools, and our K-8 programs. I will say that we have a strong operation, and we have plans to improve that and put them in every single one of our middle schools. I think that's probably something that you'll see it in the next piece that we're going to move towards acceleration, but we believe that our campus supervisors belong in every one of those schools. They're that imperative to the safety of those schools. When it comes to safety checks, as I said, our emergency management team tracks those and does the audits at every single one of our schools, but they do it through the lockdown drills and through the fire drills. Whenever there's an issue that comes up, we work directly with our facilities team, and we're able to elevate any of those issues immediately, and they go to priority to Mr. Gatlin and his team so that those issues can get fixed. Emergency response training, I talked about the importance of it. We don't just train our schools and our students during those lockdown drills. We make sure that the mandatory training that our administrators receive, our secretaries and others receive the same training. So it's consistent messaging, consistent language, and the expectations are the same, so that when we do ever have an event, should we not, everybody knows what their responsibility is through those emergency response trainings. Community education, I talked a little bit about things that we can do. I personally meet with and speak to the district PTA group every single year. We had a chance to present at the summit. I've been to, I think, 6 PTA meetings at schools this year already, as has a number of our team members. So we're able to get the information, who we are, what school safety means to Jeffco, out to those parents through SAC committees or whatever their groups are that request us. We're able to really get on the same page. And I think it was telling at the summit to have a few parents come up and say, we really did not realize how robust the Department of School Safety was in Jeffco. And so I think that spurred us to maybe take the next level of how do we get this information out more to our community so they really understand how robust and how important it is that the Department of School Safety has, and the supports that we have, and the funding we have to take care of their kids every single day. Student review team, I'm going to let Mr. Weiss talk briefly about the student review team and the discipline matrix.
Yep, thank you. So the student review team, I've actually had some conversations with a few of you about what happens when a student has reached a point where they're potentially not safe enough to be in their neighborhood school, or there's a concern regarding their own safety or the safety of others because of their attendance in that building. And so one of the areas that our teams intersect very closely is the student review team. Our student review team meets weekly, and when a student has exhibited a behavior or created a threat that is significant enough for us to consider removing them from their neighborhood school, we bring them to the student review team. That team is a multidisciplinary team. It includes the school leadership office, so a community superintendent, a school administrator. It includes our director of discipline, the safety office, our judicial services office, as well as some members from our special education team when students have an IEP that we need to consider as we're making decisions about what their needs are. And then if there was a district level threat assessment, the threat team may also be there to provide input on what decisions we make. That team meets every week. We discuss students that have reached that level. Typically, we make decisions in that meeting about whether or not that student can return to their neighborhood school, and if they can't, we then apply case managers to those students to make sure that we're still providing an education for them, and where we're providing that, what that looks like, how we wrap services around that student. A lot of times these students have additional needs beyond their behavior, whether it be mental health or attendance, truancy. There's lots of things that they could need support with, and so it allows us to then not only analyze and evaluate whether or not the student should return to their school, but also decide, once we decide that student's not returning to their school, what services can we provide them and their family to ensure that they still get an education and also have resources that they can reach out to. The last thing is the discipline matrix. We received a lot of feedback over the last couple of years about our discipline matrix. I think some from you and the board, some from our community, and some from our staff. There was a lot of work that went in to rewriting the discipline matrix this past spring. We rolled that out this fall to our schools, and we actually rolled it out in August to our schools. And we've been applying that discipline matrix now for a couple of months. It really is enhanced. It's improved. In some ways, it actually allows us more opportunity to provide intervention before things happen with students, or it also allows us to then act quickly when behaviors are concerning enough that we need to address them right away. And so that discipline matrix has been shared across our system, and I think it's actually linked in your report as well, so you can see it there. And it really provides a lot of guidance for our school leaders around, if we see this behavior, here are 1, 2, or 3 options that we have in terms of how we address that behavior, because they don't always have the same outcome. One behavior might be a suspension, another behavior might be an in-school suspension. It just depends on the severity of it, the history of the student's behavior. if it's the first time they've ever had a discipline incident, it's different than if they have, a dozen discipline instances before they reach that point. And so we do work with our schools to help manage. Our director of discipline also is a resource for our schools. They can reach out to her to discuss the situation and then identify what the best next step is.
Moving on to focus acceleration. We have a plan to dedicate potential budget considerations for safety, which it could be around the level of safety equipment, to include visitor management systems, cameras, radios, etc. We believe that maybe as we grow into a consistent mechanism for our district, we should be able to provide that for our schools and not leave that in the hands of our schools to take care of. So as we move forward with budget considerations, I think that consistency of messaging when it comes to the expectation of replacement of equipment should be really important to us to move forward with. So we're accelerating and thinking about through the budget lens. Campus supervisors, as I said earlier, our goal is to increase the number of campus supervisors to include them at least in every one of our middle schools and our K-8 programs. I believe that at some point it would be great to get them in our elementary schools. If you recall, we reported that during COVID, we were able to provide them down to the elementary schools at a given time. And our elementary principals were like, how do we get one of those? And so I know that there was a value add there, and they were really impressed with the work that our campus supervisors do, the amount of training they have. So it's imperative that we continue to work on providing that opportunity for all of our schools. When it comes to safety training, we continue to building staff capacity with consistent messaging and robust training. We'll continue with the mandatory trainings, but we also want to have in-person. And then the next level is also be able to provide virtual online options for our staff that they can access monthly, weekly, something that they can get a refresher course on, things that we train on. You all know as well as we do, time is an issue when it comes to training. So if we can get in-person training and allow some robust options for them virtual online to get some refresher courses would be enhancement for us moving forward. Technology, we are looking to adopt a district notification platform. We believe that right now we have a great platform for emergency notification. However, not every staff member has access to that at a given time. And so we're vetting some potential options around a platform where every individual, every employee of the district would be in a geolocation wherever they're at, and would have access if should there be an event that they would be able to notify and go into an emergency notification individually for each staff member. So we're slowly vetting that at this point. And then visitor procedures, increase the target hardening for unwanted visitors. We want our schools, and this is a fine balance, right? There's that aesthetic approach of what is it? Is it appealing? Your SAC committees are like, I don't want it to look like a prison, and we get that. But there's also got to be that approach of it needs to be safe. And so how do we manage the two together, make it a little bit less accessible to somebody that might want to come in and do harm, but yet still make it welcome and appealing to our community? Very, very interesting threshold that we work through there. Controlled access has been a management option for us. I think our secured vestibules have been a big lift for us. I will tell you that on a number of occasions, those vestibules have really kept from individuals being in our buildings. We've able to keep people inside those vestibules as opposed to allowing them in. And I think the messaging that we've given our community is you're welcome. However, if there's really no need for you to be here, go ahead and drop off. You've got a window that you can kind of engage with somebody, drop it off, or if you're in there for no reason, then connect with somebody and then we can move you on your way. But we want to welcome those that aren't. And those vestibules were a big lift for us, and we're 90% of the way done with those. We'll finish those up next summer. And then finally, superintendent is working really hard with us to bring back a safety alliance and bring a community group together to really talk about how do we continue to engage in this work. I told my team yesterday in the management meeting, I think we are the gold standard, but that doesn't mean we can't move to the next level and continue to get better. And I think the only way to do that is to have the right people at the table to provide us information to continue to vet through what we're doing, how we're doing it, and making sure all voices are heard so that we do move forward and continue to be that gold standard, but then continue to move to the next level. So that's what we have for our presentation today. Any questions?
Thank you both very much. All right, board members, I'm sure that there's a lot of information, especially in the full report, so thank you. It's very robust. Is there a board member that would like to begin with questions, comments, clarification? Director Parker.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I will say that I have not gotten all the way through the report yet, the monitoring report, but it looks like it's got a lot of good stuff in it as well. A couple of things just to or get more information out there for the community. The Safe to Tell program we have has been working for a long time, but there is now a new national number, suicide prevention number, that's 988. And I attended a presentation on 988, and they discussed how that can work with the Safe to Tell number, because I've had a conversation with you before. I had my granddaughter called because a schoolmate had texted her, "I don't want to live," and my granddaughter didn't know what to do, so she called Safe to Tell, and then there were armed law enforcement that showed up at the friend's house, and it's something I totally understand the necessity of it and how we could actually be preventing someone from taking their life, but sometimes it's more than's needed in that instance. So I'm wondering, so for my part right now, I would tell my granddaughter, tell your friend to call 988. Tell your friend or the friend's parents or something, call this suicide prevention line now. Get some help, get some resources, ask questions, and maybe they can serve a level that is not as critical and such an emergency, because Safe to Tell, and when you call 911, they are going to get law enforcement to come out there. So anyway, I would love it if we could somehow combine information on 988 with our information on Safe to Tell in the community. Also, I have heard now from some of the schools about they've had their lockdown drills, and I've been reading a little bit of information that went to parents, and it's my understanding that at least some schools will have sort of debriefing afterwards when the kids get back into their classrooms. I know there's a big effort to have kids feel comfortable with people in uniform in their schools, and so instead of just having them see them during a drill, during a maybe scary part of the day, but to see them afterwards and other instances. Is that something we do regularly?
It is. As a matter of fact, 5 years ago when I came aboard the department, our goal number one was to be visible in our buildings. We used to do what we call car patrols, and they would sit out in their car and monitor. We changed that expectation years ago, and now our patrol officers, as well as anybody else, is expected to walk through our schools. Go say hello to kids, high five. You'll see in a number of the photos, and even during Safe Schools Week, and I think throughout the year, their goal is to be in schools and saying hello to kids. They're oftentimes seen in our offices, but when it comes to recess, the job is to be out and about. I will tell you, it gets busy at times, and they oftentimes don't have time to get through and kind of make some of those connections, but I will tell you the goal is for them to be there as often as possible, intermingling and being a part of the community. We believe they're a part of the staff, and they should feel welcomed, and we should feel anybody that sees them should know that, oh, that's just another one of the officers. They're a part of what we do. And so we do that. When it comes to the drills themselves, the aftermath, or us, what we call the hot wash, is us sitting with administrators and talking through what we saw and what we didn't see. It typically isn't those officers walking through the school, but oftentimes they'll stick around afterwards, especially if it's recess, and high five kids and just say hello to whomever they can before they leave.
And I know that some students, unfortunately, are familiar enough. They've done the drills a lot, especially when they get into high school. But some of the kids, the kindergartners, first graders, or whatever, it's a new, scary, potentially, event for them. Do we have anything in place for the very younger kids to debrief, as I said, or prepare, whatever?
We try and let the teachers debrief, because I think that's the most comfortable level for our elementary kids to be at. I've got a young one myself. I know when he was little, I think that was probably the most comfort level, is talking with his teacher versus somebody armed and a badge coming in. We do give stickers out often, right? We still have the stickers that we go out, and kids love to see the stickers they put on. But I think when it comes to elementary school, the biggest thing that we put in place was our video that we have that prepares them for the actual drill. It's elementary version. It's done by elementary students. It's very, very elementary based, and it really eases the tension before they even start the drill to say, wow, let's get our questions answered through that video. And then as the actual drill goes forward, it's very quick. It's done. We're not banging on the door. We're simply coming in, asking questions. We're getting down to their level, because I think we've trained our people to better understand how do you engage with kids at that level. And at that age is to be down at their level and really speak to them about, did you enjoy it? Are there any questions? And so I think we do a great job. Video is probably the most important component we added to that.
If I could add to that too, I think that it's important to know that our our educators know these folks. They, I mean, sometimes when police respond to a building, we don't always know the officers that are there. Sometimes we do if it's an SRO, but with the patrol teams, when they're out in buildings, we know these folks, and that rapport that those folks have with our teachers and with our administrators, the students also see that. And I think that's really important to acknowledge, because the way Jeff trains his team, they're educators too. They're not just safety and security. And I think that's really important to highlight, because when I've watched them debrief with a classroom of students after a lockdown drill, I mean, they're teaching those kids. They really are, and they're engaging with them. And I mean, I can think of one patrol officer, Mike in particular, who when I was a community superintendent, he'd come to the buildings that I would be at, and he'd be out on the playground, high-fiving the kids, throwing the football around with them, or he would bring food when we were doing food drives. And I mean, so these folks are really embedded in our culture, and they I think that really helps our students see them as a resource, someone that's friendly to them, but also keeping them safe, and not something that's scary. And I think we also rely on our teachers to let us know if there are some students that are having not a positive response, like to let us know, and we can work through that. But generally speaking, we really do want to build that connection for our students to see, Jeff's team in particular and our SROs as people that they can really trust and count on, not only to keep them safe, but like throw the football with them at recess or just check in on them, And I think that's important, because I'm also a parent in this district, and my kids see Jeff's team as like, the guys that high five him on the playground, and I just think it's important to acknowledge that they're also educators.
Also, you mentioned the School Safety Alliance, or the Superintendent Safety Alliance, and I think that's maybe related to what we've had in the past. We had a school safety committee, and we even had a very substantial report, and then unfortunately we had COVID and nobody went to school anymore. But who are you envisioning, and maybe the superintendent can say it too, to be part of that on the alliance, or if there's a committee?
I hope Jeff will be on it, Mr. Pearson. So that's an
I would be
easy.
told, I guess.
That's an easy first answer. I think it's really important that our school leadership team, probably some principals, are present who experience the day-to-day of safety in our buildings and keeping schools safe. We are very hopeful, and I expressed this in my most recent superintendent community conversation in Evergreen, and for the Evergreen and Conifer articulation areas, that parents join us on the alliance, because we do want to talk about some of these areas, not only educate in the areas that we feel are where we're meeting what we need to be doing, and make sure a committee oversees that aspect and understands it, but also to work on these areas of focused acceleration with the community partners and with families at the table. I will be honest with you, I've read the report from what I think is 2018. Is that about right, Mr. Pearson? I've read through the report, made a lot of notes. Mr. Pearson and his team are currently working on so many aspects of what's already in there, which is good. We are also doing a lot of inventory and sort of baseline lay of the land, reviewing the data his teams have collected, for example, during their safety walks. What do we have where? What are the protocols schools are using for visitor entrance into a building? So once we have that information collected, I believe we are going to need to have a budget conversation, and I think we will need to find more revenue to invest in safety. And so I'm hopeful not only to have citizens on this committee, important staff members, possibly some safety experts from our community, and law enforcement partners and others. But I hope also that this group can provide us a vision for what we need to do next, because we never want to just say we're the gold standard and we feel really proud that other people look to us for best practice. We want to continue to improve and be the best that we can be. So we're hopeful that this committee can not only oversee some of what we're implementing now, become educated, help us spread the word, but also help us provide for a vision of where we're headed and what kind of revenue we might need to support those next steps.
Thanks. Two more things. One, I'm really excited about the partnership we have in PSAs around safe storage for guns. I'm really happy that we're going to do that. And I want to do everything we can to communicate to parents that we have a law in Colorado that your gun must be safely stored. And so there are several ways that have been suggested for doing that. One way was in enrollment on that screen when you enroll your child. I understand Denver's doing it, maybe Boulder, that there's a little box that says, I recognize or know that Colorado has this safe storage law, and then you can have a link to the actual law if necessary. But I've also been told that sometimes when you enroll your kids for the first time, if your kid stays at that school and whatever, in other words, there's no way to go back. If parents have already done that work, they're not going to have a way to be asked, are you familiar with this law? Check it or anything. So I guess I'm just throwing out there any other ways that we can make sure we communicate this law in Colorado to our parents and gather some kind of verification that they've read that sentence or, at least been notified, I think would be helpful. So there's that. And then the last thing I want to say, when you talked about the discipline matrix, and it reminded me too of the presentation that you gave at our Jeffco Summit, which was well attended and really appreciated. And you used the acronym SRP. I'm not sure that everybody listening knows what that stands for. If you want to.
School Response Protocol.
Yes. And so I think for that and for the discipline matrix, the more we can inform parents about it upfront and frequently, the better. Because then the people who think we don't have any procedures and protocols or responses, then they'll know, yes, we do. And especially also for the discipline matrix. I've heard from a lot of parents that don't realize we do have steps that we can continue to take. Maybe their child's acting out or another child's acting out, and it looks like nothing's being done. Just to let them know, well, we are monitoring, and if we need extra resources, we can get them, and just show them that there is a whole matrix out there, and they can understand what is possible.
Thank you for that feedback. I think it is important for people to know that those tools are there. I also think that discipline is probably the least black and white work that we do. And it's important for people to know, even if they get their hands on the discipline matrix and they're looking through it, just because it says, suspension is an option doesn't mean that's the only option. And I also want people to know that suspension is not like the one disciplinary tool that we have. Sometimes when we get people reaching out to us because they're upset that they don't feel like a behavior was addressed, it's because they think the kid wasn't suspended, and maybe they weren't. But that's not the only tool in our toolbox. We have lots of tools in the toolbox. And like I said earlier, it's really important to consider the behavior, the student's history, the student's needs. Are they a student with disabilities? What's their age? All of those things matter when we're making decisions around discipline. So the discipline matrix is a really important tool that we have. And I do think it's important that our community knows that we have that tool and the ability to use that. But I also think it's important for us all to understand, especially the board and the educators and the system, to understand that discipline is not black and white. It is a very gray space that we work in. That being said, we take behavior seriously, especially when it's safety behavior or unsafe behavior, I should say. And so I also want our community to know that when students behave in a way that's unsafe, we have an obligation to manage that. So.
Thanks, Director Parker. Other questions? Yep, Dr. Varda.
Thank you for the report. And I always like to say thank you for the presence in the schools. Of all the schools I go to, only at my elementary school I do not see them regularly, but the SROs are always out, and they're so recognizable at the middle schools and high schools. So I appreciate it. And I'm always like, there they are again. So it's really nice to have them there. And I know they show up at like homecoming and stuff. Now I know that. So they're working a lot of hours. I know that. But I had two questions. One, I've been asked by parents, and it seems like people are confused whether they actually get notified or not. Sometimes they don't read their emails. But when an event happens at a school, a lock down or a lock out. I don't, parents, sometimes it's just other parents will say, that happened at my school and nobody told us. And I just wondered what are our procedures for those in terms of communicating to parents, and like kind of what's our intention, to be over communicative, to kind of hold back information so we don't worry people. And I don't really know how to explain that to people.
There's a fine balance to everything you just said. I will tell you that our job is to communicate and be transparent with our community. The hard part comes in when things are not quite factual, or we're not sure exactly what led up to the events, or if there's law enforcement involved, we have to vet things with their PIO before we get information out so that we're on the same page. I will tell you, our goal is to notify parents when an event happens at schools. Absolutely, it's imperative that we make sure our parents know that something happened and what it went down. The timing becomes difficult at times. We try and get initial information out as quickly as we can verify what actually happened, just so they're aware of what's going on. And then we try and continue to follow up throughout the event and then at the very end on what led up to it and what our final outcome was. I think it's very imperative that we do that. I will tell you, at times there's been things that come up that may have happened that we're not sure exactly how it led to that. And what we don't want to do is put misinformation out and it come back and go, well, that's not accurate. Now we got to go back and change it. So we do the best we can to balance that act and get as much information without breaking that threshold of actual things that we have verified to be factual.
If I can just add too, I think, and to Jeff's point, social media has made this work a little more challenging at times. As you know, things start running around on social media, and sometimes we have the job of trying to figure out, is this a valid concern? But before we have time to figure it out, the community gets wind of it, and then we communicate, because we want to help people understand that, we did look into this and it wasn't necessarily a real concern. But the other thing I would say is, to Jeff's point, we also want to make sure that our parents are equipped to talk to their children when they come home after something has happened at their school. So, or whether it was an accidental lockdown, for example, or there was something going on in the community where there was police activity and we put the school on a lockout. We don't want parents to be surprised by that when their kids come home. And so we want to give them the best opportunity to be ready for that conversation so that they can help their children, process through that and feel safe.
And I will add kudos to our communications team. Mm-hmm. They are the best around. We have a plethora of letters that have been done. They're prepared for administrators on the go, no matter what's come up. They have something to go to, and it's already a body of information is prepared for them. But in every one of our letters at the end, we talk about school safety is our number one priority. In the very end, we talk about, here's some things you can do to talk to your students to get through this. So we provide all of those pieces in our letters to make sure our parents are very well aware of what happened.
Just to clarify, it's a district policy. When one parent asked me, is it up to the principal to determine any of this? It's not. It's a district policy.
It's a partnership. It is a policy for us to work this. Oftentimes, former principal, right? I know that my community wanted to hear from me. They didn't want to hear from somebody else when it came to some of these issues. So we work directly with our principals and we find out who's the best person to send that message. Sometimes in larger scale incidents, coming from my office makes more sense, maybe in partnership with our principals. But oftentimes the scale for the communities is they want to hear from their principal, and the information should come from them. Because oftentimes if they see a message from me, they might go past it. They see a message from the principal, they might read it right away. So we have to balance that act.
And then my other question is about the budget, because you mentioned interesting technology and then campus supervisors, at elementary schools. And I know that even during COVID, it was one of those things that was going back and forth. What could we afford? So how well does our budget match those goals and that vision for increasing those kinds of things and growing those programs?
Probably a question for our superintendent. I think it's a vision we have, and I think a vision continues to say, here's what we do to get better. I do believe that we are in a place where we're going to continue to write grants, and our department is poised to continue to pursue grants to potentially enhance some of that. But this is a vision of ours that I think we've talked through, and our superintendent could probably answer a bit further about what that vision may look like.
Yeah, before I jump in, Jeff, can you just talk a little bit about the expansion of campus supervisors this last year as well as R1?
We added 4 additional campus supervisors to our middle schools, and we were able to do that through some ESSER funding. And so our job now is to make sure that we put that into our budget ongoing for next year. I think we are down to 9 of our middle schools currently that don't have them at this current point, and I think 1 K-8. So we're really moving towards that expansion and getting somebody to every one of our schools. So the addition of those, we also added 2 additional R1 officers that we added from those funds as well. So that's 6 FTE we added to our department just this last year to cover some of those needs and necessities that we have at some of our schools.
And when Jeff says R1 officers, he means like our patrol folks that are
R1 patrol. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess I would say just in terms of vision, our initial conversations have been really around, as we've talked about through budget conversations, expansion of campus supervisors to ensure that every middle school and K-8 school has a campus supervisor, some level of campus supervision in our elementary schools as well. I don't know if that's a 1-to-1 or something less than that. We do have a hard time staffing our campus supervisor positions, and so thinking about differentiated pay for that position is something that's been part of our conversation. In addition, expansion of R1, I think, could be really important and healthy, especially because our SROs, which I think a lot of people are listening public, and even some internal folks, I think, are confused by the difference between our security personnel, which is R1, who are armed security personnel that actually work for the district. And this is all in the report in detail. And in addition to the R1 security personnel that we employ, we have incredible partnerships with our county and our cities to provide SROs. I think we should think about expansion of our own security force as well as the campus supervisors. And one of the pieces that we have been talking about related not necessarily to security, but to High School Reimagined is providing a law enforcement and legal studies pathway for our students. We believe that we could, through that program, likely train campus supervisors to come back to the district and work for us, possibly, especially as we think about expanding into K-8s and elementary schools, because these folks who come out of that program might be very close in age to our high school students. So it might be a great first tiered approach to a campus supervisor position for some of our students to begin serving as campus supervisors in middle schools, K-8s, and elementaries, and then eventually working their way up into high school R1 or doing police work in one of our city or county law enforcement agencies. So that's a vision that I think is really exciting, aligned to High School Reimagined, career-connected learning for our students, and I think what would become a real benefit in Jeffco as we think about being, a leader, growing a community of leaders in an area where, community policing. I think campus supervisors, R1 SROs are some of the best examples of community policing, with individuals in law enforcement who actually build relationships with our students, who are part of our school communities, as Mr. Weiss, I think, really articulated earlier. And so that's a bit of a vision. That vision is going to require funding. And we have talked about mill levy override as a board as we've gone through the budget process and thinking about ways to generate more revenue. I would be a strong advocate that if we consider a mill levy override in the next year or two, that we think about safety as part of that package that we offer to our voters. And I would also say that this superintendent alliance group would need to be part of that conversation, so that what we decide to invest in is actually what our community wants us to invest in.
I think one thing about the campus supervisors that I like, so with SROs, I think there's been a lot of even national attention around building relationships and culture or in the schools, positive culture. And I think I like the idea of the community, the pathway for community supervisors. And but I do think that there's that same effort around culture is we need to translate that to the community supervisor's role so that they feel very welcomed also. Like I have a friend who was in that role and left it to become a substitute. And he said, before, when he was a community campus supervisor, he was like adversarial relationships with everyone. And then he became a substitute, and it was like, welcome to our school. And so he was like, I would never go back to that position. This is so much better. But I see it changing in the schools that I've been in. And I just think we could do a lot of work and maybe make this a more desirable job for people in our schools, the campus supervisors, that they want to come and work there because they feel they get the same high fives that SROs get, So I think there's work we can do there, and we could make it a better position for people who want to come and work in that. And the way we pay them matters a ton. So.
I do think we've made a lot of progress in that space, though, and I do think that, there are going to be times as a campus supervisor that you're going to have to be in a situation where you're not everybody's friend, right? And that's when you're managing a safety risk or something, or you're supporting administration with a discipline issue. But definitely, I think, hopefully that experience that your friend had is much more in the minority than what we see with our campus supervisors across the district. They really are a part of their community, and my kids know their campus supervisor's name, Mr. Luke. They love the guy, so I think that across most of our buildings, we do have that positive relationship. Unfortunately, it can't always be that way, right? There are going to be times where they have to step in. That, which from my perspective, is also positive. It's just that it may not feel that way to that person or the student, but it's still helping our schools be safe.
But Director, you hit on something key for me, is everything we do is about culture. And being an educator in this district, prior to even being in this position, we know that we push name, strength, and need right now, even with our own internal team. So the culture we build in our teams is no different than what we would do with kids. And so if that's a part of what we do, then I guarantee you our team feels it, and we build on it, and culture is a priority for us. And I think we're seeing it. As Dave said, I think we've made some big waves there, but please know that culture is a big deal to us, and it's a big deal to me.
Any other questions or comments? Right, Director Reed.
I think one of the most important things we do that we are incredibly successful at, and is one of the reasons that we're the gold standard and people don't know it, is the amazing work we do in prevention and how important that is. You were at a recent meeting where parents were really focused on getting somebody armed into every school. And I think really, if you're doing it right, it never escalates to the point that you need anyone armed. By the time you reach that point, an armed person can't be everywhere at once, and people get hurt. And I think also people make the assumption that in an event like an active shooter, that their child will be the target and not the shooter. You're not always sure of that. And I don't think any of us wants the solution for our troubled child to be someone shoots them. I think they want us to prevent the issue to begin with. So I want to know how we can sort of get the word out better about the amazing work that we do in prevention without scaring people and without giving away too much information. But I think if people knew how often we have actually prevented a student from going through the school with a weapon, that we've intercepted that weapon, how often we have through Safe to Tell or through campus supervisors done threat assessments that we ended up being very glad that we did, because it turned out that was a serious, credible threat, and we neutralized it before we had to hurt anyone. So I'm wondering if that is something that you've thought about in terms of how we publicize this incredibly important information that I'm really proud of and that I think we should be proud of.
Some of it's in the monitoring report. And then I would also say, as far as the training that goes in preventatively, I think you'll hear some of that in the monitoring report later tonight as well. But I appreciate you bringing that up, because on the focus acceleration slide, it talked about training. I think that could have also been on the on-track slide, because there's so much work that we do, not only that Jeff Seens does around educating his folks and our school leaders, but the work that happens in our schools every day that may or may not involve the school safety team, because of the mental health supports in our building, the administrators that are trained, the educators that are trained, it's powerful how, when you do see those numbers, we really are able to get out in front of a lot of things, and then nothing happens, and it's not a big deal, but we know on the backside that, like, we have put resources around a student because we had concerns around their safety or the safety of others because of their behavior. And you're right, that's not always public, and sometimes that's by design, and sometimes it's we probably could think a little bit more about how we maybe teach our community about the work that we do in terms of how we assess safe hotels when they come in, and what we do with the threat when it comes in, how do we respond. But I can tell you that the people in our buildings are very well trained when it comes to how to manage that. People on Matt's team, are trained very well to come in, as well as Jeff's team, my team. There's a lot of cross-departmental work that goes on when we're supporting a student that we have concerns about. And you're right, it's not always very public, but I appreciate you lifting that up.
I think the perception is, because they don't know about this, the perception is that because I hear this from people, we need armed people in schools. And if we're not doing that, we're not keeping kids safe. And so I would like to see some way, without revealing tactical things that people we don't want them to know, but to give them an idea of a concrete idea, not just of here's what we're doing, but here is the data that says that this is successful, that we are intercepting things before they happen. Because I think a lot of people think, well, you've just gotten lucky. And that is not what's going on at all. And I want people to know that. For one thing, because I think that you guys deserve some accolades for that, but also because it's going to make people feel safer. I'm going to be less upset that I don't constantly have an armed presence in my kid's school when I know that so much has been done that we know is effective because it's working. I'm just wondering how we make that better known, because I think people would be more comfortable if they understood just how much is going on and how effective it is. How effective, I think, is that piece. Does that make sense?
Yep. I think from our lens, it's definitely something we can sit down and discuss with our leadership and figure out, what is relevant. What can we share without, as you said, alarming individuals about what? Because the thing about prevention is we never know how much we prevent. There are only certain things we know about prevention, and I can't sit here and give you a concrete answer of what we did prevent because we don't know. We do know there were some instances where we were able to engage and make sure something tragic didn't happen at some given point, but we don't know how many times the name, strength, and need, the campus supervisor connecting with a kiddo in the corner, right? Or the teacher seeing a writing and presenting that to somebody going, hey, somebody needs to engage with this kiddo because that's a red flag. We don't know what the potential outcomes of those kids were going to be because we don't know how to measure that, right? We're not sure what the outcome could have been. So yeah, in those instant small cases, we have some ways, but we can't measure that prevention to that level. And so I continue to talk about culture and building capacity around training. And if we all are on the same page with what the language is and how we build culture and how we connect with kids, the better off we're going to be, and the prevention just naturally happens. In those events that those bigger pieces come up that we can provide intel and say, wow, we were there. I think that's something for our leadership and us to discuss how and when can we present that information to some degree.
And we do have a lot of that data. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I just want to add that I think the monitoring report between EL 11 and the one that we're going to talk about later this evening, 3.1 and 3.3, we combined those two. Really intentional decision to put EL 11 and these other two monitoring reports together in the same meeting for you all and for our public, because they are so interconnected, right? It's this continuum of knowing students by name, strength, and need, meeting their academic needs, their social emotional needs, all the way to how we respond when students are off track, and monitor and make sure that our schools are safe, and everything in between. And between the EL11 and the monitoring report that combines 3.1 and 3.3, I think we've tried to paint that picture. This is the first time that this leadership team has monitored these two policies for the board. And so we are open to conversation around, is this the right amount of information? Is this the right amount of transparency? You'll notice on page, I think, 19 or 20 of 3.1, 3.3, we do present some discipline data. That is data we submit to the state. So it's publicly available data anyway. And I think as a Jeffco parent for a long time and a Jeffco superintendent for a short time, I feel like this is the most transparent we've been with that range of continuum of supports, the types of supports and needs our kids have, from tier 1 stuff that happens for them on a daily basis to more severe incidents that can be of safety concern. And so I just want the board to know that the team worked really hard on a very comprehensive report that I think is more transparent than safety and 3.1 and 3.3 have ever been, at least since I've been paying attention as a mom. And so we are also open to feedback. If you'd like us to be more transparent, that would be great. We can do that. But I just want you to know that that was an effort on the team's part. And I think there's a lot of information in here that is more than what we've ever published officially in a document. And thank you for the push.
Yeah, and to that point, we discussed at length, what exactly to share in terms of numbers and whether or not to share those. And so it's not that we're trying to hold those back necessarily from the public, but to your point about perceptions of safety in our building, which we saw in the panorama survey, that that number could potentially tell a story that we want. It could also tell a story that maybe doesn't feel as good to people. But at the same time, on our end, we really believe, like when we put a student through a threat assessment, for example, we believe there's a reason that they're in that room or having that conversation. And there's a lot of work that goes into that moment when we are working with that student. And then there's a lot of work that goes into the moment after, and how we're supporting that student, how we're supporting their family. If it's a credible threat, what are we doing? Potentially placing them out of their building. There are a lot of possible outcomes. So that's part of why I agree with what Jeff said. It's hard to know sometimes what you prevented, right? Because hopefully you prevented a few things, and hopefully there wasn't going to be a problem to begin with, but a kid said something or did something that caused people to be concerned. And so we followed the steps, we followed the protocol, and make sure that everybody's safe.
Great. Any other questions? I have a couple. Yep, Director Miller.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the report. I think the panorama section that talks about the safety and where our families as well as teachers fit might be something that can help us with Director Reed's comment about how do we let people know that we're doing well. I think that would be a benchmark that we could start to track as to how that's improving. And I know when we did panorama before, and Dr. Kim, I don't know if this is the same situation where do we have a benchmark for where we were to where we are right now? Have we improved, or is it a bit noisy? Because I think that was the challenge we had with panorama before, and I'm not sure that this is the same space.
It's the same.
Right. So this is kind of our first line in the sand,
Yeah.
I would say, right? Our baseline, if that's
Yeah.
correct. So to me, this would be a great guide for how we improve, and in response to Director Reed's inquiry, how do we show people? We can start to show trends, I would think. That would be helpful. And I guess the question from my perspective is, where do we want to be? It's one thing to say we're in the 23rd percentile, 39th percentile, et cetera, but where do you, Jeff, want us to be in these rankings or in these percentiles of expectation from a teacher's perspective and from parents' perspective and family perspective? Because that's something I would think that we would be able to start to measure ourselves on an annual basis, is how we're improving, how we're getting better.
I think the goal is steady improvement, number one. We have to get better. And I think baseline data always give us an indication of where we might be. I think there's always intricacies to surveys like this on how many took it, what school are they at, what kind of things did they go through, et cetera. So I think there's probably some pieces of information or some stagnants that we have to think about when we use this survey. But I think a big piece of it is if we want to be the gold standard, we should continue to expect to strive to get to the top. And so the belief is, how do we get there, and how do we ensure that 100% of our kids and our teachers come to school every single day and go, wow, I feel safe today. I can teach and not have to worry about the classroom door behind my shoulders. Unfortunately, I think we also live in a society that is pushing a lot of pressures and anxiety into our schools that unfortunately I think it's very difficult for them to deal with on a daily basis, no matter what we have in place. I think there's things that are going to enter our school system from the pressures with kids, even from the adult lens, that we're just going to have to deal with, and we're going to have to make people feel more comfortable, which is a big piece of that culture. How do we get them inside of our buildings and make them feel good while they're there? Maybe that outside intricacies that come up or the issues they deal with, maybe they can let that go at the door when they get in. How do we engage in that? And I think student services, along with our cabinet team and us, are really talking about name, strength, and need, connecting with kids, connecting with our staff, and making them feel better. So I won't give you a number. I will say that we need to steadily improve. If we want to be the best, we have to continue to grow to get to that top level.
Right. And I agree 100%. And you're right that the data can be noisy because whoever took it this year may not take it next year. You might have a greater percentage of children taking it at one high school and at not so much at another school. And so I get that. I'm just, how do we show that we're getting better? And maybe it's just one or two benchmarks that we track, not all 15 of them, but ones that we can say these are ones that are consistent. And I don't have the answer for that. But that's something I think that at least we could be measuring for that purpose.
Dr. Kim, did you want to? I'm sorry. She's been looking at me.
Sorry.
That's all right. I would
think she has
brought you in
ideas
before.
about how to
Okay,
measure stuff. Imagine
I
that.
would step in and say, to your point, Director Miller, is, we started using Panorama because we really did want to have a snapshot nationally, and how are we doing, and how do we know? And as you all remember, when we've talked previously, some of those norms have a lot of noise in them because they were pre-pandemic, and they are the entire history of Panorama, and recognizing that that's not always an accurate way to portray against what current reality is today with all that kids have experienced and families have experienced over the last 4 years. That said, we've entered into conversations and a working agreement with Panorama to be part of a pilot group to renorm post-pandemic 23 on, looking at not only national norms, but large districts in suburban areas, metro areas, districts like us, so that we have some sort of threshold to look at and say, how are we doing and how do we know? So while I agree with Jeff completely, we always want to get better, we also want to be able to look at those norms going forward and know whether or not we're in the ballpark, not only against ourselves and improvement, but nationally looking at districts that we could reasonably compare ourselves to post-pandemic.
And I agree 100%. And so it's very easy to say, and not to say we are not the gold standard, but I would like to be the diamond standard. Maybe we go that height. But I don't know that we're the gold standard because I don't know, like you said, the norming. And so the 5-year norming that we're going to have to do and how that works, to me, if we're leaders in that space, and we are measuring ourselves effectively, that kind of goes back to being able to answer Director Reed's point of how do we show parents and the community that we are that leader, and that we give that sense of we want input, et cetera, but we're moving in the right direction, or continue to move, because we are. The second question I had was, there's a statement in here that we have about 20% of our children or of our schools have that Raptor process. And if we're accelerating in technology, is that one of the issues that we're focusing on for acceleration? And so when I go back to that slide that says focused acceleration, it would be helpful for me and from a budgetary perspective to say, what is it that you need and by what time frame? So I don't know what focused acceleration means. Are we talking 24? Are we talking 25? And can we do some of it in the capital budget, for example, with technology and with for the Raptor component, as well as, are there other things that are needed that we can kind of put into different buckets of investments?
That platform that we talk about does include Raptor and a few other systems that have presented to us. So we've got initial structures on what we think makes sense for the bigger picture. One of those is the Raptor system that does a lot more than we currently have right now. And so it is one of the potential options that we have. We have vetted it to some degree at our level. It has not gotten to cabinet level yet. So we've got to get the next level of introducing that to the cabinet and letting them see exactly everything that it involves. We are very, very excited about a couple of different companies that have presented to us around what that platform looks like. But Raptor really has set the stage, we believe, across the nation of being that next level of emergency notification, vestibule, visitor management systems that we believe would be right for Jeffco. We have not gotten to the stage where there's a cost number to it yet, but we're getting there. But they would be high on that list for us.
And I appreciate Raptor immensely because it's very protective in my mind. When I go to other schools and other districts, they use it, and it's kind of creepy that I'm in the system, but it's nice that I don't have to keep presenting my ID all the time. But once again, if we're focusing on acceleration, any of these, to me, we need to have expectation and timeline, and potentially next time, once you guys talk through budget, what that budget looks like, so we can start to be supportive in that space. The other question I had for you is, when we're doing the assessments, and we're going, and I know, Jeff, I've mentioned it to you, but I haven't followed up, so that's my fault. Being able to understand how students felt with those assessments and parents. So, for example, if a child is assessed, who is assessing them? Is it somebody that really does understand what that child is going through or talking about? So, for example, if a little person is acting out, we have somebody truly who is able to make the right inquiry and ask, as opposed to going down a slippery slope where somebody who may not be equipped assesses incorrectly, and those families are going down a very scary path through, and I know of 3 cases, but of where little boys are assessed as dangerous, and they've had to go through assessments at Denver Health and then through other means, and it gets very expensive, only to find out that the person who assessed was not the right person to assess. Now, this was 3 or 4 years ago, so protocols may have changed, but that is something that I think, once we go down that path, it does become the parents having to prove that the child is not at the risk that they were assessed. And I'm just concerned about how that's working and how the parents come into that protocol, please.
Sure. So our protocol has, in the last couple of years, we've changed our process. When we have a concern around a threat, we actually have a threat screener that we run first before we consider running a full threat assessment. And so that threat screener is done by an administrator and a mental health person at the school, and typically we call the parent as well to be a part of the conversation, depending on the nature of the threat. But most of the time we're able to have the parent there as well. So we have the parent, a mental health employee in the building, and one of the administrators at the school that run the screener. If we go through the screener and it rises to a certain level, then we do consider the full threat assessment, which we do at the school still. So we're still at the school at this point, and we go through a much deeper level of questions regarding what the student either said or did, and what the nature of their access is to things like weapons at home, for example. And then there's a third layer where at the end of that threat assessment, we decide, can we manage this threat at the school level with the support of the mental health team, the administration, the teacher, and the parents, or do we need to take it to a district level threat assessment? And so we actually run a district level threat assessment. That's like a third layer where if we feel that the threat is credible enough, or in some cases the student's already actually had a behavior that's threatening enough, then we actually have a threat team that resides at the Remington building, and there are a couple there's a member of Jeff's team, an administrator would be there, the parents are there with the student as well, a community superintendent will be there, and then typically a mental health person from the school are at that assessment as well. And then out of the district level threat assessment, we typically are making decisions for that, or working with that family to try and make some decisions about what's the best next step for that student. A district level threat assessment does not mean that a kid is not going to return to their home school. They might return to their home school, but there are also cases where we determine that the student should not return to their home school. And so, and then that's when we actually bring it to the school, the SRT, the student review team, and we make some decisions there about placement, potentially expulsion if we need to. And then again, we assign a case manager to that student and their family. There's a lot of people involved to try and avoid what you described from years back.
Okay, so parents are now then involved because in the past, sometimes those.
Typically, yes. There are instances where we may not involve a parent depending on the nature of the threat.
Okay, and when you say mental health, respectfully, is that somebody that does have a psychological degree, or is it a cell? And I don't want to necessarily say that the cell is not equipped, but we also have cells that are not licensed in that manner.
Sure. Your question though was about someone who knows the student or understands some of the situation of the student, which could be any one of the three types of mental health professionals we have at schools. It could be a cell, it could be a social worker, it could be a psychologist. Depends on what the building has available to them.
Okay.
So, but we do want somebody that's close to the school and has some knowledge of the student. That's important. So I can't promise that every time they have a psychology degree, but they do have a mental health background there at the school.
Okay. I just think it would be helpful from the parent assessment group that you put together, Superintendent Dorland, that we have some way to look back and say how these have been effective and what can we do better to ensure that families feel that they are aware of what is happening. And I know that there are certainly situations that can fall outside, but I'm also concerned sometimes that I have 3 sons, and I know how different they are than my daughter and how they respond and when they were in elementary school and middle school than she did. And so being aware of the differences and how we negotiate. We're losing boys in our schools. They're dropping out and they're leaving our schools at a higher rate than our young women are. And that's concerning because of the discipline challenges and because of some of the protocols we follow.
I will add that everything that Dave said is accurate with the process. What I think has happened in the past is maybe some punitive outcomes to some degree versus our goal now is resource oriented. Everything we do through there is a multidisciplinary approach to provide resources to support kids, no matter what they're going through. And I think that has been a priority. That's what we train on, as opposed to that punitive sit around a table and just hammer at a kiddo. Now it's how can we support you? Mom and Dad, what do you need from us? How can we direct you in the right direction? We are really resource-based versus that punitive outcome. And I think that has changed and shifted over the last 4.5 years.
I would also share, Director Miller, that if we were to look at the number of students that went through a threat screener versus the number of students that went through a threat assessment, you would see a pretty big difference in those numbers. So those screeners, I don't have the numbers on the top of my head, but those screeners I do believe have prevented us putting a student and a family through the ringer, so to speak, by putting them directly into a threat assessment. That screener gives us an opportunity to really, did the kid just say something because they were in an emotional moment and said something because they were passionate about playing with that toy and they're young and so we consider all of those things. That screener really does give us that opportunity to avoid a full threat assessment if we really don't need one.
Great. And then one last question or comment. Is that okay? Or
Of course it is. I just wanted to see, is this on the topic? Did you want to add to the response to Director Miller?
It is. I just wanted to expand a little bit, especially just for our parents that are listening at home and our community members. So we did, Dave talked about the 3 types of threat assessments that are completed, and there would be a screen that would happen at the school level, typically by a school with a school administrator and a mental health provider or somebody that knows the student well. And 80% of our threat assessments completed. So upwards of 1,000 of the threat assessments of the 1,300 that we completed happened at the screen. And then we have a full threat assessment that's done in partnership with Judicial Services and with Jeff Pearson's team. And then if we have a district level threat assessment for our most significant concerns, that's where if it's really determining what type of of threat was posed to the community and what risk factors and preventative factors can we put in place. And I also just wanted to make sure to note that we have a really strong partnership with the Juvenile Assessment Center. And if we felt that we needed more information or a more comprehensive assessment, we work to partner with them to help get that more formal assessment done at that level as well.
And then one more quick question, and this is more of a, just because it's been a topic in the Front Range, and I know you mentioned it earlier, Mr. Weiss, about how we have children that may turn to be a threat potentially. Either something happened outside the school or outside of our school system, and we certainly do want them to have the best educational opportunities, but they may not necessarily be coming back to the school, which is a little different than maybe some of our other districts in the area. I just want to make sure that our parents understand that we do track that pretty closely, and we want to make sure that our children are feeling safe, as well as administrators are not responsible for taking the tactics of ensuring children are not walking into our schools with weapons.
And we track that very closely, not pretty closely, like very closely to the student. We know exactly what each student, if there's a charge outside of school, for example, on the weekend, we get that. Jeff's team typically gets that information. Our judicial services gets that information. We work with our legal counterparts, and we typically get that student. We will suspend that student, and then we'll have them at SRT, and then we'll determine where they'll go, which would not be back at their neighborhood school typically, depending on what the charge is, right? So if there's a charge for a firearm, that's typically where we're going. And then we also, we are not searching students for firearms in our schools, in our typical neighborhood schools. We do have a couple of schools that serve students that have had these charges. They're very small environments. They have support with an armed SRO or R1 officer. And so, yes, I appreciate you lifting that up, and that's important for our community to know.
All right. I just have one question and a couple of comments, and then we will release you back out into the wild. So one question I have is when we're talking about safety and security, I know that, or my impression, I shouldn't say I know, my impression is that the incident of tech-related security threats has increased. I'm not talking specifically about Jeffco Public Schools, but just in general in the world with, I'm going to say I'm wrong, SWAT, yep, those things. And I know that has caused, to Director Varda's point, it causes concern with parents. They don't understand what's happening. It's hard to verify what's going on. So could you just talk a little bit about some of the work that your team is doing, perhaps in partnership with IT, to think through and try to be able to anticipate what our response is as, I don't know who are the people that are doing it, but I don't like them. Because the impression of whether the threat's real or not, the perception then is frightening for folks when they hear that there's a lockdown, and it can be based on someone's, free time that they can't spend in a wiser way. So could you talk about how you're partnering with that or thinking about some of those tech security issues?
First thing I will say is if the threat comes through, we believe it and we treat it as a potential, right? That's automatic for us. What we don't do is panic. And we train on that, and we train our systems, and we train with our law enforcement partners that we're going to flood the area or the school with resources to find out what's really going on. What we've seen in some of the swatting calls is information that's said to us or that we hear on the phone that can't be corroborated at the school itself. That's where our intel comes into play. We pull cameras up. We have individuals that are at the site, and we can call right away and say, hey, here's what we just got. Tell me more. And so that's where that partnership with SROs, with our campus security, with our dispatch team that's 24/7 can get on cameras, get intel, and see exactly what's going on. Oftentimes we'll say, wow, it looks like it's business as usual. We're still going to flood that area, but we're not going to panic and lock a school down because it doesn't look like what was potentially supposed to be happening is actually happening. Once we get there, we'll make sure the kids in the school are safe and secure. Then we'll begin investigating. If it's a potential IP address that was an email or something sent to us, we'll get our IT team involved right away, see if they can collaborate and see if it was used through our internal systems. If it was on our IP address in the school, used through a school email, we may be able to track it down, which we've done in the past. So they'll vet as many possibilities as they can. our law enforcement partners do the same on their end. They may have gotten additional calls. I know just last year we had a number that calls that went out to a number of schools at the same given time about an active shooter in these schools, and we were able to vet that. A number of school districts went into lockdown. I mean, it kind of ruined their entire day. We didn't want to go that route because we don't want them to win and completely disrupt. However, we do take it seriously. But our goal and the way we train is to go in and assess what's going on with resources and intel, and then make good decisions from that point on what our next steps are.
Well, and Julie, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think there was a law that was passed around swatting, was there not, or recently? And I think it's important for our community to know as well, that basically, there can be legal implications for people who do that. And Jeff doesn't give himself enough credit. He's so connected to our law enforcement partners and other people like him in other districts. And like when these things come up, they typically don't come up just, in Jeffco or just at one of our schools. And so a lot of times people in Jeff's network are already discussing, like, this has come up in more than one district. It's the same concerning language. And that helps us right away start to think about, okay, maybe this is a swatting incident. But Julie, I'm sorry if I spoke over you there.
I'm not sure I'm on. No, I am. There is a statute now that specifies that it's a criminal offense. So there was already a criminal offense regarding disrupting an educational institution, but there's been sort of an expansion to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And could I ask for some clarification? So with all of these different protocols that are in place, what is the sort of process or relationship like with our charter school partners?
We operate and provide our charter schools the same level of safety and security that we provide all schools. And so if there's an issue, our team, and I can speak for Department of School Safety, will be at their beck and call, and we'll be over there supporting them just like we would anybody else. Now, the internal systems and the radio and being able to get into their building are a little bit different when it comes to the MOUs that we have with them, but the level of safety we provide them when an incident occurs is the same that we would provide any other school in the district.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And so then just to kind of follow up to echo some of the board members' comments previously that I think are really important. One is the work around for Panorama Survey and what Director Miller was discussing. I have very strong interest in having those benchmarks as well and figuring out what are the sort of key questions we would want to uplift to really look at. Where does this move? Where do we want to move the needle? And what is the work that we can connect that may do that? I know it's not always a one-to-one correlation. It's a very complicated set of issues you guys are navigating. But I think it's really important, and I do think it adds to that public narrative around the work that this district is doing in that space. So I would be very interested in that, even as part of the monitoring reports moving forward, to be able to include them in there as this ongoing record of the work that the district is doing and your team. And then the second comment is when you were talking, Superintendent Dorland, about the kind of grow your own pathway around whether it's community policing, law enforcement, criminal justice, whatever that is, and using the guidance of that advisory committee or superintendent committee. I think it would be very interesting to think about also including as a possibility things like restorative justice and some of the crisis intervention work, the kind of total wraparound of the work that's happening, and in areas where we may need some more support in some of our schools. And we'll hear more in 3.1 and 3.3 about some of those. But I think really marrying and looking at that continuum of positions and opportunities that we may have for students, depending on their interest, could be a really exciting way to help support and shore up what's happening in our schools. So I think it's a very exciting idea. Any other questions, comments? We have kept you. But thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We greatly appreciate it, and we'll continue to pester you with questions and comments at a later date. Thank you so much. Forward and do one more agenda item and then take a break, if that's okay, as a board. So we're going to go back in time to agenda item number 2. Not the page that I'm on, 02, and welcome our friend Ed Bowditch to the table. Thank you so much for being here. So this afternoon, and Ms. Copeland. Hi, welcome. So this next presentation will allow the board an opportunity to hear about and discuss Proposition HH, which is a 2023 ballot measure that will be on folks' ballots, because that's what it is. It's a ballot measure. Okay. Should the board wish to formally endorse or support this measure, we can discuss it during this time and take action at our next meeting. With that, is there anything you wanted to add before we turn it over to Mr. Bowditch and Ms. Copeland? So we'll turn it over to you, and we do have a sort of summary that has been provided to us in board docs, but I will turn it over to you to introduce what we're talking about, and then we can have an opportunity to ask questions. And thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the invitation to come out tonight. It is good to see everybody. I'd also like to thank the board chair and the superintendent. We had a meeting with Representative Tatone a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago maybe, and then the superintendent and I met with Representative Sheila Leader. So it's always good to get out and see our elected officials and just check in with them, especially in the off season. Proposition HH is the major measure on the statewide ballot this year. There's a smaller measure dealing with nicotine taxes and allowing the state, or nicotine taxes, allowing the state to retain some of that revenue. But Prop HH is the big one that everyone's talking about. You all know with the increased values, especially on the residential real estate, the legislature last spring wanted to do something to blunt the resulting tax increases. So the measure that they put forth is Prop HH. It has a lot of moving parts. I've spent a lot of time trying to understand it. I would encourage anybody to read their blue books. The blue book is usually even more brief, but on this one, it goes on for a lot of pages with a lot of charts in it. As you can see on the table, I've compared the current law to what would happen under Prop HH for both the assessment rates for this year, next year, and the out years, as well as the value exemptions. You can say that it's a pretty small percentage change in the assessment rates. This is for residential properties. There are other changes, and my summary is a pretty simplistic overview. I tried to keep it to one page, just focusing on residential real estate. One analysis used Denver and said the average median home price in Denver, that's a price, not a valuation, but let's use it for the example, is $681,000. A year ago, that property owner would pay just under $3,000 in taxes, in property taxes. Now, stepping back a bit, you can say Colorado really has very low real estate taxes on the residential side, much higher on the non-residential side. That doesn't mean a lot if you're on a fixed income or if you're low income and you're facing these big spikes. But last year, the owner of a 681 average Denver property would pay $2,900 in property taxes. It's estimated that same property would pay roughly $3,800 this year without Prop HH, if nothing changes. So an increase of $847. If Prop HH passes, that number drops roughly $230, so $3,500. So they'd still be facing roughly a 21% increase over last year, but it wouldn't be the larger increase that they would have faced. So Prop HH, with the decrease in the assessment rates and the valuation exemptions that are added, people are going to save some money over what they otherwise would have paid in property taxes. That's the what I would say is the primary reason why this was put on the ballot. Obviously, your home values are going to vary across the state. The number of mills you pay, it depends on what districts you live in and so on. So that's going to vary a lot. The other major component that people are talking about is that Prop HH, if passed, will adjust the state's Tabor limit. So it doesn't do anything to the state's tax limitation with regards to Tabor, but the revenue limitation. The state's revenue base can increase by inflation and population growth. This would make it inflation plus population growth plus 1%. A lot of people are opposing Prop HH for just this reason, saying The legislature could have done everything with the assessment rates just by statute. They didn't need to link it to Tabor. The additional Tabor revenues that the state will retain will be given to those taxing districts that are below a certain threshold in terms of their assessed valuation. If they don't, if they are below the 20% change in assessed valuation, they won't get any additional state assistance. Now, from what I understand, almost every Front Range district is going to be above that 20% threshold. There are a couple, I believe, on the county basis. There's a couple of rural counties that are likely to be below that and then would get some state backfill. But almost everybody else is going to be above that. So the backfill wouldn't go back to too many of the local governments. Schools are exempted from the backfill because of the interplay with school finance of state and local revenues. But the Tabor limit gets adjusted. The money is used for backfill, for some renter assistance, and then it goes to the state education fund. Now, it's awfully hard to predict how much money will come to the state education fund because Prop HH and the Tabor limit is built off a variety of economic factors, inflation being the primary one, but cash fund revenues, all these things that change frequently. Since using history as a guide, since Tabor passed, we've had Tabor refunds in roughly half the years of half of the last 31 years. So we can't count on this as a consistent revenue source. But as some people have said, any money to education is a positive thing for education, though it's not consistent. Case, even when they endorsed it, said, we endorse it. However, this is not the answer to anybody's long-term funding challenges. So it does these changes to the assessment rates, to the Tabor limit. It makes Tabor's refunds equal for this year only. Remember, last year was the first year that Tabor refunds were equal for every citizen. We all got those checks right about a year ago, $750 per person. That would be the case again for this year, but not for future years. Makes the senior homestead exemption portable for those people who qualify. That's something that's been talked about for years. Those are the basic concepts, I think, of the groups that I'm aware of who have supported this. A number of K-12 organizations, CASE, CASB, a number of other ones. I'm not aware that a lot of districts have stepped out yet, and I don't know if the superintendent or if any of you know that any other districts have weighed in on this or not.
I believe Boulder has.
Boulder has,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Copeland, did you want to add to Mr. Bowdich's? Yep.
Yes, fair question as to why Ms. Copeland here. I'm here in case you have questions about whether or not this impacts our revenue directly. Ed referred to that, but I'm happy to elaborate. Also, just want to flag one other procedural issue related to this while we're talking about it. Now's a good time for you and the public. So we depend on receiving the assessed value from Jefferson County and Broomfield no later than December 10th, so that my team can compute the mills that we assess, right, for Jeffco, and then you all certify that, and then we turn around and hand it back to Jefferson County so they can go collect it. If this passes, the deadline for our counties to give us the assessed value shifts to December 26th. And the deadline for us to turn back around and hand them our mill levy certification shifts to January 5th. Obviously, you guys are aware that time of year is typically a time when we're on vacation. However, the finance team will be here. We will compute our mills. We will figure all that out, no problem. But if this passes, we would need, and I think you may already know this, need to schedule a special session for you all to then certify our mills. So I just wanted to highlight that procedural thing while we're talking about it in case there were questions.
Can you talk, Ms. Copeland, about why would this require then a shift in the 2 weeks or 3 weeks, whatever it is? And is that just for this year to get the change implemented, or ongoing? That would be the timeline.
That is just for this year. The additional time for the counties is to just compute the new assessed values. So it's different counties are in different places. It's a difficult computation. You're applying first an exemption and then a rate. And so you have to go house by house by house or property by property. It's quite a bit of data for them to crunch. Jefferson County still has not supplied us an estimated assessed value that even reflects Senate Bill 238, which also adjusted the tax rate. Many counties have already supplied an assessed value with the new rate, even if they don't have the new exemptions. Ours has neither. So I believe that the systems are a challenge, right? Like it's challenging when you're juggling all this data and trying to apply certain rates and exemptions. So we know that they're working very hard to do that, and we still don't even have an estimated assessed value reflective of that Senate bill.
Okay, so questions. I have a few, but questions for either Mr. Bowditch or Ms. Copeland about Prop HH or any other comments you want to make as we move forward. Yep, Director Miller.
Thank you for coming down. I appreciate it very much. One of the points that you raise here in the Tabor limit, where it says that the Tabor could be extended by legislation, and it had been voted on by the residents or the voters of Colorado. But in this case, it takes away that role of the voters and puts it back in the legislature, and they can extend it for another 10 years, and then another 10 years, and then another 10 years. And so I guess that would be my concern, is that we are moving what Tabor was voted by the public and set in place, and yet we are turning around and saying, but we'll put it back into the legislators' hands to keep going on. Is there a counter to that? Is there something that I should be thinking differently? Or is that pretty much what we're looking at, is it would just stay in the hands and be repeated for 10 years?
I think it's hard to project what the legislature would do 10 years from now, but this certainly is a change in Tabor in terms of the Tabor refund or the Tabor revenues, and it would allow the state to retain more revenues. So it would be a significant change. We had a significant change in 2005 when the Tabor base was reset. This would be another similar change.
And then when we're talking about other districts, our Metro Fire, our Jefferson County, all of the other overlapping taxing districts, they would not necessarily, because you just said we were kind of at the max already, they would not have any backfill to that. It would just be the money would be going into the school funds and then coming back out. And we're not, like you said, we're not really solving how we finance schools.
Yeah. I don't believe, I'm not aware that there are any metro area taxing districts that would receive any backfill. I haven't seen a comprehensive list, but boy, with the increased valuations, I'd be hard pressed to find a metro district that is below that 20% threshold.
Right.
Now to be fair, their budgets are going to be going up, but if this passes, they're going to be going up a little less.
Right.
So.
Right, and I think that's what the Blue Book kind of portrayed or stated, was that could impact our overlapping districts.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments?
It says it, sorry, can I just ask a quick clarifying question so that these guys understand this piece around not only contributions to the state ed fund for K-12, but also allocating funding for rental assistance. Is there anything in the bill that talks about the percentage amount that goes to each of those two areas of contribution?
I want to say, and thank you, I want to say 20 million per year for rental assistance.
And the rest to K-12?
Yes. And for the first, it's the backfill for those probably few districts that don't reach that 20% threshold, then rental assistance, and then the balance to K-12.
Okay.
Yeah. And I'll have to check that, but it's not a lot of money for rental assistance. They wanted to do something, since this will help property owners, they wanted to do something for renters as well. which is in part one of the reasons why they said they equalized the Tabor refund to say renters are probably going to be more lower income. They're probably not going to get as large a Tabor refund. If we equalize it, that will at least help them for that 1 year.
Mr. Bowditch, can you talk about, is there specific language that guarantees that the revenue that's being held from Tabor will go back into all schools? Does it go to some, what is the language around how that impacts education funding? And the reason I'm asking is one of my curiosities or concerns, I guess, is, for example, when we had revenue from taxation of cannabis, of marijuana in the state, it goes into education as part of the reason that, everyone's like, yes, let's do that. Any education funding is good education funding, which I agree with. And then the challenge is that not every district benefited from that formula. And so from a voter perspective, then they're saying, we keep giving you all money through all of these different taxes that we keep putting in. And we're like, wait, not us. We don't have that. It's going to rural districts, or it's going to, a specific category of public education. And while I appreciate that that's a good thing, I do think it's complicated for some districts to try to then say, why do you still not have enough money to, why are you still not at full funding? We keep giving money that's being put into education. So that's my curiosity is this intended to be for all school districts, or have you heard tell, or is it written in there that it really is focusing on rural districts, on districts, and or demographics of students, a certain percentage of districts? I think it's important for us to understand kind of what has been committed.
I'm not aware of any qualifications that are in the language with regards to the type of education. I think it's pretty broad, but it's K-12 education.
But guaranteed going into education. I mean, this is kind of weird.
Guaranteed as much as a future legislature doesn't change it. Now, in my years of working at the Capitol, they are generally reluctant to change things that have been passed by the voters, but it doesn't mean they can't. There are a number of examples where there's been a lot of pressure for them to change something that's been passed at a ballot measure. Frankly, the introduction of wolves, not to get too far off the field here, but there has been all sorts of pressure for the legislature, and enough people have said this was passed by the voters. I'm not going to vote against this. I'm not going to change it. And there are a number of other examples. Now, lots of different perspectives on this issue. People could say not everything is always implemented with the same sincerity as the voters applied. But I'm not aware. I think it's all projections here. It's supposed to go to K-12 education, and it's not parceled out among rural or urban, and it's just left up to future legislators to determine how.
So I think the just to ask it maybe a different way, because I think it's a question of allocation. So it says that it will result in transfers of general fund to the state ed fund, and the assumption, or maybe it's not an assumption, but the assumption is that would then increase the general fund allocation as currently defined by the School Finance Act. And you guys know, just so you know, the School Finance Act is being studied by a task force right now. And so, that's another conversation we're going to end up having once the session starts. And this is also why, Mr. Bowditch and I have been meeting, sometimes with Brenna, sometimes without, with our local delegation to just talk about this finance formula, right? So but it doesn't seem like it's going into a special category like the BEST grant.
And
it's in the general fund.
And it relates to the BS factor because per law, that is supposed to end after this year. So we have the last $140 million buy down by law. Again, they could change it, but they've got to come up at this point with the inflationary increase of 4.9% for 24-25 plus $140 million. And that will be great. And we can all celebrate. But then the question is, what do we all lobby for? Because we've been so focused on the BS factor for so long. What do we lobby for next? And then if HH passes and all this money goes into the state education fund, that will depend on economic projections. What if there's a projection that there's not going to be multiple years of additional funding going to HH? Will there then be an attempt to say, here's your regular school finance allocation, but don't spend it all on permanent things because some of the money may go away? You get into all of those sort of economic and budgetary projections, but potentially there could be a significant amount of money going into that state education fund that the legislature would then use either in the School Finance Act or as an add-on on top of the School Finance Act. But there's a lot of kind of potentialities in my answer.
So just to clarify, so let's just say I put $500 million, $500 million into the bucket this year. Next year, I have HH passes, and it gives me $100 million. Mm-hmm. I could put that $100 million in, but then maybe I only put $400 million in. So I'm not necessarily increasing the pot. I could just be keeping it constant. It's not guaranteed that it's going to go on top of what we already have budgeted for. And I guess my cynicism, when you said that they really haven't gone against the legislation that we've had in the past, we set up the BS factor.
That's
and $1 billion later that didn't come to us for how many years?
Yeah.
And so to me, I'm cynical about it, candidly, because we did pass measures. We did say we wanted money to go into the School Finance Act. And they said, that's great, and we'll do that. Oh, but by the way, we're going to hold that money back. And it wasn't even just $1 billion when you think about all the other money that wasn't put back in to escalate over time. So I will be honest, I'm cynical about it.
Very fair point. And some people would argue the state hasn't implemented Tabor in the most restrictive manner. So no, I get that. I think it's tough, though. I think the intent is that the money would be supplemental, not supplanting the School Finance Act. There was one year about in 2009, 2010, before the BS factor, where any additional money that came in after the June 20th forecast that hadn't been budgeted automatically went to the state ed fund. That was in many ways, and something like $700 million got transferred all at once. That was in many ways our biggest problem, because people said, well, let's put that into the School Finance Act, but we didn't have it as an ongoing. And so then we used $100 million a year, and it ended up being this long-term challenge that was very positive, but it was a very tough thing to communicate out to a lot of people. So
can I ask? Sorry, I don't need to dominate that. I have so many questions. Are there other questions I can go around? I just don't want it's complicated, and I know as the CASB board that I sit on, we had a very robust and long conversation about this as well. Ended up endorsing it, but so can you talk about what happens if this doesn't pass, or if nothing moves forward with this? Like, what is the challenge we face then? So putting aside for one moment, kind of what happens with the money, and to be frank, it's sort of like an unpredictable series of one-time funds potentially. I mean, just as a school district, I think there's some challenges around how do we, assuming that we would get some of the, how we would actually forecast, spending for ongoing spending. But putting that aside for a moment, what happens if we don't do anything, if this doesn't pass?
If Prop HH doesn't pass, there won't be any direct change to school finance. School finance has already been set for the year, and the state won't adjust its mix at all. Local governments will collect the higher tax revenues, those that have mill levies and so on. Now, politically, since the repeal of Gallagher, we're having property tax bills every year. And politically, there would be a number of property tax bills that have been that would be introduced in 2024. There was a different bill that passed last year. I can't remember the number, that clarified that local governments can provide temporary mill levy reductions. So if you are a local government and you don't want your taxpayers to pay that 30% increase in their taxes, you could do a 1 or 2 year mill levy tax credit. There was some uncertainty as to whether or not that was legal. That bill passed. So other local governments, aside from school districts, could do that. But I would guess we'd see a very heavy emphasis on property tax bills in the 2024 session, and then we'll likely be voting on something a year from now, at least one measure a year from now, which is a whole different conversation. But just in the immediate sense, in the 2024 session, we'll see a lot more of these bills, I think.
And I have or am aware that there at least one that definitely will be on the ballot in 24. That my impression is it would not be great for school funding because it's a pretty dramatic cap on property tax rates that where I think the impact would potentially not be very great for. It'd be great when you're paying your tax bill, but not great when we're trying to budget for a school district. So my concerns and about some of the uncertainty around consistent funding source and how is it applied to school districts. And I have equal concerns about if we do nothing and then there are efforts moving forward that then hinder and hurt our ability to operate school district because we're reducing property tax rates to a level that's not sustainable for the budgets that we need in order to serve, as we've heard and we will continue to hear, all of the needs of our kids. So that concerns me quite a bit. So board members, other questions? My impression right now is that we are not ready to move forward on anything as a board, but I want to make sure we have all of our questions and comments here while we've got our people here. Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying this very complicated measure a little bit for me. I still don't feel like I understand it all. But they give examples, and you've given examples of a homeowner with a property of X amount of money, what the difference would be, and for the next 3 years or so. But if I understand it, there's really no way for us in Jeffco to predict the difference in funding we would get from the state if this were to pass.
So this would reduce the tax burden to the taxpayer. It does not adjust our total program computation.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is this money that's going to be transferred into the education fund there of X amount million. There's no way for us to say, as a district of this size with this many students or anything, we could expect any more money.
Right. So I did, while we were talking, look up, for example, this spring's fiscal note on the School Finance Act, just to see how much of it was funded from an appropriation from the state education fund, right? Like these are kind of two separate funding sources at the state level. And so, for example, this year, a year in which we did buy down the BS factor, about 150-ish million was appropriated from the state education fund, right? And the state education fund is a little different than just the big budget, right? And that's out of a 4.9 billion state share. 150 came from the state education fund. And so, and what that did is that there was a little bit of tagging. Some of that was tagged to a rural supplement, but most of it basically sort of went into that BS factor buy down. So in that sense, in the appropriation that impacted this year, the contribution of the state education fund for total program effectively, it benefited us, right? It was part of what enabled us to buy down the BS factor. So I think it's important to remember it's these two separate sources.
And I do understand that part.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out, is there any way of estimating in any way that we would receive some money, extra money, if this passes, or it would be a wash, or we could get, I don't know. Is there any way to predict?
I think I'd be pretty confident in saying there would be extra money going into the state education fund. And once it's there, Jeffco would get its share of that. but boy, I have trouble pinning a dollar figure on that. I can't imagine for something like this that it would be parceled out and exclude any of the districts. I think it would be spread out across the state, but I just don't like coming up with some sort of a hypothetical number.
I mean, we usually, what do you calculate? 13 to 16% in terms of our overall portion of the state, of the funding from the state. The overall K-12 funding from the state, are we what, 13 to 16?
Jeffco represents about 7% of the state's total program. I'm sorry, I might be thinking of a different number.
No, you're not. You're right.
Okay.
I was thinking of something else, but seven, maybe 8, but maybe because of our declining enrollment, we're at 7 now.
District share versus charter. Charter brings the combined total up
Is 8
to 8 or 9.
Okay, so I mean, if you think about them just flowing these monies through on a very generalized model, we might get 8% of whatever's generated, and that would shift from year to year, and some years not be anything. I think that's as close as we can get to an estimate, 7% plus 1% to our charters. If they ran it through the way they're running everything right now, and it just.
Yeah, and I think, I've spoken to the board before about concerns about whether or not at some point in time the BS factor would come back, right? And so the state education fund is part of that buffer that could potentially, prevent that for a series of years, right? Even if I doubt that it would look like money coming in is immediately going out, right? My analogy is it's a little bit more of like a piggy bank, and you use it when you need it kind of thing. And so it may be a way to buffer us for several years against a future reduction. That's me hypothesizing, but I just want to offer that.
Yeah. Oh, good.
So in that hypothesis, thinking about money going in as a piggy bank, trying to keep the student dollar coming out at a little bit more regular level with a slight increase every year. You may not get 1 year we might have a wonderful windfall of 8% of whatever the total budget, but we save some of that and we only use 2% of it. That's what you're thinking, if I'm understanding it correctly. And then I guess my other question is, they've been putting money into the pension fund every year to shore it up, and a certain percentage of that goes to our teachers. Is that any thought about maybe some of that money coming in for the purpose of schools could go into the pension fund for teacher allocation?
I have not heard any reference to PERA.
Okay. Prepare at all.
Yeah.
Okay. So this really would be beneficial for children only.
Yeah.
Not that teachers are not beneficial for
Right.
them, but
Right.
I'm just saying it'd be going directly into the classroom.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I have heard it. I mean, it's not an education. I mean, it's a property tax relief without hurting education funding, is sort of how I've heard it described. So it is. I mean, that is the intention, is to provide some relief from property tax increases. So yes. No, it's not designed. This is a sort of benefit of that, would be that we would be able to hopefully shore up some of the education funding ups and down, highs and lows that have led us to be in sort of, shortage mode in terms of what is being passed through to schools or what districts are receiving. And I want to emphasize, because there's a lot of questions, and it's very important that we're shoring those things up so that we're not just going in a cycle of returning to the, BS factor returning or some other kind of way in which we're supplanting something rather than adding to benefit kids. Sorry, students, not small animals. I just think there's a lot of questions about it that are kind of unknowns. Yes, Director Reed.
Okay, so this may have already been answered, but buried in a way that I just didn't get it. But I just want to make sure, since we're talking about relief from property taxes, is there any scenario in which this passes and we walk away with less money than we would have had if it didn't pass? Like, is there any way this can hurt our funding ultimately, our regular funding, not just will we get the extra, but is there any way that it's going to take away the vital funding that we already rely on?
I'm not aware of any scenario in which it would result in less money for Jeffco if it passes. I would say I'd turn to my left and ask about the overrides just to make sure I'm not missing anything about that.
It will not adversely impact any of our override revenue.
Any other questions? And I appreciate both of your time walking us through it. It is complicated, and I think that there's a lot of potential for benefit. There are also, I think, questions just to grapple with in terms of some unknowns, a lot of the possibly potentials. And I will just say for myself, my concern is if we do not, if it's in the absence of this, then what? In terms of potential downstream impacts for something that could actually negatively impact the amount that we have in ways that we can't see yet, but that I think the rumblings I've heard that are definitely anticipated to show up on the ballot next year otherwise, which makes me concerned. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you all so much. Much appreciated, and thanks for being patient and waiting for us. So at this moment, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and then we will give ourselves about 10 minutes to get some dinner, come back, and we'll continue with our agenda. All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to move into agenda item 2.05. This next presentation, we're going to receive an update on the district's Unified Improvement Plan and Unified Improvement Plans for the 9 schools in Jeffco that received School Performance Framework ratings of priority improvement. Following a vote on October 12th, the district will submit the Unified Improvement Plan for the district and the individual plans for the 9 schools to the Colorado Department of Education. I want to thank DAC for its work toward developing the 23-24 DUIP, and a representative from DAC is here, along with Mr. Weiss, to answer questions and engage in discussion prior to the October 12th vote. Before I hand this over, would you like to add anything, Superintendent Dorland?
I would. I just want to thank DAC and Mr. Weiss and Ms. Pena for the work that they both do with our DAC members. I feel that our DAC this year in particular has really taken some ownership and leadership role, not only in the UIP, but in all the work that they're doing with us. And so thank you. Mm-hmm. And I also just want to highlight, and Mr. Weiss is prepared, I know, to talk more about this during the presentation. I want to highlight the alignment that our district UIP now has with not only the data that is driving our strategies within the UIP, but also Jeffco Thrives, our strategic plan. And so I think, the last couple of times that I've had the privilege of sitting at the board table with our board discussing our UIP, there has been regular feedback about that alignment, making sure that the UIP is really representative of what we're doing, and that the UIP isn't just doing the same thing and expecting different results. There have been some pretty big revisions this year that I just want to acknowledge. And with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Weiss.
Yep. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for having us here tonight. You all know me. I was already here today. So I do want to introduce Megan Tracy, who is the chair of our DAC DUIP subcommittee. So if you would like to introduce yourself.
I'm Megan Tracy. This is my 3rd year on the DAC, 2nd year as the DUIP co-chair for this group. And to be honest, I was debating whether or not I was going to return, just because I felt like we had always just kind of gone through those motions. What were we really accomplishing? I felt like we kept repeating processes. We kept looking at this DUIP and saying, where are we going to go with this? Are we going to hit our goals? But with our new leadership and with our district liaisons, and I feel like having Dave part of this and Tara Pena, I feel like we were starting to move forward, and I'm seeing that growth and that gain in our DAC, and how it's kind of being almost like, high school reimagined. We're almost like the DAC reimagined to DAC 2.0, as I want to call it. And so I am excited that I'm still on the DAC, and I'm excited where we're going. We're having a lot more robust conversations. We're rebuilding, I feel like, the DAC. There's a lot more alignment, as we talked about. Superintendent Dorland had mentioned. The alignment is huge. That's what I wanted to see, was the alignment, especially between the district and schools, and keeping the accountability there. So our subcommittee members, this is it says 2022-23. These are actually the members for this current year. And this is actually a huge increase from what we had last year. If you looked at our roster from last year, we had 2 co-chairs, and by the end of the year, only 2 participants on our subcommittee, which is not a good representation. It does not have a lot of voices. We can't have those robust conversations. So we had to do some thinking of how that was going to look this year. So we decided to change our format for our DUIP subcommittee meetings, and we decided, let's try to do some virtual. Just because we were having our meetings once a month, the hour prior to our DAC meetings, and we felt that was just too long. It's hard for people to be pulled away from family commitments, from work. And I felt like we need to increase our diversity. I want to have more people to participate, even if it's from the parking lot at Myers Pool at swim team, which I have to do sometimes. So we are going to try that. And because of that, this is what it looks like so far. And we're still gaining interest. And I think that this is going to bring back even better questions, comments, wonderings. So I'm really looking forward to that. And so I'm hoping with this new DUIP is what I'm calling it, because we are seeing changes in that. I feel like we are, the significant improvement goals are there. We're aligned to the Jeffco Thrives, we're aligned to the data. And so we meet once a month and we present to our DAC as a whole. We present maybe every other month, I want to say, and we bring parts of the DUIP to them just in chunks because it is a lot. When you look at that, when I first joined the DUIP, I was overwhelmed. I'm a parent. I had never seen anything like that before. I didn't know how to read this, how to interpret it. I think you need to break it down into pieces, and I think that for family engagement, we need to have more family-friendly, processes with that, and how we disseminate this information, how we give this information to our community. So that's what we're trying to do too with our full DAC, and we're just doing it in chunks. And so with that being said, I think we can move on, and I have some other things as we go through that I will provide some commentary on. So hopefully that explains kind of our setup for the year.
Yep. Unlike years past, when we've presented the DUIP, we've also presented a data narrative to you all. But I do want to point out that Dr. Kim's monitoring report last month really was that's the data that we're using to drive the decision making around the DUIP. So we're not going to get into a lot of deep data digging in this meeting. But we are using that data. So I just want to highlight that that's maybe a bit of a difference from how we've done the DUIP presentation in the past. And so really quickly, just want to highlight the district continues its designation as accredited at the state level. That's our district performance framework that you see there. This is also in your board docs. You can see that. It does confirm for us some of the areas that Dr. Kim talked about last month, areas that we see as strengths, and it also confirms areas that we see that are gaps. And so just want to share that with you up front so that you know we do see connections in our data from our MAP scores to our CMAS scores to our SPF and our DPF. And so just want to make sure that we make that connection for you all. The UIP process is a process that every school goes through, and it's also a process we go through as a district. The district sometimes goes through the process at a slightly different timeline because we really start working on the next DUIP in the middle of the school year prior. And so we really started working on this DUIP last really December, January. We consider that mid-year data, and we start thinking about what are the strategies we're going to use. Most schools come back from summer break. They get their data, they get their CMAS data pretty early on, and then they start really working on what their UIP is for the school year. Schools' UIPs were due at the end of September, and they're due to the state by October 15th, but we're reviewing them right now, providing feedback for schools to make sure that they have what they need in terms of turning their UIP in. I think what's different, to Superintendent Dorland's point, this year compared to years past in terms of how we really looked at the UIP, we haven't always had the connection that we really feel like we need between schools and the district in terms of what strategies we're implementing and professional learning that we're providing for schools, the data that we're getting, and the feedback that we're getting as a district. And so the work that we've done this year really was about getting the arrows pointing in the same direction because we have got to make improvements. We know that. And the only way we're going to do that is if we get everybody working towards the same things. And so that's really important to just highlight. And the UIP, the DUIP, we really did take some time to take the feedback from the board from last year. We took the feedback from DAC, and we came together and we made some tough decisions and we made some changes to the DUIP that are, so you'll notice some differences from years past to what our DUIP looks like right now. I do think overall I want to also highlight, we've heard and seen appreciation across our system for that alignment. So when we say these are the three major improvement strategies that we're working on as a district, we've also asked every school to have those same three major improvement strategies. And so today, for example, we were out on a learning walk at Bell Middle School, and the principal, to get the walk started, presented these are the three major improvement strategies that we're working on as a school, and here's what you should see out in the building while you're visiting classrooms, which was great because Tracy, Dr. Kim, and I were out there, Matt Polero, with the principals from the articulation area and the principal in that school, and we walked through classrooms and we saw elements of this improvement plan that we're working on in place in that building. And so it's good to hear and feel that our system appreciates that connection and clarity. Oops, I'm clicking on my computer, not on there. A couple data narrative highlights, again, back to Dr. Kim's report. Our 3rd through 8th grade CMAS reading scores met or exceeded performance similar to pre-pandemic levels. there's some celebration there. There are also areas for growth for us in that, but it was a celebration that we're back to that level. The majority of students proficient in reading and math remain proficient from year to year, so we're not losing students that are proficient, but that also leads to something I'll talk about in the next slide. Our parents and student surveys do show that school safety is a strength, which you heard about earlier tonight. And less than 7% of our students are considered social emotionally at risk, which we think is also important. And again, you'll hear more about that later tonight. And then this is a really good one. Industry certifications in our district increased by 200 from 22 to 23, which is a big celebration for us, especially in our career tech ed pathways and schools like Warren Tech. And so it's a really great opportunity just to highlight and share that we have more opportunities for students through that work. There are definitely opportunities for improvement. Nearly a quarter of our third grade students are supported by read plans. 25% of our third grade students are reported by read plans, which means that they're not proficient either entering or exiting third grade. Our middle level CMAS math is not at pre-pandemic performance, and we're really struggling to serve historically underserved communities where we're seeing an eighth grade that double or triple the number of students that are not proficient in our more affluent or more typical communities. Did I say that right? I don't think I said that. Okay, let me try it again. In our historically underserved schools, we are seeing 2 to 3 times more students not proficient in math in middle school. 72% of our last year's ninth graders earned 6 credits by the end of the school year. We're actually doing some follow-up on this one because we set a goal to have 100% of our ninth graders earning 6 or more credits, and we're learning that some of the schools are structured in a way where that's not as easy as it is in other schools, so we're doing some follow-up on that. 34% of our grades 6 through 12 students indicated a favorable sense of belonging in their building. It's a gap for us. And then catching up our historically underserved students to pre-pandemic levels, that's an area of growth that we really need to work on.
A tool that our DUIP subcommittee used this past year that we found very helpful was the use of a Google response form to collect comments, questions, feedback, wonderings from our DAC. Because we can't, we don't have all the time in the world when we present to them. And usually when you leave, you come up with more questions and comments, and it's been very helpful for us in our work. And just going off some of these, the data narrative opportunities for improvement, looking at some of those statistics, it's hard. It's hard because I have kids in the school. I have a child on a read plan in 4th grade who is not on reading level. So it hits home. It does. So this is why this work is so important. And so just some of this feedback. And so what I'm going to say here is just some of the highlights from this data narrative for opportunities for improvement. These highlights right here that I'm going to give you were from comments and questions and wonderings that I've received back from our DAC members. So an overall concern that has existed for quite some time, and not only Jeffco, but over in other districts as well, statewide, is the gap between student groups. There's huge academic performance gaps. And how are we going to help those groups? We loved in the DUIP, we love the add of the graphics when it really shows and highlights those, because it really pinpoints those when you see the little students and see the gaps between that. That really helped our DAC members because it really highlighted those. I do feel like a downside for the DUIP is it's a template created by the state of Colorado. So it's created, and so it limits areas to add commentary. So it's a very, it has to be, because it's standard, which is a great thing, standard across the board. But then it always leaves wonderings for our DAC or for anyone in the community or stakeholders. They're always asking if there's ways to add commentary, especially around action steps. Like, for example, what is an action item that is a continuation from last year versus one that we maybe added mid-year based on the data? So I personally have really enjoyed the draft monitoring reports that have come out that really, and other resources that provide further details to supplement the DUIP. So I think utilizing those is very, very helpful, and bringing those back to our community members, our stakeholders as well, and saying, this is how we're data monitoring, this is how we're doing this, and this is how we're gonna tie that in. The reading achievement seems more dire than presented, especially when you see that a fourth of our third graders are supported by read plans, and probably more need to be. Our kids are struggling 3 years past the pandemic, and we're just now being able to roll out that high-dose tutoring to all schools. So So we appreciate this. This continues to be a high priority for the district, and that extensive resources have been committed to support this initiative. But frankly, the words "this will take multiple years to fully implement" are concerning to parents who have children struggling now. So we want to make sure that we're able to keep these effective interventions, especially as ESSER dollars roll off. These are the type of interventions that need to be a priority when we're looking at the budget. And that's what makes these ongoing assessments critical, these ongoing monitoring reports critical. We need to use that data to drive the next decision, and that's what these changes in the DUIP I have loved seeing. I love to see these changes being made. And this also, of course, can be applied to our math priority performance challenges as well. And with math, we are intrigued to see what that data later on in the year and beyond will look like with the illustrative math program. Some requests have already come up from our DAC wanting to break down the data even further to define specific gaps that can be focused. What areas in the math specifically can we look? What exactly can we be focused on? Or how our students with read or IEP plans do, since there's a heavier reading component. So that would be interesting. And those are things that we can ask as the DUIP subcommittee. So I really appreciate that. Thank you to our district staff members who bring that back to us when we ask those questions. That's very helpful. And then just as we see in the community, the DAC has varying opinions about standardized testing. So we're oftentimes asked for additional measurements of student success. And we all agree on the importance of looking at the whole child when viewing the education experience, from academics to extracurriculars to mental health. And much of the feedback we receive as a subcommittee is the importance of utilizing those multiple measures when gauging student success. And we can tell our leadership also finds that important. So we appreciate the urgency of building a culture of safety and belonging. And so we do think that that will help, especially our underserved students, as we look forward to that, seeing those hopefully improve in that area especially. So.
Thank you. All right. When we write a UIP, a district UIP or a school UIP, one of the first things we have to do is identify what our priority performance challenges are. When you're talking about a district as large as Jeffco, there are some general statements that we can make that are very clear that we know are gaps in our system. For example, early reading and middle level math. At early reading, we have about 5 in 10 kids that are meeting or exceeding CMAS proficiency, 22% in the approaching category. In middle level math, we have 4 in 10 fifth graders and 8th graders that are meeting or exceeding math proficiency. Again, 22% to 26% approaching across those levels. Also on track to graduate. And just a really quick aside, one of the things that we did some research year before last, and we identified that if a student has 6 credits at the end of 9th grade, their likelihood of graduating is over 90%. And so we set a target of having every 9th grader receive 6 credits. What we failed to do was understand all the models that exist at our different high schools. And so there are some models in our high schools where there are ways that they earn credits across their 4 years that allows them to graduate. So when we have 73% of 9th graders only earning 6 credits, that doesn't match our graduation rate because there are opportunities along the way for them to make up some of those credits, or there's different courses they take. So that being said, we still think it's an appropriate target to have and one for us to be considering in terms of where our kids are at the end of 9th grade. But 73% of our 9th graders earn those 3 credits by spring. So that's our mid-year mark to see where they're at. And then our 4-year on-time graduation rate is 85%. We'd like to see that go up. And then we have lower rates on these challenges for students groups like multilingual learners, students with disabilities, and students of color, or free and reduced lunch. And so that continues to be an area for us to have to focus as a district. And really, we know that that's an area we've maybe said that we're focusing on, but I think we're taking some really intentional steps, to try and make that change. Just a moment to highlight alignment. We have a strategic plan, and the strategic plan is only as good as all the parts of the organization working toward it. And so we felt the DUIP was one of the vehicles that was going to allow us to help make sure that we are working in that direction. The way for us to do that was to make sure that when we wrote a DUIP that it was practices that would apply to all classrooms in Jeffco, and then also to make sure that our schools are aligned to the district UIP so that when we provide professional learning or we gather data, we're gathering data on the whole system, not schools that are out there independently writing UIPs that don't match what we're doing as a district, which was actually an area of challenge for us. It's not listed as a priority performance challenge, but I really do believe that's been a challenge for us as an organization. Our professional learning team is only so large, and when schools have multiple different major improvement strategies out there in the system, it's really hard for us to provide professional learning in all these different places when we should be able to provide professional learning more universally across our system. And then, so we did ask our schools to have their major improvement strategies aligned to the district, and then our community soups are working with those schools because where those schools enter that major improvement strategy might be a little bit different from school to school, but the overarching strategy is the same. So major improvement strategy 1, there are 3 major improvement strategies I'm going to share with you here. The district and schools will monitor and strengthen instructional core through strategies of unit and lesson internalization. Again, we wanted to choose strategies that would apply to every teacher in our district. So if every teacher is working to strengthen the instructional core and unit and lesson internalization, then the likelihood of us achieving that is much greater. And today, like I said, today we were out in school doing a learning walk, which is one of the strategies we're using to track this. And we saw some lesson internalization happening in the building we were in today. It was very nice. Some of the steps that we're taking underneath that, implementing a district-approved curricular resource. You all are familiar with the illustrative math and HMH rollouts. Teaching at standards at grade level. So one of the things that we've also identified is sometimes we're not teaching at the grade level standard, and that's part of what's potentially creating our gap. Using evidence-based instructional practices, again, focusing on the core, and then incorporating regular focused observation feedback cycles and learning walks aligned to lesson internalization. So, one celebration I shared with Superintendent Dorlin is one of the things that we've done is we've asked community superintendents to really lean into the instructional part of their work. Community superintendents were in over 400 classrooms in September looking at the instructional core, lesson internalization, working with their principal to walk through classrooms and see if the work that we're doing is really getting down to the classroom level. Major improvement strategy 2, implementing and enhancing a culture of data literacy. You all know how hard we've been working to bring data to the forefront, to build the data dashboard, and to make sure that data is a part of every aspect of our work. And so we've made a ton of progress in that space. But now it's also about making sure that in the buildings there are structures that allow teachers to engage in conversations about the data of their students so that they can make instructional moves and adjustments to make sure that they're filling gaps for students. So one of those is that we're ensuring collaborative structures are weekly dedicated structure with shared data analysis and instructional planning at the school. Some of that is actually supported by the contract and the ALT that we talked about, as well as the PLC structures. And then multiple data sources, as Megan said earlier, it's really important that we consider not just one data point when we're thinking about students. The more that we can triangulate data around students, the more likely we are to find the right gap to be able to support or the right acceleration to be able to advance. And we also have the Jeffco Thrives indicators that we're monitoring as a district. And then district-wide professional learning. This is really where I think when I say things are different, this is a space where I think things are really different this year. When our principals are together, the learning that they're getting right now is really deep and it's very instructional. And our principals have very hard jobs. There's a lot to their jobs, but we're really trying to make sure that we're equipping them with the tools so that they can walk into a classroom and provide a teacher with some feedback that will improve their instructional practice, and that they can walk out of that classroom and think about what their role is as the leader in the building and what they need to do in terms of what they're providing for professional learning, data structures in their building, or just some of the celebrations that they're seeing as well, be able to spread that work out, because I think that's one of the things that sometimes we don't always do as well as we'd like, is making sure that people see the great practices that are happening in some places to be able to spread it out. And then major improvement strategy 3, again, to Megan's point, this is an area where we've heard a lot of feedback from a lot of places, from our community, from our students, from our DAC, about implementing a culture of safety and belonging. And really, there are a variety of ways that we're working on this. Again, you'll hear about some more of that later tonight, but implementing asset-based approaches, monitoring student engagement, enhancing family partnership, and building a positive behavior support team at every school. And so, but I also want to let Megan jump in here as well to add some comments about this particular strategy.
We just also appreciate that a lot of our feedback was acknowledged and implemented. We wanted the action steps to be more detailed, more specific. We found that happened when asked. They still can be very confusing to the general public. So we did ask, going to our DAC again for some of our presentations, we asked Dr. Eaton to make us kind of a one-page summary that we could just hand out quickly when we were doing it, and it was wonderful. So something like just family-friendly resources across the board. The communication piece is huge for our families and the stakeholders. So that was wonderful. I really appreciated that. And then just the more accountability to the schools was a huge part. We talked about that a lot. and just aligning services to support student outcomes. So we just appreciated, I felt like we had more input this year, more feedback was being heard from us. So thanks, Sue.
Oops, let me turn back on. Okay. We set some performance targets, and I've actually spoken with a couple of you offline on a couple of different occasions about the performance targets that we've had in the past. For several years now in Jeffco, we've set performance targets at 1 or 2%. And I've heard feedback from board members, I've heard feedback from DAC and from community members that they didn't feel like that was rigorous enough. And we agree. And so, you okay there, Drew? Still got my good side?
Profile.
I don't know. My nose is pretty big. So I really want to call out that we had some very robust discussions in our ALT, the district ALT, to talk about what's an appropriate target, what's rigorous enough, and what really is going to push us as an organization to grow. And so we set our targets at 5% this year across the board. And I will tell you that 5% from a statistical standpoint is a big jump. But we also talked about we'd much rather reach higher and push harder to get to better results than to set a goal that we believe is attainable versus setting a goal that is aspirational. And so we really did set an aspirational goal here. We pushed ourselves to be at a higher rigor. And so you'll see across the board as you read through those achievement metrics, we're looking at 5% jumps in grade 3 ELA, grade 5 math, and grade 8 math. And then we're also looking at mean measures for grade 1 through 3 MAP. Well, you can read through that. I don't need to read it all to you necessarily. But and then we really want to see a jump in our graduation rate because we do believe there's work that we're doing right now that is positively impacting students, but is not necessarily. We have increased our graduation rate actually every year for the last 5 years, but at very small increments. But we would like to see our graduation rate make a bit of a jump because we do believe that graduating from high school is one of the important pillars for a student to be able to be set up for success. And then we have the 7-year graduation rate, which is currently at 89.9%. We want to move it to 92.4%. And then the last thing here is we want to really increase concurrent enrollment opportunities in our schools. We have great partnerships with Red Rocks Community College, for example, and we really want to increase those partnerships so that we can get more concurrent enrollment opportunities for our students.
I think that was just a big change for us, was just, just seeing that jump with the targets, that they were just not rigorous enough before. So we know that that's a huge jump, but we want to push it. We want to push our district. We want to, because it's definitely a celebration that we are exceeding the state average in both English and math and CMAS, but we have to acknowledge the hard truth that when you compare us to some of the bigger districts, similar districts around us, that we're still lagging behind in some of that math and English. And so we want to be the top performing district in the state and beyond, nationwide. And so I think that we have to push ourselves like that a little bit more. And we just want to ensure that we're providing that educational experience the students need and deserve. So I'm excited to see that. Thanks, Dave.
Okay, one more slide before questions. And this is an area of I'm proud of, and I know that one of the things you have to do next week is vote on the UIPs for the 9 priority improvement schools. I want to take a moment to point out to you that we have no turnaround schools in Jeffco. It's the first time since 2014 that we've had no turnaround schools. So while there are still areas for us to grow and definitely a lot of work for us to do in general, I do want to lift up that the turnaround team and the work they've done and the schools that they've been working in have reduced our turnaround schools to 0. We have 9 priority improvement schools. 5 of them are actually going to request for reconsider. If those 5 are approved for request to reconsider, we would have 4 priority improvement schools. Our goal really is to have 0 priority improvement or turnaround schools. That's one of our goals. And so I just want to share that piece of data with you. Next week, you'll have those UIPs are in your board docs right now, but next week you have to vote on those by state statute because they're priority improvement. And so you can access those if you have any questions. I don't know if you probably didn't have time to read through all of that before tonight. However, if you have questions, between now and next week, feel free to reach out and let me know regarding the UIPs that are in our priority improvement schools. And then, unless you wanted anything else, we'll take questions. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much. I had to finish the cookie. And we appreciate your leadership on the DUIP subcommittee. I remember the first meeting I went to when I joined the DUIP subcommittee several years ago, and I was like, what's happening to me right now. Yeah, why am I swimming in data that no one's explaining to me very well? So thank you for your service and for your willingness to push and work with district staff to go in this direction. It's really exciting. Board members, opportunity for questions and comments. Who would like to lead us off? Director Reed.
So I've brought this up before. I'm going to bring it up again. When it comes to graduation rates and the number of ninth graders passing, the easiest way to do that is to just make sure kids pass and just make sure they graduate. So as I talk to high school teachers, I'm getting less of a sense than I did before that they're sort of being pressured into granting credit to kids who really shouldn't be getting credit. But still hearing a lot of concern about credit recovery and whether or not the kids who are getting credits through credit recovery are actually gaining the skill levels that one would expect to see from a high school graduate or from a ninth grader who's moving on to 10th grade. Because if you've got a ninth grader who's getting credit recovery that's not giving him the skills to pass 10th grade classes, we're sort of undermining what we're trying to do. So what do we do to monitor as a district how kids are recovering credit and whether or not those credits are an accurate reflection of what students have learned?
I mean, that's a $1 million question, honestly, not just in Jeffco, but in many districts, because a lot of the tools that school districts use for credit recovery are not the equivalent of being in a year-long class with a teacher or a semester-long class with a teacher. We use Edgenuity as one of the tools that we use for credit recovery. Edgenuity is, I think it's very difficult to replace a teacher in general. But I think that, Edgenuity, one of the philosophies behind Edgenuity is that the students already sat in the class for the year. And then they go through some lessons through Edgenuity and they take a test. And then if they score well enough on the test, they get that credit. It's by semester, not by year. The Edgenuity courses. We are actually reviewing Edgenuity right now, whether or not that's the best tool for us. But at the moment, there aren't a lot of great tools from an online standpoint. We do offer summer school as well, in-person summer school for students. We have 5 different hubs in the district where students can take summer school classes. But again, that's a very compressed timeline. So you're still talking about, 4 weeks that students are in there trying to really fill the gaps that maybe they missed in the year. Or in the semester, and then they're taking an assessment at the end of that course as well that, theoretically would give them the credit if they passed it. We do have students that don't get credit recovery, like they take the Edgenuity course or they take summer school and they don't pass it again. And then part of our role then as a district or as a high school, for example, is that student needs to be in a course concurrently, the following year that's supporting them to be prepared for the class that they're in. So it's not the perfect answer to your question. I think it is an ongoing concern. I'm glad to hear that you're hearing less of the pressure because we really, you actually gave me that feedback last year and I followed up with some folks because I was like, that better not be happening in the system. That is not what we're trying to communicate. We're trying to hold ourselves accountable as a district to make sure that we're preparing kids to graduate when they're 15 years old. Because one of the challenges that we have, probably every district has, is a kid gets to the middle of their junior year and that's when schools are trying to catch them up. And that's too late. That's too late. And so I want you to hear the reason for that target is we've got to be out in front of it. And the best way for us to do that is to know where they're at in 9th grade. Because if we wait till the middle of 11th grade, sometimes it's too late, or they're not going to finish in their typical school. They might need to go to an alternative school or try online or whatever. And don't get me wrong, we're still trying to support kids that are behind in the middle of 11th grade, the middle of 10th grade. But really we feel like we got to get focused on where they are when they're 15. Because if they're in a good place when they're 15, their likelihood of graduating is so much greater. But at the same time, not at the expense of understanding the content that they need to understand. Yeah.
Right. I think the other thing that is optimal is to try to make sure they're passing their regular classes and not relying on credit recovery.
Absolutely.
So my hope is that we're also working with our building leaders and with teachers on how best to help kids when we start to see them, because you can tell really within the first 9 weeks of a ninth grader's class, kind of whether or not they're going to pass. And that, having done this myself, I know that there are ways you can intervene, but it requires a lot of adults with a lot of eyes on that kid and a lot of strategies. And I know it's really hard because schools don't always have those resources. But also getting them away from the idea of they see other kids do credit recovery. So they're like, yeah, I'll just do credit recovery. It's faster. It's easier. There's just so many. I just get really nervous about credit recovery in general. And I really want kids to just pass the class. So
I mean, at some point I could bring you some data around how many students are, actually engaging in credit recovery. I'm not sure it's as many as you may think. I mean, we have 25,000 high school students in this district, and I can come back to you with some data around how many are actually using Edgenuity, for example, as a way of gaining credit. But I appreciate that push. I would also say what you're describing is a multi-tier system of support in our high schools, and all of our schools have been working towards that for a couple of years now. We're at varying levels of success. We also have some programs we're piloting in a couple of schools right now called Empowerment, which did you all hear about Empowerment at some point? I don't know if you did. But right now at Arvada High School and Bear Creek High School, we're piloting an empowerment program where we're actually identifying students that are relatively behind in terms of being on track to graduate, and we're providing them additional supports within their school day with teachers where they're getting the content that they need, and also some additional support and resources depending on what those students need. And we're seeing a lot of success right now. Arvada kicked this off a couple of years ago, and we're seeing a lot of success there. Bear Creek just kicked it off. And then the last thing I would say is many of our high schools use something called responsive scheduling. And so, for example, at Bear Creek High School, my kids are going to go to Bear Creek, so I feel like I know that building really well. But they have a third period responsive schedule 2 days a week, and teachers are actually able to, if I'm the math teacher and I have a 10th grader who's falling behind or missing some assignments, they actually have an AP that coordinates all of this. I can let that AP know I need this student, and on that day at third period, that student then comes to me, their math teacher, to catch up on whatever they were missing, whether it's missing homework or if it's just missing content, or if they failed an assessment, like we can bring them back to me during responsive scheduling, and I can work with them on what they were missing and then see if they can potentially do better once they get that content. So there are some things happening in our schools, and as we continue to talk about reimagining high school, we're really paying attention to these things because they, like I said, the empowerment in Arvada we're seeing really great success with. This responsive scheduling at Bear Creek seems to be going really well, and so we're watching, and lots of schools are doing things like that. It's not standardized, but at the same time, it's kind of good that people are trying some things because we can then decide, like, this really works well. Let's get this in every building, or get hubs across the system. So that's a longer answer than I was expecting to give, but yeah. Yep.
Great. Other questions, comments? Dr. Berta?
Well, you just brought up the priority improvement schools, and that there's some in an appeal, and it made me realize I might not understand all what goes into assigning a school a priority improvement. Like what can they appeal? I thought it was mostly based on scores.
Well, it often is based on scores. It's also based on participation. So in some cases, the school's rating is lowered because they have less than 95% participation in the assessment, which I don't think I can name the exact schools that have that, but there are a couple on this list that are participation related. And then there are other reasons that may weigh into why we would consider a request for reconsider. Like there's an anomaly in the data. Like we saw a significant drop where there was a lot of growth previously, and then that drop is what impacts that rating. But really the growth that we saw before that was so substantial that maybe the school wasn't able to sustain that, and then that data hurt them. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to speak to each one of these schools right now, but again, I can get back to you on that too. And we don't designate them priority improvement. The state does. That's through the SP.
Who's making the decision on the appeal?
Well, it's a collaborative process with our instructional data services team and the principal typically, and the community soup, of course.
Dr. Kim, do you want to jump in?
The decision to take them forward to be reconsidered is by our instructional data services and our principal. The decision about whether or not they get reassigned a rating is from CDE. Let me give you a concrete example. So we have a school that maybe did see a significant drop in growth, and yet we have data and we have assessments in grades K through 2 with a formalized assessment process that shows really significant growth there. Our ability to submit that growth to CDE to say, I understand that we have 2 grade levels that have this growth, but we have 3 grade levels that have this growth, and it is on a standardized assessment. So the ability to consider the entire body of evidence to look at re-rating that on the entire student body is a reasonable request to CDE to look at data and potentially reassign a rating. Does that help?
And a follow-up question. We need, if I understand right, for example, Arvada K8 was on this list for long enough that they got on this clock. Are any of these schools on a clock close, and like how close are any of these to that place that Arvada K8 was at?
Fortunately,
I don't know the number of years. Is it 5 years?
Yeah, it's 5 years. So there are a couple schools here on that are in year 2 on the clock, and so and I don't think we have any that are above year 2 on the clock right now. So.
And I just have one last question, but it's about like a measure you said very early on and something you were proud of. Is this the appropriate place to ask about that? I don't know if it's okay. I was like so surprised. Hold on, now I gotta find it. On this slide above challenges, no opportunities for improvement. Less than 7% of students considered social emotionally at risk. I just find that so like hard to believe. Not like, oh, I'm so proud of this, but when we know there is increasing numbers of kids of having, mental health needs, and we hear about depression. I mean, CDC just put out reports on girls, and so, and I remember the first time, it was our first, one of our first board meetings, we had a presentation with Dr. Eaton's team about this measure and how it's assigned, how teachers rate the kids on this. And I've been concerned since I saw that because there was like no variability in the scores. And our entire program around SEL, I just have so many doubts about its quality. And I know this is not a popular thing for me to say because I think lots of people think it's very good. I love that we have it. But so seeing this, I'm trying to think of the right word, but it makes me it doesn't feel believable because it doesn't resonate with things going on in the world. It doesn't resonate with anything. So it's a strange bullet for me to see.
And, I would look at it this way too. 7% doesn't mean that 93% are proficient either, right? So it's a scale from at-risk, emerging to proficient. We have a large percentage of students who are in that merging and also a large percentage of students who are in that proficient. There are and this is one data point too. There are other indicators that suggest the need for increased access to mental health types of resources. For example, some of our behavioral incident data, some of our disciplinary data, those are other types of data that we take into consideration to look through kind of a holistic lens to identify what our needs are, where our gaps, so on and so forth. Does that help?
I would also add, the kids are okay is not a good news story, right? What you see in the media and what you see, I do think it perpetuates this idea that everything is broken. We have a lot of kids that are doing great. Yeah. We really do. And that's not always a popular news story, but I do think it's important to acknowledge, it's mental health is a very serious issue, and it's something we really take, as a part of our work to be incredibly important. But to your point, that's not the story that gets told out there all the time, right? That everybody's okay, and I'm not saying everybody's okay. I'm just saying that it's very in your face when we hear about mental health work or social emotional needs in schools or out in the world. And I just think it's important to acknowledge that we have a lot of kids that are doing really great. Yeah. They really are. And so just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, I think we're all happy to celebrate when the kids are okay. I think a lot of that research coming out is evidence-based. Mm-hmm. It's anecdotal stories. Mm-hmm. I do have an anecdotal story, and I've mentioned it before. I just wonder, maybe this is more about our SEL curriculum and work for me. I have 3 girls in schools, and they all tell me how ridiculous they think SEL is. They all tell me that they learn the same. I learned about bullying in 2nd grade, and now I'm learning about it in 6th grade. And they're just my 3, so whatever, like that. But it's really made me wonder, because we really value, and really normalize, I think, these kinds of discussions in my house. So they're not blowing off the idea that this is an important thing. So I'm wondering where that's coming from. But I just wonder, is it okay to doubt that our program might not be as good as we think it is?
Absolutely.
And is there any reason that any way we could say, if we're going to invest this much money and time in this, couldn't we ask, is this really the best SEL work we could be doing with kids? That's where I am at with this.
Yeah, and when Tara and I present our monitoring report to you, we're going to talk a little bit about an area of focus acceleration around program evaluation and really taking a close look at all of our programs, including SEL.
That's why I was like, is this the right time to ask this? Because it probably isn't. So, yeah, thank you.
All right. Other questions, comments? I'd like to go next, Ms. Director Parker.
Thank you so much for presenting this. And Ms. Tracy, thank you specifically for your introduction where you told us about your lack of enthusiasm for the initial efforts you had on DUIP. So I really appreciate that. And then I have 2 just simple questions on the slides. There were 2 phrases that I don't personally understand. The lesson internalization. Can you give me an example of how you observe that in a classroom?
Sure. I mean, part of what we're looking for is, so illustrative math is a new resource to many schools. We were at Bell today, though, where it's not a new resource. And so when you're in a classroom, the level of depth the teacher has in terms of understanding their content and what they want to see from the students, the ability of students to speak to what the learning is designed to be that day and what the outcome is that they should be achieving, that speaks to the clarity the teacher has around the content and what the success criteria is for it. Whereas in a place that's brand new to the resource, they might be a little more mechanical in terms of how they're delivering the instruction because they're learning the resource, which is not internalizing the lesson. But really, it's clear when it's clear the teacher knows what the end goal is for the student, what the end learning is, and they're in their work when they're circulating their classroom and they're talking to students that are falling behind or even need acceleration. That teacher knows where to push them. They understand the misconceptions in the lesson. And then really the engagement of our students also factors in. So when the teachers really internalize their lesson and they're able to deliver that content in a way that is engaging for our students and our kids are all in on it, that's another demonstration of internalization. There's more than that, but I think that's just in general. When you're quickly in a classroom, you can see some of those things really quickly. And we saw quite a bit of that today. We were in an algebra classroom today at Bell that was like, I'll tell you a story off the mic sometime, but it was really, you think I should tell it now? So we this teacher, it was a great lesson, and they were breaking down these equations. They were like dipping their toes in the water in proofs. I mean, this is an 7th and 8th graders in an 8th grade classroom. I mean, getting ready to talk about proofs and algebra. And this young lady in the back of the room explained the 7 steps that she took to determine the answer for this question. And it was great because she just inversed the equation and then checked her work, and it was really well described. And then a little boy in the middle of the room raised his hand and he said, "I just divided it by 6." And she said, "Damn, that's smart." Like quietly, like we were in the back of the room, like only us heard that, but it was really cute. But it was like she had like this like light bulb moment, like, oh my gosh, that's so much easier than what I just did. But it was a demonstration like of the discourse in the classroom. For example, the teacher was able to, probably because of when she was circulating the room, she knew that Josh was the boy's name, had this answer. And when this girl did this, I think she probably intentionally called on Josh to share his answer because she knew from the data she had collected walking around the room that Josh's answer was actually really going to be good for everybody to hear, as well as hearing, I can't remember her name, but her answer, because both answers explain thinking in a different way, and they're both right, which is one of the beautiful things about algebra. But I won't go down that road. But I think it's we could sometime. But it was, I just think it's a good demonstration though that teacher like clearly understood her content. She had internalized her lesson. She knew the misconceptions some students might have. She also, you could see the acceleration that she was providing for some students who really needed the push. It was impressive. Yeah.
That's very helpful. And then the other phrase was asset-based approaches. So what asset are we talking about?
So that's also probably going to be part of the monitoring report you're going to hear soon. But when you think about deficit-based approaches, that might be an easier way for me to define what I mean by asset-based. So deficit-based, like when we do discipline, like we suspending a student is a deficit-based approach. Not that it's not something we should do, and there are times we do need to use that as a tool. But asset-based approaches are really leaning into where are the students' strengths, who are the people they're connected to in the building, and how can we wrap resources around them so that we're really building into their into the areas that they feel the safest and the strongest, versus like really always focusing on the areas where they're behind or in gap. And both of those things are important, but when you only focus on what's behind, it's really deficit based. And so how do we help lift up those spaces where kids are strong and resilient?
The whole name, strength, and need, it would be an asset-based way of knowing.
Absolutely. Yep.
Dr. Miller.
So thank you very much, and thank you for coming this evening. I know, sorry we kept you a little bit past. So I have a number of questions. In the DUIP, we have 3 root causes that tie to the 3 major improvement strategies. And so one question I have for you is, why did you decide on those 3? In particular, it was the core instruction in every classroom, which you basically have touched on, I think, Mr. Weiss, the inconsistent expectations of what children should be learning, and then and data use, and then the focus on developing authentic relationships, which ties to the whole child. Why those 3? Just out of wonder. See various root causes over the past decade and so, and I'm interested in why we choose these.
I think the short answer is it's a more universal approach to the work in terms of what's happening in every building and in every classroom. And I think, you and I have been in conversations where we've talked about like one subgroup of students, for example, that we're struggling with, which we're acknowledging that those subgroups still exist and that there's still challenges, but we're trying to choose practices that we believe are going to impact all students, whether a student is above grade level, at grade level, below grade level, regardless of whether they're free and reduced lunch or affluent. We really wanted to focus on practices that we believe raise all ships, which is something I feel like I've heard you say, like that's really important to us. And so that's maybe, if that's too general, I could try to go deeper, but I think that's really what we were trying to do, is make sure that what we're putting in place will impact all students.
And then the follow-up with each of these improvement strategies, what are we expecting? We have a 5% target, right? 43% up to 49, that's fine, 48%.
Yeah.
What are the effect sizes of these so that we're going to be tracking? Like we'll be able to say, okay, improvement strategy number 1, implementing district approved resources, expectations, evidence-based. So that's something that we're going to be tracking very carefully. That somehow has to tie to how we're going to get that growth of 5%.
Sure.
The same thing would have to be for improvement strategy number 2. How are we going to be measuring that effectiveness, and what's the effect size we're going to be seeing out of that one? And then the third would be the major improvements, because we know, and we've talked about this before, 1 or 2% growth is noise. It's not at full, standard, full year's growth. Yep. It's not, within the ballpark of where we really need to be getting our children in order for them to be successful and world-class students that walk out of here in a way that they can seize the world. And so I'm just wondering how we're going to measure the effectiveness of these 3 critical improvement strategies, so that we are able to tie it to those growth expectations and goals that you have in mind.
Well, I mean, there for one thing, the instructional learning walks that we're doing right now, we're doing a few different types of instructional learning walks out in buildings. One of the types is with cabinet, which is with the superintendent, deputy superintendent, myself, Mr. Polero. And then the principals in the articulation areas. That's one type of learning walk we're doing. Community superintendents are engaging in learning walks with just them and the principal multiple times a week. And then we're also doing what we're calling Thriving School Support Team learning walks, where we've assigned, we have people that are attached to the community superintendent, like a special education partner, a teaching and learning partner, a family community partner. So those folks are also going out and doing learning walks. And so those learning walks, we're using a standardized form when we're out there that are around the instructional core, student engagement, and then we're pulling that data and we're reviewing that in my team, community superintendents, and we're reviewing that with principals at our principal meetings when we meet once a month. And really, that's one of the ways that we're measuring it. We also, of course, we're talking about how illustrative math can potentially provide us with the resource of assessment, because right now, one of the areas that we still need to grow is having more standardized assessment outside of MAP. Like MAP is like one of the few sort of standardized assessments that we have, but with illustrative math being in every building, there's potential there for us to be able to say this unit of assessment can provide us data to measure how we're tracking along that. And then the community superintendents are also working with principals to know what the data structures are in their building, what are PLCs looking like, what are they looking at. They're collecting some data from those as well. And so this is all the instructional stuff right now that I'm focusing on, but those are some of the ways that we're leaning into this. Of course, we're still going to have MAP as a mid-year metric that we're going to be looking at. We've got DIBELS that we're looking at in early childhood, and then we've got HMH as well that's in many of our buildings. And so we're considering different ways to identify assessments that can help us measure the growth. But it really, from my perspective, the most important thing is for our leadership to be in classrooms and to be watching what's happening and to be in there and like working with teachers and giving feedback. That's something that we have pushed really hard as a system. And you and I have talked about this in our turnaround schools, is where I think we've actually seen some of the improvements has been that engagement with teachers around their practice and how do we help teachers have the right instructional moves, and how do we adjust when we get data back that doesn't tell us what we want it to tell us, and that's something that we need to do a better job of. Is when we build a culture of data literacy, we get data all the time, but whether or not we do something about it, if we don't do something about it, that's a problem. And that's a space that we're asking my team to lean in, the community superintendents with principals, to identify like, what does that conversation look like when teachers come together and look at their data, and what are the action steps they're creating from that actually are going to change their practice in the classroom.
And that makes all the sense in the world from this space.
Sure.
It's how do we get it down into the individual school to start to see the movement in place in the school.
Yep.
Because we can say this, and that's why I'm asking from a DUIP eval, if we're drawing the line in the sand this year, and then we're saying, okay, what do we expect to see from our schools doing these practices for this year, for next year, for the following year? Because in order for us to raise all votes and move from, more than half of our children not on math levels and more than half of our children not in science levels across all socioeconomics, regardless, is something that I think we need to have a sense of urgency at our school levels as well. Supporting our teachers in that instructional way, I would hope we would be able to start to see measurements against these three goals and objectives or strategies, I should say.
Yep. If I can give you one example, though, yesterday was our principal meeting. We have a principal meeting once a month. Our principals met in schools yesterday. We were in 17 different buildings, and because of the alignment between the DUIP and the school improvement plans, the professional learning that principals received yesterday with their instructional coaches at their side, that's important to point out as well. We've not been able to do that in years past. This year we are prioritizing coaches being there with principals. They received very dedicated professional learning around what does lesson internalization mean, and then they walked through classrooms in every building, and every one of these 17 buildings, in each articulation area, they collected data in the same form that we're using, and we're pulling that data, which I haven't been pulled it all yet. That was yesterday, but we are pulling it, and by this Friday, we'll be talking about this in my team and what we saw out in those buildings. But it's also the professional learning pieces. The thing maybe I didn't drive home enough earlier. We are providing professional learning right now that is very standardized. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, but it's going deep around. Anybody can walk into a classroom typically and tell whether or not students are engaged or the teacher, has effectiveness. But whether or not the teacher is going deep into the content and they're really pushing students and accelerating them, that isn't always as visible. And we're trying to provide our principals and our coaches and our APs the tools to be able to do that when they're in classrooms. For one, to give us data as a district to know whether or not the professional learning we're providing is actually getting out to the teachers, right? But two, we're really trying to equip our leaders with the ability to provide feedback that teachers can do something with. And what I mean by that is administrators aren't always trained as well as they should be on how to improve instructional practice. And that's really what we're working on right now is how are we equipping our leaders to actually not just be in a classroom, but when they leave that classroom and they have that connection with the teacher afterwards, they're able to give them an action step that they can implement tomorrow. Not some big conceptual idea like what's one teacher move I can make tomorrow that will be better for my kids. And that's another part of the work that we're trying to do, and that's part of how we're evaluating our work as community superintendents and as a district leadership team.
I'll be excited. I won't be here, but I'll be excited to see how that
We'll
live stream. Yeah.
We'll send it to you.
Thank you. That would be great. Then the other question I have is we do have the opportunity, and I mentioned this to Dr. Kim, I guess, at our meeting last month about how we're using the UIP data, that we are blending charter schools with our own district managed schools. And now that we have a core reading program, now that we have illustrative math, those are now mainstreamed, right? Those are now to our elementaries and our middles and our high schools. And so from a perspective of investment, I would want to make sure that I'm understanding that the numbers that we're seeing of growth and of improvements in our reading and our writing and our math are tied to the illustrative math or tied to the reading program. And if we're not seeing that, then we need to think about tweaking it or doing a different investment strategy. So the question I would have is how do we break that apart so that because charters have very different curricula across core or Montessori or Waldorf or classical, et cetera. And we're pushing more towards a standardization and system-wide, so that I would expect that we should be able to evaluate how those investments are actually working for our student and not blending. So I don't know how you guys are thinking about really evaluating that, but that seems noisy to me when we're combining the two of them and not really understanding maybe the illustrative math is really driving the improvements in the outcomes, and how do we show that data?
Well, I haven't dug that far into the data dashboard. I see you have your microphone over there, but I think that we should eventually be able to break out the charters from the traditional schools. I also think that, just really quick before you go, Dr. Kim, I also think you kind of answered Danielle's question a little bit, because your question about the social emotional learning curriculum, I think that, I think that's your question is really a good question. I know you're going to probably ask it again later, but we do have a responsibility to assess whether or not something is working, right? And we had math expressions for years, and it was pretty clear it wasn't working. And now we're implementing illustrative math. I will tell you, we have looked at illustrative math for the three middle schools that have been implementing it for several years, and their data looks really good. That's Deer Creek, Dunstan, and Bell. And so that is definitely from a standpoint of schools that have been implementing it for longer, we're seeing better results.
And for STEM schools as well, right? So Deer Creek and Bell, and I don't know about Dunstan.
I don't think Dunstan is, but yeah.
Bell and Deer Creek are both STEM and had strong math. And I appreciate that.
Sure.
Illustrative math, when we test, or not illustrative math, but
math expressions.
Math expressions, thank you. We tested it in 3 schools that were strong in math already and didn't have the full implementation. We did not have the fidelity of implementation, which I know we've talked about before, how we have fidelity with the implementation of the math programs and the reading and the continued supports, I think is critical for us to be to evaluate how effective it is.
Sure.
How our instruction is practiced, and I would agree with the Castle SEL. We have to be able to evaluate the investment, so
totally
know whether or not to keep doing it or tweak it.
Yep. Do you want to weigh in on that charter question though?
the way that the question was asked, we went to like 5 dimensions because we started. It's okay because it's multiple layers of question. Charter piece is one piece. Can we look at their data and their methodology in terms of assessment, their methodology in terms of teaching, and their curricula? Absolutely. Can we look at what we're doing in the district? Absolutely. We can look at those pieces, especially now that we have the data resources that we have and our dashboards and our data lakes. We have the capability of doing that. That said, we're always going to have noise in our data. We're always going to have to look at both qualitative and quantitative data sources and look at what is the data telling us as far as how kids are doing. We're going to have to look at HMH, but we're also going to have to look at how many years does each school have doing it? What kind of teacher turnover did they have? There's a myriad of professional practices that we have to be able to evaluate and look at all of that. I can say all of that and still say, I can look at data numbers and say, this resource is serving this school well because I see growth and I see achievement at very high levels. And prior to having some of the dashboard systems that we had, I couldn't answer that question. We can now, and that's helpful. And we'll always have to look at our tools and say, what's one more thing we want to know? Because we need to add one more layer of complexity to it. And as we keep asking those questions, we keep adding capability for us to ask deeper questions and know how are our kids doing? And is it a result of X, or is it a result of Y, or is it a result of both X and Y? And as we look at all of that is a really complex way of looking at how are little human beings doing and how are they growing, right? And so we're going to look at our curriculum. We're going to look at our teacher skill. We're going to look at our principals' feedback. We're going to look at our PLCs and how effective they are. All of those pieces are going to add up to how are we doing. And so I would hesitate to say it is this one silver bullet. It's HMH or it's illustrative math. It is absolutely going to play a big factor because we invest in it for a reason. And there are other factors too that I just don't want to lose the fact that our teachers and the art that they bring to the classroom every day to serve our kids is also a huge component to our student success. And we would be remiss if we didn't say that too.
And I would say that's probably the biggest component is the teacher in the classroom. What I'm trying to separate is we are making investments, and the DUIP and the DAC is going to come back to us and say, please continue to make these investments. And so what I don't want is noise covering something that shouldn't be covered. And so that's why I'm saying if we're able to break apart our district manage what we have control over, what we are able to invest in, how we are going to be putting our dollars into the tutoring or into the math program and supports, that to me is critical for us to really understand with clarity from the DAC's directive or ask, is that the best place? And I think part of the charter may be masking some of the needs that we may want to prioritize. That's more of my concern than I realize there's a continuum of lots of different data points to consider.
Big data tools has increased exponentially. So our ability to look at some of that makes a big difference.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And I just want to echo SEL that Dr. Varda said.
Which I think we'll be discussing in the next presentation whenever we get, did you bring a cot to spend the night? This is what we're going to, no.
I actually find this very interesting. This is why we're here, right?
Because this is based on a lot of the work that you guys are doing.
Right? Yes.
Absolutely. So I just wanted, because a lot of the things that I was going to ask about have already been asked, which is awesome for us all. And just to point out in addition, I think that this is part of the move forward that's allowing for some of this work to deepen and the improvement strategies is some of the sort of central reorganization. So for example, to have community superintendents be able to focus more on instructional leadership, because we have the first team and being able to be responsive to a lot of the parent and family requests that we're taking up some of that time, which we don't want to not address, but having a team to be able to do that, or reorganizing some of our central services to be able to help principals focus on instructional leadership, that they were maybe not able to focus on as much before. So part of this, I think, the challenge, Director Miller, that you're addressing too, is there are a lot of new things that we have moved forward and put in place in a short amount of time. So that may take a while to figure out like what's causal versus correlative. I mean, what's sort of driving these things forward, but it feels like it's moving in a direction where we have the right people in place to be able to allow for some of this instructional leadership to happen to benefit students in a way that's more focused and differentiated, and hopefully leads to some of these aspirational, though I think I'm excited about that, that we're setting sights high and we can figure out how to get there. But just to recognize out loud that there have been a lot of new things that we've implemented, and to move this, if you're going to go with the boat metaphor, to move the boats forward, whatever, that didn't work, but to move the district forward. And I appreciate that it's been a big lift for a lot of folks, and including the DAC and the DUIP subcommittee. So thanks for joining the ride again. We appreciate you stuck around. Any other questions or comments before we release you? No. Okay. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Dave. Okay. So we will be moving forward with agenda item 2.04. So the purpose of this next topic, and for our listening audience, you'll see how interconnected a lot of these threads are that we're discussing this evening, is for the board to receive and discuss monitoring reports on board end 3.1, which is every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual difference, and board end 3.3, which is students and families will have access to resources and community partners that support their health, safety, and stability. As I just mentioned, due to the interconnectedness between the services that Jeffco provides to students to meet their needs, and the importance of the partnerships that harness the energy and resources within the community, we have merged these two, or put these two monitoring reports together. So before I hand this off to Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena, sorry, I got a little itch in my eyeball. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything that you'd like to add?
Thank you, President Schooley. I want to thank Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena for the work that they put into a combined monitoring report. We felt the need to present these two monitoring reports together because they are so interconnected. And again, since the board did study Executive Limitations 11 and the monitoring report for safety and security earlier, I really do believe that there is this continuum of services that the board's policies call for us to meet in terms of how we serve students and families, everything from basic needs that students might have and wraparound services, all the way to safety needs that students might have on the other end of the spectrum. And so we've made an effort to, between EL 11, 3.1, and 3.3, try to represent the continuum of everything the district does in that space in alignment with your policy expectations. So this is going to be another lively conversation. So I don't think it's a donut this time. Was it a donut last time? It's just a falling phone. Our CFO tends to interrupt our meetings occasionally when. So anyway, I'm looking forward to another robust conversation about another meaty report. Thank you to Mr. Polero and Ms. Pena for the work that's gone into this.
All right, I'll take it away. So good evening, board members, Superintendent Dorland. For our audience listening, I'm Matt Polero, your Chief Student Success Officer, and presenting with me this evening is
Tara Pena, Chief Family Community Partnerships. Thanks, Matt.
And we just want to begin our presentation by emphasizing Jeffco's commitment to supporting all aspects of our students' growth. That's academically, socially, emotionally, mentally, and physically. And to achieve this, we recognize that the effectiveness of our efforts depends not only on the resources we provide our schools, but also the invaluable support that our community partnerships provide. So As you mentioned already, we believe that your board statements 3.1 and 3.3 underscore the seamless connection between these two things. Therefore, we decided to combine them and monitor them together. So that said, board in statement 3.1 says every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. Board ends 3.3 states students and families will have access to resources and community partnerships that support their health, safety, and stability.
All right, and to those ends, we then interpret 3.1 and 3.3 to mean Jeffco will provide 1, direct services and resources in schools, and 2, connections to services and resources available to Jeffco students and families through community partners that address students' diverse learning needs, support their physical well-being, support their mental well-being, increase their safety, and increase their stability.
And so to provide some context, the monitoring report you received itself delves deeply into the strategies for supporting our students' holistic well-being. And within the report, we've identified essential internal resources and external community partnerships that aligns with the principles of a multi-tiered system of support mindset and framework, which essentially aims to strategically address the wide range and diverse learning needs of all of our students, spanning from our broad Tier 1 approach, benefiting all students, to a more intensive specialized service provided for few students. And so that said, our presentation today will focus on the areas where we are making good progress in these areas, and those where we believe we should focus on acceleration through this lens.
So thank you. So we, in your comprehensive report, hopefully what you saw is a lot of celebrations and areas of promise practice in which we are addressing the diverse learning needs of our students, as well as supporting and strengthening our supports in ensuring their health and well-being, their safety, and their stability. So in your monitoring report, you will see number 1, areas of on-track continued emphasis on MTSS implementation, our data dashboard for informed decision-making, creative staffing solutions, increasing suicide awareness, proactive behavior safety team or PBST, prevention and intervention behavior strategies, the continuum of alternative placement options, cell program and universal screening for social emotional skills, and a comprehensive healthcare support.
So this leads into the areas we've identified for focused acceleration, and we welcome your feedback and input here. Sorry, this clicker didn't move forward. There we go. So a couple of weeks ago, Jill and Dr. Kim had emphasized the importance of data literacy for all leaders, I believe in monitoring report 2.3. We recognize that this need extends across all areas of support in our district. And so in particular and specific to this report, we aim to empower leaders with data pertaining to special education, gifted and talented, social emotional learning, so on and so forth, so that they have the data that they need to address the diverse needs that our students might have in these areas. So for example, a principal could utilize the dashboard to determine targeted focus areas for SEL, or assess whether students with disabilities, gifted and talented, or even twice exceptional students are receiving the appropriate support and interventions they need. And so this is an area that will continue to enhance in the next iterations of our dashboard, and we've already made some progress in this area. Now, the next 2 areas of accelerated focus go hand in hand, and those are addressing increased demand for mental, social, emotional, and behavioral health resources, and comprehensive program evaluation of specialized programs. So what we know and what we've heard is that there's a pressing need to enhance students' access to mental and behavioral health resources across all tiers of support. And so as we assess our specialized programs, such as center-based models in gifted and special education, determine if they're positively affecting our student growth, we can also examine our current curricular resources, our human resources, such as mental and behavioral health resources, to determine their effectiveness. We can develop our workforce. We can fully leverage our existing community partnerships and identify potential partnerships in these crucial areas that we might try to leverage for support. Additionally, we can review our supplemental instructional resources, such as some of our SEL curricular that Danielle brought up. We can also look at our behavior support strategies, professional learning opportunities, all of these things to ensure that they align with best practice while at the same time meeting the needs that we have within our school. So in other words, it'll help us truly identify where our strengths are, where we might have some opportunities for refinement, where we might have some gaps, and then we can be more intentional and systematic to addressing those needs in those areas. The next two areas also go hand in hand or are interconnected, and that's dropout prevention, early warning indicators, and decreased chronic absenteeism. So the dropout prevention, early warning indicators will help us to identify students at risk through this data-driven indicators sooner. So for example, chronic absenteeism is one of these indicators. By actively decreasing chronic absenteeism, we can help prevent dropout and support long-term success and well-being. So that is a brief overview of the areas where we believe we're on track and the areas that we believe we have identified for focused acceleration. Collectively, we believe all these things will help us ensure that our students are engaged and supported and equipped for success in Jeffco. We imagine you're going to have a lot of questions, so we reserve the majority of the time for discussion and dialogue. While I also have the mic, I just want to recognize both Tara and I's divisions. Like, the amount of resources and support they provide our schools is amazing, and we couldn't have done this report without their support. So I just want to take a moment to acknowledge their hard work too, even though Tara and I got a lot of the credit for it.
Great. Thanks, Matt.
Great. Thank you both. Thanks to your teams. See, it's not about you. It's about your teams. Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, board members, I'm sure there are a lot of questions. So who would like to start us off this evening? Nope, no questions. It looks like you guys are free to go. Director Parker.
Thank you for the presentation and for the very nice and detailed report that goes with it. I was just looking at the on-track slide where you say continued emphasis on MTSS implementation. So it was on track. And by coincidence, I just happened to have been looking at one of the UIP reports. It was for Kendallview, which is one of my schools. And for all of their areas where they needed an improvement plan, the cause they listed was a lack of a fully integrated MTSS. I think that's how they said it. Lack of fully integrated MTSS framework. And they had it for all three of their concerns here. It was math growth and ELA achievement and increased attendance. So can you tell me how you think MTSS fits into a UIP?
Into a UIP? Sure. And I want to comment on why we also believe it's on track. So we've done a lot of work over the last couple of years to build a common understanding for what this framework and mindset is. When it comes to UIP, when a school identifies, say, its major improvement strategies in reading and math, they could look at that through the lens of what are we doing universally for all students in terms of high quality instruction? What do we need to do for some students who need more than just what's being provided in the classroom? And what do few students need that is even greater than those other two layers of support? So you think about maybe a student who is identified as having a specific learning disability in reading. They might need additional specialized instruction in literacy on top of small group instruction that happens in the classroom, in addition to the universal instruction that's being provided for all students in literacy. Does that help you kind of think through how that might play out?
Yeah, so then the way I read it for the DUIP or the UIP is that it's been identified that they may not be using all of the tiers. They may have gotten stuck at tier one.
I jump in. I actually think on page 5 and 6 of the monitoring report, it talks about the district's progress related to systemic, and you heard Dave talk a lot about universal practices and universal resources. And so this report, I think, talks mostly about us feeling like we're on track with tier 1 practices in the following categories, right? And then it has a huge list of training, as Mr. Polero mentioned, implementation of quality resources and materials that are aligned to the standards. I think Mr. Weiss earlier this evening also talked about, and this was actually in the review of academic functions that we presented in the fall of 2021, just a lack of alignment to standards in classroom, in the teaching and learning that we were observing in our district. And so these resources are now ensuring that all students and teachers have what they need to address core instruction that's aligned to grade level and grade level standards. And that's where we feel like we're on track. In this report, we also have quite a bit of information from Mr. Polero's team around how we're supporting students on the other end of the spectrum, in the tier 3 group that need all, some, but more of the few, right, who might be on an IEP and need some additional instruction from a learning specialist or a specialized program like an AN center classroom. And that those kinds of things are in place as well. Our focused acceleration also mentions that we need to continue to focus on MTSS and grow from where we are. And so you'll see that in the report later on. That middle tier, that early identification of kids falling behind, resources, tools, and training for teachers to address students who might have gaps in their learning at more of that middle tier. That's not quite like, we don't know that you're being referred for an IEP evaluation, but we just think that you need a little bit of extra help to keep you up to grade level. That is an area where I believe we have some work to do. At this point, and we talk about how much change we've put into the system, and teachers can only handle so much. I mean, right now, Dave mentioned 500 classroom visits-ish since September with senior district and school administrators. I mean, I've had teachers coming up to me saying, this is a little different. And we're doing a lot, by the way, to make that safe, because it is not about judging teachers. It's about doing the partnership work side by side with schools. And I think our community soups and our principals really believe that and are really helping us with the cultural aspect of what we're doing. You cannot systematize tier 1 resources and curriculum and training for teachers and at the same time layer on a tier 2. You can provide learning specialists and others who might not be implementing the tier 1 resource with other tools. And we've done some of that. We've also done some OG training with the science of reading for literacy teachers at elementary, which can serve as a tier 2 in a general education classroom. So I am going to get off my pedestal right now because I could geek out and talk to you guys about instruction and tiers all night long. But I think that's just an area, Mary, that you're calling out, and I appreciate it, where we feel like we've made progress, but we also have room where we need to grow.
All right, other board member, I was about to say customer service. I don't know why. Questions or comments? I don't know what's happening. Director Miller?
Milk spill on aisle 1. So following up on the MTSS. So when we looked at the UIP last year, that was a priority for us, was the MTSS. And so trying to stay on track with that. And we're accelerating once again, going back to what does that timeline look like? What resources will you require? And what does that budget cost for you? Because it all comes down to what you all are going to have to do with the budget. And so acceleration to me means, just as you explained, we have the bookends in pretty solid space, but it's that middle piece that sounds like we're needing to have a greater time and financial investment in. And so just being able to, and maybe we don't need the financial investment. Maybe we just need the training for being able to pull out for small groups and that. But it would be helpful, I think, to understand what is needed when we say accelerate. That means that's a priority for us. And how do we support you in that work as a board?
Yeah, and I'm putting a lot of eggs in the basket of the comprehensive program evaluation, because that will help us systemically understand what our needs are, where those gaps are, so that we can then make informed decisions about how we invest our resources to address those things. we have to get a deep understanding of what our current state is and identify what we want our desired state to be, and then put the plan together to get there. So I would say over the course of the next year, what we would be prioritizing is, putting the time and energy into that program evaluation.
Then to follow up on how we're implementing the program for MTS so that we are honoring the different tiers across the different student groups that are in need, I'm going to wander into then the cell space.
Okay.
So, and to me, that's also part of the MTSS because identifying students' needs it can go hand in hand. So when I look at CEL, we passed that mill back in 2018, and we started to invest money in the CEL program through Castle curriculum, and with the expectation that we would be touching different schools that had identified need initially, and that was with center programming, from what I understand, and then we were going to spread it out into the different schools. And so that was we had 2 years under our belt, and then the pandemic hit. So to me, I'd be curious. That's kind of a perfect storm, not really, because it was horrible, but we would be able to say how our program actually was able to support our students through a pandemic, through something that was truly a crisis for them. And I would think that would be part of the eval that you guys would be able to do, because that's a real life experience that all students across the board went through. And so how did our CEL program support students during that time? Was it a wraparound? Was it only certain children received that kind of support? Was the curriculum satisfactory to help support that time? That to me would be something that would honor what Dr. Barta was talking about, is it working? We've now had 2018 to 23, and we've had a pandemic.
Yeah, and I want to be quite honest. I mean, it's hard to measure, right? And CELs do more than implement, say, second steps or a curricular resource, right? They support with restorative conversations. They do one-on-one interventions with students. I mean, their work is immense. So it's more than just one curriculum, and a lot of their work is geared towards prevention. Right. And so we really pay close attention to, individual student outcomes, but also other pieces of data, have we seen a decrease in behaviors? Have teachers noticed that their students are able to generalize the skills that they're learning, say, with the CEL around conflict resolution out on the playground, and engaging in some of those things? And those are just observable behaviors that are hard to capture in a quantitative or qualitative type assessment. But we can be more intentional with identifying what are those metrics we're going to use to say that this resource or this model of SEL implementation is making a difference, and what are our goals in regards to that.
And I think that's rational to me, because I think what's going to happen is we're going to start to see a squeezing financially, right? And so we're going to have to prioritize, or they will have to prioritize where the dollars go for the mental health supports. And I know that we have partnerships with the organizations that we've had contracts with, and outsourcing in terms of people able to access resources. I just want to make sure that the monies that we earmarked for mental health supports back in 2018 with that mill, are we spending it in the best way for the students that have the need for that support?
Wholeheartedly agree. And I think that has to be a part of the evaluation. And when it comes to social emotional learning, mental health, well-being, so on and so forth, we not only have to be thoughtful, we have to be creative about how we're providing that in light of other types of resource constraints. There are less psychologists, social workers, and counselors today than there were 10 years ago, right? And so we have to think about how do we still meet the needs of our students who have these types of needs in a way that isn't dependent on a psychologist, social worker, or counselor, right? And if you've heard Michelle Gonzalez talk about suicide prevention, mental health is everyone's responsibility. So that is our philosophy, that we're thinking we're using that as a lens as we're engaging in this process. What do we need to do? Who on the outside can help us when we don't have the people here to do what we know needs to be done for our kids?
And I think you guys have done a very good job of that, and high fives all around. I just know that that's probably going to be even more pressure for us to find those resources.
Yeah, I think I would just want to highlight something that I think is a theme that has flowed through from EL 11, the UIP conversation, and now we're talking about again. And I do think it's part of the reason why our cabinet team loves putting together monitoring reports for our board. And honestly, I mean, like in all honesty, we do end with these reports and say, wow, like look what we're doing, and look where the gaps are. And then it forces us to say, okay, what are the areas that we need to fill? Where do we need to accelerate and do more? And I think, we've already I could probably list off the top of my head 6 things that we may want to invest in to fill some of the gaps we know we have around campus supervisors, facility modifications for security, ensuring that's consistent across all buildings, curriculum. Right now, all of the curriculum dollars, other than the money that we've been using with one-time funds from ESSER, are built into our SBB model. Do we want a centralized curriculum budget that is ongoing and in a department that is multi-year, managed by our teaching and learning team to ensure this just right balance, right, between every school having the resources it needs? And we're not done with universal. We're looking at secondary English language arts right now. And that's a huge process that does include a ton of teacher voice, which matters greatly in that. But, secondary social studies, science, all of our teachers, even art, music, and PE, we've done some work in. So I'm off track now. Do we want to have some sort of funding for consistent curriculum allocation and purchasing and take some of that off of the pressure of our schools, both financially and logistically? And now, we're talking about mental health supports or mental health training for staff, all of which cost money as well. So I do think as we're going through this process, we all are identifying areas that might need to be prioritized for potential funding. We may not have all the funding to do that, right, in addition to all the other pressures we have on our budget. But it is beginning to give us sort of a sense of what we may use additional revenue for if we could raise additional revenue. And so it's just, I think that's coming up over and over again, is these needs we have and how might we get that done with our financial realities.
Yep. And, the story that you shared about your own students and their experience with SEL, and just thinking about the student panel from this morning, something that resonated with me is student voice, right? We tend to make decisions sometimes based upon what we believe there needs to be, and we tend to go to traditional methods like talk therapy or whatever the case may be, when in reality, some of the student voice that's come out in some of the world cafes that our student engagement team has held is some of our students have said, I just need my teacher to have a couple of tools in their back pocket that they can pull out and give to me immediately in that moment, so I don't have to wait 60 minutes until I see my counselor, right? And so that's an entirely different way of thinking about how to address the unique needs that students have in the moment. And so that's just in the back of my mind. So I just want you to know, a part of that evaluation will be bringing student voice, parent voice, educator voice into that conversation to help us get to that creative way of, let's stick with the reimagining mental health in Jeffco Public Schools, but that's really what it is.
Well, and we have finite resources, right? And not every school can have the same resources. They may not need the same resources. So it's how do you allocate our scarce resources or resources,
and
what I call it.
Yeah, and you'll in our allocation model currently, a lot of schools do get the same,
right?
But they don't need the same. Right. And now we have built in a process where schools can buy up mental health support, right? But that also means that they have to have the budget to do that, and that has to be a priority that they identify. So again, I wholeheartedly agree with you.
And then one real quick question: when we talk about the comprehensive program eval as the special programs, which it can be the special ed centers, it's the GT centers, and it's the we invest teacher time and professional development, just how you're going to be measuring the effectiveness of those programs and continuity and consistency of delivery, which has been on our minds for mine for like decades. But that's something that will be of interest, how you start to be measuring those effectiveness of those programs.
And just as an aside, we will have a separate presentation just about GT Center, sort of the landscape and mapping. That specifically will be in November. So we sort of pulled that out because it is an area of interest we talked about a lot. So we'll be dedicating time to that in a study session and whatever the November one is.
Well, and I'll just comment that yes, and our academic leadership team has been having a lot of conversations. And one of the conversations we've been having is how are our students with an ALP who is attending a GT Center school performing in comparison to a student who has an ALP at a neighborhood school? We haven't answered that question yet. That's a very important question for us to answer. And what makes a GT Center unique in Jeffco, and what is that continuity and consistency from elementary, middle to high school? So yes, the evaluation of our programs will be critical to answering some of those questions that you have, and I'm sure we have as well.
And then my last, which is the dropout prevention and decreased chronic absenteeism. I just kind of wonder how they partner with each other. Because if I'm not engaged with my school, the chances are I'm not going to stay in my school.
Mm-hmm.
So do we see areas where we can address that? I would say it's accessing material and feeling frustrated that I can't access the material, or I can't get to school on a regular basis because I'm moving around. The mobility issue, I think, is a concern. So that's just something I'd like to see when you guys are really looking at how we address them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think honestly, it starts back to the conversation that Mr. Pearson and Mr. Weiss began to unpack early about creating a culture of safety and belonging for students. I mean, ultimately, that's where student engagement begins. And we know that, according to even what, Maslow's work said, that really that hierarchy of needs begins with belonging, and belonging precedes achievement. And so we know that the major improvement strategy number 3 in our DUIP is creating a culture of safety and belonging around honoring student identities and welcoming school communities really is the important first step to getting students to come to school, and then providing the wraparound supports if there are external barriers that are making it challenging for students to get to school in the first place. And so you'll see in the student stability section within the report where we highlight the special populations and the work that are being done to support our opportunity youth or our at-risk students. And we know that there are, evidence-based, strategies around the ABCs, around attendance, behavior, and course completion. And with the robust data dashboard that we have, if we can actually have, an early warning system that has all of that in one place, so I can look at it at scale for my entire school and see where I have, areas of concern. And you can do that, elementary, middle, and high school. This doesn't have to be dropout prevention starts in preschool. It's not something that's just work that our high school, educators need to be worried about. And then, so thinking about that attendance, the behavior, and the course completion. But again, it's also with, the other health and well-being resources and supports that you see both internally and externally we're providing are equally important. So when using the data to help inform where we know students are struggling, and using that hopefully as a prevention tool to the graduation pathway, and doing things and providing interventions sooner. But then also once we have the data, then we have a responsibility to act on it too. So I think that we have a lot of work to do in that space, and I'm really glad to see that it's part of the focused acceleration.
Great. Other questions, comments?
Just on the SEL work, I'm really glad that you will include students in that evaluation, because I think that is a huge missing piece, and whether this is working or not is asking the people affected by the delivery, the intervention, are actually learning or not. Because from what I understand, And everyone says, well, that measure that we use to evaluate it is national. It's like it's not one we made up. It's a nationally published scale, whatever. But asking a whole population of teachers, if that's who it is, or the SELs, to rate the students means that we think there's reliability in the way that they are assessing a measure. And I haven't seen anything that says teachers, or who's filling it out, teachers or SELs, teachers, by reliable they all are measuring the same thing, across all of these kids, and they're all assessing or awarding scores the same across every single teacher. And that's impossible to do. So I just find the whole concept of the way that we evaluate this suspect. And I know it's a nationally published scale, whatever, but believe me, I know that doesn't mean it works. So I can't say enough how much I think, and I think we also need to be asking teachers, and not just the SELs, because again, anecdotal, but my kids will say, even my teachers hate it. I've heard so, and I'll say, how do you know that? Well, they told me. And I'll be like, oh my gosh, so there's something I think that also is embedded in this. So, and I just desperately want it to work. I just desperately want us to provide these kinds of tools and services for kids. And so if it's not working, and not only are we wasting money on it then, but it's actually not impacting the kids. And I would just say I do this work with the Annie Casey Foundation, and we're starting a partnership with Girls Inc. And all we've done for 2 years is study perceptions of kids' social connectedness, on how they, that foundation requires that we have those young people on our team as researchers. And so the whole framing of it is for them to get other kids to describe what these things look like for them and how it means for them. And they've said very clearly, if an adult, comes along and tells us what's wrong with us, it's completely different than when the kid gets to self-report that. So kids' voice in this, what we're learning is it just validates the whole process for them. So I just think the way I've kind of been reluctant to say this, but we've probably all heard sold a story, right? So this SEL work makes me think of that a lot. Are we all just kind of caught in what we think it should be? And it's going to come out years later that this was not at all what it should have been. And so, that's just where I am with this. I'm keep thinking, how do we even know this is how do we even know? I think I kind of wonder, are we all just caught up in this is the one everyone's using. It's the national scale, but we haven't really dug deep into it, and we don't really know its impact. So I just have a lot of skepticism about where we're at with it right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comments, and that's fair. We're in year two, actually, this is the start of year 3 for SSIS, and we need to pay close attention to what have we learned over the last 2 years in relationship to how we've used this tool, and that's certainly going to be a part of the conversations that we have as a part of this program evaluation. So.
I'd also add to that end as well that as you saw on track, the launch of the positive behavior support team, the PBST team that each school will have, where you will have a diverse team of educators and school stakeholders that will help inform universal best practice for supporting behavior. And you can't do that without really collecting data and really looking at the curriculum and the universal best practice you're putting in place to help actually foundationally support student behavior at the tier 1, tier 2, and the tier 3 level. So I would imagine, much to Matt's point earlier around voice, actually getting educator voice and thinking about what are we doing really intentionally to help support and strengthen our students' behavior both in and out of the classroom and during structured and unstructured times. I do think getting educators involved in that PBST process is going to have some direct impacts on what the social emotional learning kind of impacts are going to look like as well. So I know that schools are excited about the possibility of that too.
Do you have any other questions or okay? Great. Other board member questions, comments? Okay, I have just a couple of questions for you. One is I appreciated having all of the student discipline data that's in there, and what I'm hoping happens over time is some sort of comparison to previous years. So it was kind of there, and I'm assuming as a benchmark, it's the first round of these monitoring reports. But to be able to see, because it's hard to contextualize, obviously, otherwise, and disaggregated by demographics. And I didn't see that either, and I just don't know if that's something that we can initiate, because for us to be able to see where are there areas where we may be able to provide additional resources or support, I think would be very helpful as board members to be able to see. I also just to kind of lift up, and I know I probably bring this up from the board table too often, but I don't know if there's a too often for this, but I appreciated the report out around QPR training for suicide prevention, and it is just to elevate that, if you have 2,000 to 2,500 of the screenings that happen, the suicide risk screenings that are happening, and you have 20 to 25% of those students who are determined ultimately to be at high risk for expressing sort of potential imminent risk for that child, like that's hundreds and hundreds of kids. And so I just, not to be alarmist about it, but we have the ability, each one of us, to, as Michelle Gonzalez would say, to be part of it's not a solution, to be part of a proactive way of trying to help address some of these cases for our kids. And it tears me up every time I read one of the emails that comes out. So please do the training, pay attention, be part of that community of support for kids.
And that's one of the areas on track for us. We just recently mandated that this is required training for all Jeffco staff. And I think what you see in some of the screenings for suicide risk, like the elevated numbers, is result of us being recognizing those signs and intervening at the right time. But yes, I mean, I agree. Every time one of those emails goes out, it's hurtful.
Yep.
But yes, everyone, just do a little PSA announcement right now. Our team offers QPR training to anyone who wants to participate. Doesn't matter what community you're from. They're both in person and virtually. So you can find that on our website, the dates that we have trainings available. And as our numbers increase, we always add more dates, because that suggests us that there's a great interest, and the sessions have been full.
Great. So that's happy news for me. So thank you. And I'll just keep talking about it all the time.
I did want to add, so I appreciate you wanting to see disaggregated discipline data, and we do have that available. So we do report the data by school, also by race and ethnicity. So we are able to provide that data. And I do think it's important to be able to provide like a year over year at a glance, to be able to look at trend data. I do think it's important to note, however, that this is the first year. So this is the year, so this is 22-23 data as reported to CDE at the highest level. And I think where we're in a unique position and really calling out that this is baseline, because we have a new discipline matrix tool in which all of our school administrators and deans have been calibrated and are using the tool to help inform their decision making in really that range of prevention to intervention of which consequence best matches the behavior that we're seeing or the infraction from students. And sometimes that is a preventative approach. Sometimes that does require discipline documentation. But there are a range from level 1, classroom managed, all the way up to level 7, which is the most severe, which is a firearm in school, which thankfully we didn't have any of those last year. And so I think it's going to be really interesting to see what our data this year in the 23-24 school year tells us. That one, we've level set and have set the expectation that all administrators will be using the discipline matrix and documenting how they're reporting discipline in Infinite Campus. And so we've had different tools, especially on the prevention side. We think about tools for PBIS like Swiss and other things, but we're now asking all schools to report their discipline data, either the minor infraction all the way up to expulsion in Infinite Campus. So we'll have much cleaner data. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see the story that the data tells us at the end of this school year.
in how the tools are actually helping to support and inform the decision making and the intended benefits that does then provide to the end user, which is the student.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think it's a great sort of function of the monitoring reports to be able to have that kind of historical, the trends over time will be really, I think, important for all of us to see. But so I appreciate that a lot. So just one other question is, because I did have a question about the reduction in ALPs for students. It looked like it was happening year over year. But I'm going to hold that because I'm wondering if that will be part of the conversation around the scan of GT.
Yeah. Are you specifically wondering why?
Why?
Yeah, that's a great question. That was a new learning for me as we put this report together. Dr. Golden and I have not had the opportunity to engage in that conversation, but we most certainly will, and we'll bring forward to the board in our GT report, I think on November 1st, some possible explanations for why that is. I can speak to the increase of identification for twice exceptional students. We've just got better at identifying and referring students who potentially have exceptionalities, giftedness and disability.
That's helpful because I know when we were talking about potential bullet points for the presentation, I hadn't seen this one yet. So I would love for that to be included in that presentation so we can look at how we're capturing sounds terrible, like a net identifying and providing those services to students. So my last question is, so I was looking at the crisis prevention intervention, and it looked like the sort of number of trainings and number of staff trained in that or in those practices for that it is also decreasing over time. And I'm just curious, given we've had previous conversations specific to sort of crisis intervention.
Are you speaking to like the nonviolent crisis prevention intervention?
I just wrote
like de-escalation strategies, physical restraint.
Of course, I didn't put down a page number because I would have made it really clear what I was talking about. But it looked like number of staff and training for it just said for crisis prevention intervention, and then it's gone down. Yeah, every time. Yeah.
Page 21.
It's page 21. Just kidding.
Yeah. I think there are multiple factors at play there. So one, once you get the training initially, if you do the full 8-hour training, then you're certified for 2 years, right? And so we have multiple people who've already taken that initial training and just need the refresher. But I'll also just be transparent, and we've had this conversation at the cabinet level, and I'm working with student services. We should have a systemic approach to providing CPI. Specifically, for example, any principal, mental health provider, so on and so forth, who has a center-based program in their school where there might be a greater risk for a need for that type of intervention to occur, to be identified as mandatory people who need to be trained. So we've been talking a lot about what that needs to look like and how we would go about providing it in a more systemic way in the future. We are right now in October offering 3 verbal de-escalation trainings for all administration who would like to participate, and they're highly encouraged to.
Great, thanks. Any other questions or comments before Director Parker?
I was just thinking in the QPR training that you're doing and also any other suicide prevention activities, can you or have you started mentioning the new 988 hotline?
Yes. So I don't know if you got the opportunity to see the letter that we shared out from Student Success. We put together a suicide prevention toolkit and shared it district-wide and also on our website, and it includes the 988 crisis line as well as Safe to Tell. I wanted to comment on that earlier. I agree with your ideas around that, but yes, we have a whole toolkit. We're making sure that number is out there, and it's also shared as a part of our QPR training.
That kind of brings us all full circle in our conversations. Great. It sounds like that's all that we have for you for right now. Thank you so much to you and your teams for working on this, and we appreciate your diligence. So thanks a bunch.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got one more agenda item for this evening, to hear an update from staff on the district's Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools Phase 2 recommendations. prior to our vote on October the 12th. This is also an opportunity for the board to discuss the recommendation, ask questions, clarifications, etc. As an update to our listening public, Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is an initiative that was devised in the spring of 2022 to respond to the board's request for a comprehensive plan to ensure thriving schools with enrollment to support extraordinary student experiences across our district. Phase 1 of Regional Opportunities resulted in a unanimous board decision on November 10th, 2022 to close 16 elementary schools. This past spring, the board passed a resolution to have Phase 2 of Regional Opportunities focus on a recommendation to consolidate K-8 and middle schools. The recommendation was presented to the board on August 24th, 2023 in accordance with policy FCB and included two schools, Coal Creek Canyon K-8 and Arvada K-8. We as a board recognize the need to continue to monitor enrollment patterns and trends to ensure robustly and equitably resourced school programs in alignment with the organizational values of 1, focus on students, and 2, equity. Before I hand this over to Mr. Liu and team, is there anything you'd like to add, Superintendent Dorland?
I'd just like to thank the board for the time that you've spent this week and in previous weeks at community meetings and then this week in your public hearings. And I know that those are not easy meetings for the communities that have been recommended, and I know they're not easy meetings for any of you, and so I just appreciate the time and attention that you've been able to be present with the communities. So thank you very much. And with that, I think we're going to hand it over to Ms. Liu, who's going to kick us off and provide some information.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. As you just mentioned, we had public hearings this week, and so we have updated the presentation today. So it is newly updated in board docs to reflect responses to some of the things that we've heard at the community hearings this week. I do, as Superintendent Dorland did, want to acknowledge the families, community members, staff, and students who have spoken at the hearings this week. This is incredibly difficult for the communities that it impacts. They speak authentically, compellingly, and I can see that the board is not just listening, but hearing what folks are saying. These are real people who are involved and impacted by the recommendations that we are making, and we do not take that lightly. We acknowledge that even mentioning schools on a list for closure has impact in and of itself. From that moment forward, as President Schooley said in her opening remarks when we made the recommendation in August, from the staff's perspective, I want folks to know that we hear them, and it's our job to work to meet their concerns in the transition and in the planning, should the board make the decision to close their schools. And so, as I said, we have made some updates to this presentation to respond to some of the things that we have heard. So I want to take the opportunity to update you all on that. And then give you an opportunity to discuss and ask questions. So as a reminder, Regional Opportunities for Thriving Schools is a response to where the district has been, unfortunately, with its enrollment declines and getting to such a severe point that we've had to tackle it in this manner. And this is Phase 2, which actually began earlier this summer with the board's closure of more middle school at the end of this coming school year for Pomona to open as a 612. And we have since recommended the closure of Coal Creek Canyon K-8 school and Arvada K-8. So I want to address some of the things around the criteria. We've spoken from the beginning, although it's difficult and hard to understand. This is a complicated process. That the criteria this time on Phase 2 is different from Phase 1. It considers traditional district managed schools, so it doesn't consider option schools, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. There are 3 criteria points that are in the resolution: urgently unsustainable enrollment, community driven, and accountability driven. So the reason that we couldn't use the same criteria in Phase 1 as we're using in Phase 2 was because at the beginning of the 22-23 school year, Jeffco had over 100 elementary schools that were very close together geographically. And elementary schools have fewer students, Then our middle schools and our K-8 schools that are designed to serve more students in order to have the resources they need to serve the grade span. There are only 17 middle schools in Jeffco compared to the over 100 elementary schools, and in most cases, there is one middle school in each articulation area, which means if you remove a middle school, you put an entire articulation area at risk of existence. And there are 5 K-8 schools in Jeffco and 4 articulation areas. So that's why we could not apply the same criteria in phase 2. So our timeline, which we have are getting to the end of at this point, we had 2 public hearings earlier this week, Monday and Tuesday, and the board will vote next Thursday. So I want to address some of the Arvada K-8 considerations. I want to clarify why Foster K-8 was not part of the recommendation. I want to clarify about the recommendation being based on enrollment patterns and trends. And then I'm going to ask Superintendent Dorland to speak a little bit about addressing the supports for our newcomers and ensuring supports and services offered in Spanish, preparing our receiving communities, because these are really important to us as we plan for the future. So first, about Foster K-8. So in 2019, the Board of Education approved a request to make Foster K-8 an option school. It has no boundary. Its enrollment is exclusively through the choice process. Foster is also specifically it's designed around a specialty program called dual language. And per the option status approved by the board, Foster's dual language program has 2 classrooms at each grade level K through 5 and between 35 to 50 students per grade level in grades 6 through 8. It's designed to serve the number of students that are currently enrolled. So its current enrollment is 396 students, but that doesn't include PK. They have 36 students in PK. The capacity of the building itself is 436. So the current building utilization without PK is 91%, and with PK is 99%. Since becoming an option school in 2019, Foster's enrollment has been stable. It does not rely on a physical boundary for enrollment, which is all choice. I want to address the accountability communication. So this has been really, I understand the confusion, and it's just the timing was really unfortunate. So in February of 2023, CDE sent us a note offering us the opportunity to take early action on our Arvada K-8 due to its performance. We declined that, and our team wrote an easy grant to provide supports to that school in boosting attendance over the spring. We got that grant and provided very intensive supports to the school this spring. Arvada K-8 then administered CMAS in April, and they got their SPF results in August. If you look at our ROFS timeline, the board approved the ROFS Phase 2 resolution guiding the district's work in May. That was about a week and a half after we had the community meeting with Arvada K-8 around what CDE had informed us about. At the community meeting, folks did ask whether if they improved their scores, whether we would keep the school open. And I verbally responded that we were just starting to look at the K-8 in middle schools, anticipating that the board would be asking us to look at that through phase 2, and that I couldn't guarantee, because we were just starting to look at enrollment, that the school wouldn't be closed just based on what they did around or could do around performance. We did not communicate that in the letter that we sent out, because the letter was about the CDE process and what we had been told by CDE.
Elisa?
Yes.
Can you talk about what taking early action means from CDE?
Yes,
Can you clarify
and there
that?
might be someone who's more qualified than me to speak on that. I'm willing to take a stab at it, unless Dave.
Thanks, Dave.
So earlier, actually, there was a question about what year schools are on the clock. And so when a school is getting close to their 5th year on the clock, CDE offers districts the opportunity to take early action, because if a school gets to the point that they're far enough on the clock and the district hasn't taken action, CDE will come in and take action. And so districts are offered that opportunity because sometimes we don't want to wait for CDE come in and take over. And so there's an opportunity for the district to take early action.
Which would mean what? Which would mean the district does what?
That we could reconstitute the building. We could do lots of different things. We could we could relaunch with a new name.
I'm just trying to make it clear what
that's
the
helpful. Yeah,
suite of options would be in
we could do
early
a
action.
zero based hiring. We can do lots of different things, but we could even offer a school to a charter, for example, as an option as well.
I will just sum it up in saying that the state taking actions means that you cannot be what you currently are. You have to be something different because you have shown that you can't. That they would say you're not making it work as you are. So that is why I think there's confusion around, understandably confusion around this timeline. Because these two things intersected. And I know a lot of times we hear things like this is predetermined and I will just say, the closing of 16 schools took all of the capacity we had. We didn't actually start looking and doing the analysis on K-8s and middle schools. More came to us early on in January. And so I had some of my team go off and work on that, but we weren't working on this until the board gave us direction to do so because we were still working on how we were supporting the transitions of the 16 schools. So it wasn't predetermined in that time, and we were just starting to see early signs that there might be some strange enrollment patterns that we needed to look into. Okay. So this is just how this lines up, so you can see where the gaps are. In terms of or how the two intersected or didn't intersect. Then I want to move to Coal Creek. So the recommendation on Coal Creek is yes.
Sorry, can I jump in on newcomer and Spanish-speaking staff? Thank you. I think one of the biggest takeaways for me through the community meetings at our VATA K-8 and last night's board public hearing is the real need for our district to begin thinking about and putting in place what other districts call newcomer supports. Sometimes this is a specific school in a district where families with immigrant families with students who need educational services can come and get not only education but also wraparound services and support with navigating housing, food, clothing, all kinds of things that our immigrant families need. Other times, if it's not a full school, it can be like a center or part of a school, a service within a school. There's lots of different ways that it can look. I've put these kinds of things in place in two different previous districts, and each time it looked different. And so one of the things that we've been talking about as a cabinet group and team is really how do we begin moving in the direction of putting a newcomer center somewhere in this area, because I think it's evident that we need better wraparound supports in a more systemic way in this part of town. That's number one. Number two, I know that there have been folks who've been frustrated at the level of bilingual support in some of our schools in this area. And so pending the board's decision, if there is a decision to support the recommendation, we are ready to implement and make sure we have an accounting of Spanish-speaking staff in particular in the schools within this area. And if there is not office staff and family engagement liaison staff that can support Spanish-speaking families in the schools in this area, then we want to move in the direction of really getting that in place immediately, even before we move into the choice process, just because I feel like that's something we need to do. In other districts I've been a part of, there have been requirements when a school's demographics are at a certain level of Spanish-speaking families that there must be a Spanish-speaking staff member in the office, for example. I'm not sure. I know we don't have that kind of expectation here in Jeffco, but I do think it's something we're beginning to talk about and need to move towards, with this area being the first to talk about that and move in that direction pending the board's decision. So those were two other areas that came about for me just in terms of the supports and wraparound needs of the families in this area.
On that idea of the newcomer support, to what extent at Arvada K8 does that already exist? And why would we, I can imagine how difficult that would be to establish, build trust, find the right resources. And from everything I heard, it exists, if not formally, but it exists at Arvada K8. So why would we go on an uphill climb instead of building from that base at a place where it seems to be so successful that people are coming from all over to access that?
I think it's somewhat dependent on the Oliva Amaro, who works at Arvada K8. She really understands the supports that we have in place, which I spoke with her about this, and she explained to me, and maybe we can sit down and see how it actually works. But it's an actual video, so she sits the family down, has them watch a video of some things, and then I think just continues to be their contact. As Superintendent Dorland said, I think we can do more, and we can build, and there's other families in other areas. For example, Lumberg in the east side of our district over in Jefferson has experienced a large influx of newcomers to the United States this year after school started, and putting the structure in place for families, I think not just at one school, but at multiple schools will be, or just a hub or someplace where families can go will be really important. But I think that's
just not my question. My question is, if we have the start of that and it's successful, why would we tear it apart and start over? Like, I understand what you're saying, but like you just said, a hub for all the families to come would be great. So we have a place.
I think what we've heard from the community, and what we've talked to Mr. Hall about a little bit, is the school appears to be and feel like a place of belonging and safety for the families who are coming there. Like many things, and many times when we have bright spots in Jeffco, it may be person dependent. And in my experience building newcomer centers in 2 other districts, it should not just be happenstance that one person in one building is a supportive individual for families who have similar needs across a community or multiple communities. And I do think we have the opportunity to provide more systemic supports to immigrant families in both the Arvada area and other areas. I know we are dealing with this at Lumberg as well. And so that's the answer. I don't think closing Arvada K8 as recommended precludes the services that are happening there and are supportive of the families from continuing. And as Ms. Rulu mentioned, I think we can talk to Ms. Olivas. I know Tara knows who she is and has been working with her through the family liaison work. And so obviously we want to learn what she's doing, because she is very connected to many families there, and make sure that we utilize her expertise and her relationships to support families through the transition if this is the board's decision.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. I'm going to, I neglected to mention my colleagues, but Tayo Adiko is here with us. She's the Executive Director of Charter Partnerships for our district, and then Claire Takar is our Director of Strategic Initiatives. So Tayo's gonna take it after I do this slide, but we made the recommendation to close Coal Creek K8 grade 6 through 8. We recommended will close at the end of this school year. And then we have been considering the timeline for the closure of the K5, and it has been largely dependent on this process that we are running in tandem through Ms. Adiko. And I just want to say we wouldn't have been able to do this without her. She knows, she's so knowledgeable in this area, and has been, I think, really formed a strong relationship and bond with that community in this process. So I just want to say thank you, and I'll turn it over to you.
So we have adopted a 2-part process for gauging viable interest in charter options for the Coal Creek Canyon community. The first window just closed for receiving letters of intent, and then after the board vote next week, we may begin an expedited charter application process for interested applicants. So here's the timeline for the letter of intent process. Tomorrow, the cabinet will review the recommendations of the staff members, which included me, Claire, and representatives from the school leadership team and the accounting team. And cabinet will review those recommendations and prepare board materials for your board meeting next week. Then we'll publish a memo for the Coal Creek Canyon community, updating them on the process on Friday. And then next Thursday is the board vote.
So I just want to chime in and say the recommendation that is being prepared right now is just on whether or not there is a viable letter of intent. So it's not anything more than that. It's just around viability.
Thanks, Lisa. So after a robust engagement process with charter applicants, we did receive 3 letters of intent from Jefferson Academy, Compass for Lifelong Discovery, and Sojournings Academy. And we have started the review process. So earlier this week, we had a staff review team review the letters, and then, as I shared, tomorrow cabinet members will review and finalize the recommendation about the viability of the letters of intent that we received, which have been posted online. In the letter of intent, we asked for potential applicants to detail at a high level their 4-year projected enrollment, the qualifications of their steering committee, whether or not they intended to use the Coal Creek Canyon facility, the proposed grade levels that they wish to serve, when they wanted to open the school, a rationale for their proposal, and how they plan on providing a high quality education for the students given a sustainable financial model. We also published the review criteria in the template for the letter of intent and determined that any letter that we received that was rated as mostly developed or fully developed by staff would be considered viable. Now, if the board decides next week to vote to approve the recommendation, the following day we will begin what we're calling an expedited charter authorization process to open a charter in the Coal Creek Canyon community in August 2024 for the 24-25 school year. In this expedited process, we will be asking schools to submit the application by the end of November. And in the application, we will ask each applicant to provide evidence of support from the community in at least 2 ways. One, intent to enroll forms. So reaching out to families in the canyon and asking them to demonstrate intent to enroll their students for next school year. And then also letters of support from local community organizations. Now, how does that all work with Enroll Jeffco? The board will vote if there are submitted applications at the January 10th meeting, which is still when the round 1 window is open. So families will be able to submit a choice enrollment application to a school that will title Charter School Serving Coal Creek Canyon pending Board of Education authorization, so that they can start that process even before the board vote. And we will have an enrollment specialist that will work to support the families given the different outcomes that could come in January. And then on January 10th, after the board vote, we'll update all families and let them know where we are with the enrollment process.
So I'll just end with the FCB committees. So you all in board docs and your executive content have received the committee reports from Arvada K-8 and Coal Creek Canyon K-8. So please take an opportunity to read those when you have a chance. And we have really, as we always do, try to work with our principals on what is right for their communities. So last year we did surveys of the families in the communities. We've been able, because we had more capacity this year, to actually talk with more families and understand what they're looking for in a transition. We have a survey that is ready to go to families after the board vote, but our principals this time around felt it would be tone deaf to send those surveys prior to board making a decision. So we've tried to be responsive to that. So that's what we have for you today, and we're happy to answer further questions or entertain discussion that you have between you.
Great, thank you for all of your work, all 3 of you. Other questions and comments? Yep, Director Reed.
I have two questions around the charter option. The first is, do we have any idea? I know, like you're putting together staff recommendations. Do we have any idea how the community feels about the options that are currently in front of them? I would hate to make a decision with the idea of, well, we're going to offer these options, and then it turns out they hate all of them.
Fortunately, the Coal Creek Canyon community has been very welcoming to charter applicants, and they formed a welcoming committee that met every single charter applicant that came up for a tour. And I believe, based on those interactions, some schools actually selected themselves out because they weren't able to gauge any interest from the community. So I believe that at least one of these applicants will be of interest to the community, because they've also been doing their own engagement processes. They had a meeting last Monday, one of the applicants with the Coal Creek Canyon community on their own, to hear their interest in what they want in a school.
Okay, great. I knew that they'd had that committee. I was just like, they are like included in this whole process. Okay, good to know.
Dr. Reed,
parents,
can I just add one thing that I think is helpful for the board to think about in terms of the timing? I actually think the timing of the expedited process and the board's decision on the charter in January is helpful because, and this is what some of the applicants have said to us, the enrolled Jeffco is actually an opportunity for all of us to see what demand there is for the school prior to the board authorizing. So we'll at least know by January 10th how many people have actually made a choice, I believe. Is that right?
Yeah, we should be able to pull some data. In addition to that, at least one of these schools, if not more, have suggested the opportunity for homeschool programming. So we wouldn't be seeing that in our system, but they would be.
Yeah, they can provide that. So it might be helpful, give you some information before the board has to make a decision in January.
What would they be? What would we see that they'd be choosing? The charter school will be an enrolled Jeffco, even though it's not been.
It'll say in the first bullet, charter school serving Coal Creek Canyon pending Board of Education authorization.
That's actually my second question. So if they say their first choice is the charter school there, but they don't know what charter they're choosing, right? They just know it's a charter in that building. So if for some reason I have decided that Compass sounds great and Sojourning sounds great, not so keen on Jefferson, or however you want to put those, and it turns, and I figure, well, I'm gonna, I like 2 out of 3, so I figure my odds are pretty good here. So I'm gonna say I want this charter school, and then it ends up being the one I really didn't want. Do they automatically then get put into their boundary school, into Three Creeks, if that's what they want to switch to?
Yeah, so I would say, the letter of intent process is one thing. The actual application for the charter authorization is another. So we don't know that we would have multiple applications for charter authorization.
Will they know that in January?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By January, they should have actually a pretty good idea of what it'll probably be.
Yes,
okay.
Most likely. And the other part of your I had an answer for the other part of your question, but now I can't remember it.
Can you guys just say, when are we going to let people know which schools plan to apply?
So one of the things that I want to say to the, in terms of how Enroll Jeffco works, you can enroll in you can ask for multiple enrollments. We don't have a way, and we will not have a way next year for you to say, this is my first choice, this is my second choice, this is my third choice. We've asked that in a subsequent survey, but you don't rank your choices in that way. You just apply. And so we will be able to see, and the enrollment specialist will coach people on the number of things they might want to submit for. So they may be, even if you just want to go to your neighborhood school, you sort of you say that in some way. So we'll know that. And then in terms, Trace, what was your point? Yeah. So you can answer that in terms of the time.
Applications will be due November 27th, and they're public documents. So we will post the full application on our charter school's website.
Yeah, they wouldn't be authorized by then, but they would know. The community would know. Yeah, it makes sense. Sure, absolutely. Yeah, that makes good sense. Sure.
Our vote next week is a vote to close the school and send them to Three Creeks, right? The vote is not about this charter school.
That is correct.
So the only thing we're voting on next week is to close the school with the only knowledge we have is that they would go to Three Creeks because none of this is settled.
That is correct, although we are writing into the resolution so what we are saying to you today that there is a viable a letter of intent means that we, as we said in the beginning, will be now recommending that the K-5 only close at the end of the 24-25 school year. That's what you will be voting on. So the school, as we had originally imagined it, would stay open in K-5 another year. But we will be writing into the resolution that should a charter school be authorized on January 10th to serve students in as early as the fall of 2024, that and maybe I'll ask Ms. Tolleson to explain this. Maybe she's written it out. It's complicated. And we are going to be sending you guys a memo, so you're going to see exactly how it will read. But can you say how we're going to put it in the resolution so that if, the board's basically their vote can be amended if we have something that can open sooner than 25, 26?
Absolutely. So the resolution, as we're drafting it right now, says that the closure will be effective spring of 2025, right? Because that was the original for the K-5, K-6. Thank you. Part of the school. So, but it says in the event that there is a charter school approved under this new accelerated process that we have that's specific to this location, the closure date will essentially accelerate a year, right? Because that accelerated process is specifically for a charter operator to open next fall. So it'll say 2025 unless, and then the date accelerates.
Did you want to follow up? Yeah.
Then why aren't we just waiting a year? Why do we have to decide it right now if it has all these conditions? Because if all those conditions fail, if nobody applies, if they pull their application, they're all just going to Three Creeks. So I feel like what you're asking us to vote on is like not a plan.
Well, interestingly, and I'll wait on that a little bit, is that some of the potential charter applicants that had reached out were interested in a faster track for opening, precisely because the fear is that with this on the horizon, that students might start to leave and go elsewhere. So I think their idea is if we're going to come in and be successful, we would rather do that on a faster timeline than we'd been talking about for this closure.
Yep. Director Parker?
Can you tell me, because if I was told, I've forgotten it, why we are saying that the grades 6 through 8 will be moving no matter what, but the K through 5 depends on whether there's a viable charter?
Yes, so we looked at this last year as well. The programming for students in grades 6 through 8 just isn't on par with other programming that students in grades 6 through 8 are getting in other Jeffco schools. And this is a school that feeds into Ralston Valley of 2,000 students. We've heard from multiple folks that that they would like to have a more robust program and I'm sure this is I'm not speaking for the entire community. We've heard from a few. We've looked at the programming ourselves in terms of what students are getting in those grades. And we believe we can offer them a better opportunity in those grades, and it's important to do so. When we were up with the community last spring, President Schooley and I, they said things to us like, we're worried about busing our kids in grades K through 5. So please consider, if you're going to move kids, please just move 6 through 8. If you have to do it. And so that's something we considered too.
I'd just like to clarify, though, that if there is a viable charter application that is interested in serving through whatever model, right, PK through 5, K through 8th grade, that is on the table and is an option, the resolution is written with sort of separating out, like the original resolution, separating out K-5 and 6 through 8, but a charter application could cover that entire span.
Then they wouldn't.
Then they would just stay, and if they had a choice, yeah.
They could choose to go down.
They could choose. Their home school would still be Three Creeks. Not if the charter application covers K through 8 and parents chose to choice into that school, then they wouldn't have to go anywhere. Their home boundaried school would still be Three Creeks. Am I saying this wrong? But, that's right. Okay, great.
All the charters that applied as K-8?
2 of them did, and 1 was actually interested in looking at K-12.
I just feel like I appreciate what you're saying and I understand it, but it makes this such a complicated vote. And I'm already a little concerned about closing a school before there's actually a charter, given, application accepted, because we've still got the potential that they're just closed and they don't get to go to their school, their building that they want to go to. So for me, making it the whole school rather than separating K-5 and 6-8, it just makes it a cleaner, easier to understand, because I'm not sure that the community has heard what you just told me tonight. Because if I'd heard it, I forgot it. The reason why 6-8 would move.
So I have a suggestion. We have a senior leadership meeting tomorrow to review the applicants. If the viable candidate, the viable letter or letters that we think are candidates for application are K-8, then I do think we can have a conversation around how to structure the resolution in the interest of making it a little simpler, Mary, to your suggestion. And I don't know how Julie would feel about that. I just want to make sure it's clear, because the bottom line is, if we have a viable charter school that's K-8, let's just pretend like it's clean that way, and the board approves that charter school in January, the school is closing in May, and the charter school is opening, right? I mean, from the parent perspective, the school is not closing. From the district perspective and the board's perspective and the district's management perspective, the school is closing. And from the charter school's perspective, they're opening. But from the family perspective, there's a school that they can choose into, or there's a homeschool down the hill that they can have guaranteed, enrollment into, or go through the choice process if they're outside of our boundaries. So I just think if you guys could give us, I hear you, I guess is what I want to say. And if you could give us tomorrow to really sort of process through these 3 letters and better understand where we're at, and think about this from the resolution perspective and trying to make it simpler, that would be helpful. We're also working on just getting you some information over the weekend, and I'm clearing some time from my calendar, I think early next week, so that I can check in with each of you on these decisions, that these are huge decisions. And we just want to make sure that you have access to me, Dr. Kim, Lisa, Tayo, Julie, anybody who you feel like you need to talk to be a sense maker prior to your decision making as an individual board member, so the board can feel like it at least got the information it needed before you had to make a decision. So I'm just going to suggest that you give me some time tomorrow to meet with the team and think through this, and then work on the resolution and making it simpler if we can.
Yep, Director Miller.
Follow up on that. If we have 3 letters of intent, and in the enrollment or in the charter process in the past, not the one we looked at recently, but in the past, there would be letters from parents of intent that would say, yeah, we're game, we're ready to go, or yes, this is of interest. And so if the charter, let's say all 3 of them, everybody signed up and said, yeah, we're interested in them, how will you evaluate will you evaluate financial viability, of course, continuity of programming, all of those things, but we're going to have one, I'm assuming. And so is there a process that you guys are thinking through how you will choose that one? If all the parents say, yeah, we could support any of the three? I mean, I could see kind of, what Dr. Reed, what Director Reed was saying, which was, I could like both of them.
Yeah.
And so
I think I can jump in. Based on what I've been told, like in passing, and based on the rubric that was published with the letters, the staff review has already happened. There's one that's viable. And so we're going to discuss that more tomorrow. That's all I know. At least that's what the staff is saying to me today, in the last couple of days. And so we have a meeting tomorrow to review that, to go over it with additional cabinet members. I don't think we're going to have multiple that are viable.
Okay. And okay, I'll leave. Yeah. Sorry.
I would say so. They will. I mean, they'll have to meet the next standard, like in terms of for the actual application authorization process, right? So, Tao will meet with each of them and give them feedback in terms of what we're seeing, and they can address that then and determine if they do want to go ahead and apply through the authorization process.
Here's one other thing I want to say. I know this feels complicated. It's felt complicated since we started trying to explain it to the community as well, and I acknowledge that. I just want to make a point that the team, Stephanie included, when you went up last spring to talk to them as being in your director district, has really tried hard to listen and understand the uniqueness of the community in Coal Creek Canyon. And this whole thing of, talking to Boulder, talking to Gilpin, exploring transportation, exploring other schools that are in that general region, and then thinking about what a charter school who is set up to support homeschool families as well, possibly, be able to serve this community so that there continues to be a viable program for families who want a small school setting in that community is an elegant solution to a real difficult challenge. And so we either have this to face with some complication and some unknown for 2 to 3 months before the board then makes an authorization decision, because the board is the only one who can make the authorization decision. And we don't want to push the board too quickly to make a decision without the school having the time to talk to the community, engage with the community, get the letters of demand, show financial viability. We don't make a rush decision. And so the real options are, we live in this land of trying to make sense of a complicated situation, to do everything we can to get the community an opportunity in that general region, in that town, or the recommendation is we close the school. I mean, what we've done, I think, is try to be as responsive as possible to the community and the needs that they have shared with us that are very unique to where they live and the type of lifestyle and education setting that they want for their kids. And so I need tomorrow and the next day, and we're going to get back to you guys with some clarity on the resolution, because what I hear from the board right now is, can we just be clear what we're voting for? And I think that's really important. And then I also want to make sure that I can find some time to get you guys what you need between now and next Thursday, so that you feel like you understand what's going on. I don't want you to ever feel like you're coming into a decision that you don't understand what you're voting for. But the honest truth is, it is complicated. And it's complicated because we're trying to be responsive to the community in the best way we know how right now. And so it's either this and we work through the complication, or the recommendation is we close the school. And I feel good, frankly, about the work that we've done to try to be responsive, and frankly, in partnership with charter schools, to figure out, is there a program that we can offer the families in Coal Creek? So
we'll have more information soon as this moves forward. The joys of ambiguity.
Yeah.
Are challenging. So, any other? Oh, sorry, Dr. Berta.
I'll just be really honest. I've lost track of the urgency of these. The words that you were using tonight is an urgently severe point of enrollment, and I looked at Arvada K-8 and their enrollment site. I mean, 2 years ago they were 554. Last year they were at 554, and this year they're at 547 or 549 as of last night. And I don't see that as severely declining. There's a projection that they decline more than they ever have in the past going forward, and I don't understand that projection. And you said we're not using criteria. I think a problem we have is in our resolution for this, we don't have criteria. But now you've said tonight, well, we didn't use the criteria from time one because A, B, C, D, and all that. But then when you were talking about Foster, one criteria you gave is their utilization. And, Arvada K-8's utilization is 60%. So I just honestly am not understanding the urgency of either of these, why we can't figure out better plans for these families and these kids before this work. But kind of from like a bigger picture, when I look at this, we've closed, like 7 schools in the last 2 years in this area. And it remains very, very uncertain what the future of this area is. We have overcrowding over one school. We have a school that was in a bond we're supposed to decide on. We have a boundary study. We have all this stuff. And I don't want to close any more schools until you said in the K-8, Arvada K-8 meeting, community meeting, the last community meeting before the one, the board asked the superintendent for a comprehensive plan. And I think when we got proposed 16 school closure, it was comprehensive and it was a plan. And it proposed all kinds of good things. Community schools are here and they stay together, they go to one school. Neither of these schools have a plan like that, where their community can stay together and go to a school. K-8, we're like, sorry, you can't do that because that's not the way it's situated. But you're really vulnerable population, immigrants, and, and we're going to tell them you're not welcome here. Like all these people have heard is you're not welcome here. So now, they have found a place where they feel welcome. And we're like, sorry, we have a severely urgent decline that is actually not true. There isn't an urgent decline that hasn't been true for 3 years. So, I understand there's all kinds of other issues. I get all the different things, but it's like, we don't have a plan for this area. There's nothing comprehensive about this suggestion, if you ask me, obviously. And so I just am unwilling to vote to close another school without a comprehensive plan. We're talking about the mountain school coming into an Arvada community. So the whole thing is about this area and how we're gonna take care of these families. And I just don't see it. I don't see the urgency. I don't see the plan. You're asking us to vote on a whole bunch of what ifs and just say rely on it. These families don't have all these choices for where to go. And so, sorry, I didn't mean to get so upset, but I am right now, I'm not in favor of this vote. So it's going to take a lot to get me to be there because I've asked these questions over and over again, and I don't see a plan. I think we should be responsible, wait a year, get some real structures in place, make a newcomer center, find a charter school, and then vote to close schools and change. Arvada K has over 550 kids there. This is not a small school. So anyways, I've been thinking a lot about this, and that's where I am with this. And this discussion just makes me feel more certain that this is not the right thing to do. So.
All right. So there'll be obviously opportunities if there are questions that board members have. Paul? Oh, sorry, Paula. Nope.
Okay, no, I just wanted to pop in and.
Oh, gotcha.
And I'm sure that we'll have more conversation. But I have to say, I think my biggest concern is that if we say we're going to wait a year until we have a better plan, then everybody knows that they're on the chopping block in a year. And so what happens in enrolled Jeffco this year is that enrollment plummets. And then we have another situation where we do have an urgent situation in the spring. And I don't want to close another school in the spring. So, I mean, that's just kind of my 2 cents. And we'll all have to, I get that. And, you know, and we'll have to vote our conscience, each one of us individually. That's why there's 5 of us. But that is a concern that I have.
Any other comments or reflections before? I mean, you're right. We all have to make that decision. And so if there are questions that any of us feel like can be answered by the district, then we need to make sure we ask them and understand what's before us to make as elected officials whose responsibility it is to make these really, really difficult decisions. And there's that. But I do appreciate, I feel like the district staff has been very responsive to taking community feedback and concerns that have been raised, and whether it's sufficient enough for each one of us is call to make. But I appreciate the integration of it and making it part of a public conversation, so people at least feel like they've been heard in these opportunities for them to speak to us. So any other things for the good of the order? Nope. Okay. So with that, thank you all again for your work. This brings us to the end of today's agenda, and we stand adjourned. Our next regularly scheduled meeting at the board, 5 o'clock, October 12th, here at the Ed Center. Everyone be safe. Thank you.